at Collecco. Tonight's unlike any other night, because there will only be one March 21st, 2026. There's something buzzing in the bathroom. Jump in the fire. All right. Let's open this up. And reset this. Alrighty. Here we go. Okay. Shirt good, mic good. Trash is full. Counting on Tanner to take out trash. Might as well wait for cows to fly. Let me go get another one, because I usually use the trash can a lot during the sale. All right. All right, everybody. What's that?
I'm gonna go ahead and take that thing up.
Oh yeah. John's gonna come over and recite the Neil Diamond discography in chronological order. Patrick, after 1 year employment, that's a requirement. Yeah. You get tested. Name every Neil Diamond album, studio album. Year 5 is Chicago, so. Wow. Chicago. Philip Holt. I felt like an idiot. I looked at an auction hop post and got excited about Muddy Walls that I've been waiting on to realize the post was like from a week and a half ago. Probably sounds like you was a victim of the old algorithm. Yeah, it's weird lately. I've had a lot of people complain they don't see hot pictures, they don't see posts. They usually click on Facebook at 9 o'clock for the vintage video, and they're like, Chad, it's impossible to find now. I'm like, hey, you got to go get a hold of Zuckerberg. You got to go get hold of Zuckerberg. Love me tomorrow. Da, da, da. That's a Chicago song. Close out all my apps. All right, where's everybody watching from? we'll go ahead and get started tagging this morning's video. Chad just ate Mexican food for the first time in about 2 months, and the first time I've had like something other than a sandwich or peanuts or fruit, or what I should say. First time I've had other than a sandwich or fruit or nuts in a week. So I don't know how my body's going to handle this. But hopefully it will keep me full for the next 7 or 8 hours so I can sell y'all some records. All right. I need something right here. There should be plenty of them. There they are. There's the empty crates. Now John's going to come read off his favorite Billy J. Kramer songs. Billy J. Kramer. Yeah. All right. Oh. Okay. Let me start reading off records. That's what I do best. Someone said, you don't eat Mexican food, you rent it. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So, first auction of the night, let's do some cassettes. We're going to do 2 Ozzies and 2 Megadeths. Ozzy, No More Tears, and Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. $10 start on Ozzy. Sold together. Megadeth, Killing Is My Business. It does have a crack. And Megadeth, Countdown to Extinction. Both Megadeth cassettes, a $10 start. Ozzy and Megadeth, $10 and $10. All right, so this morning we sold Plasmatics, The Doors, Genesis, Scorpions, Yes, Scorpions, Scorpions, Iron Maiden, Opeth, Scorpions, Dave Matthews, Scorpions, Jefferson Starship, Steve Miller, The Doors, and Genesis. All right, Ozzy already has bids for 10, and Megadeth has a bid for 10. That's what we're looking at right now. Let's go ahead and start putting up the no bids and reducing the price like I said I was going to. So the first Japanese price reduction is going to be Louis Armstrong. And this is Disney Songs, Satchmo Way. Louis Armstrong is near mint minus and pristine, a Japanese pressing. And let's put that up for a $15 start, okay? Ozzy's at $13, Louis Armstrong, Japanese pressing, a $15 start. We got plenty of stuff to sell. I mean, we're in a store full. Sometimes I'll be driving here, I'm like, man, we don't have much stuff to sell. And then I walk in, I look around, I'm like, there's plenty of stuff to sell. I just got to figure out how to sell it. All right, so first thing in here is Genesis, self-titled. That's a half-speed master, $33.99. Great songs on here. That's all, Home by the Sea, Just a Job to Do, Illegal Alien, $33.99. The Ozzy cassettes are at $15 right now. The 2 Megadeths are still at $10, and Louis Armstrong has a bid for $15. We have from Genesis to Revelation. That was their first album. 1969 is a street date on this for U.S. It might have come out even sooner in the U.K. Recorded in 1968. So, yeah, $38.99 for Genesis, from Genesis to Revelation. And we have Elf, Trying to Burn the Sun, and that is Ronnie James Dio there. Music on vinyl, $39.99. Did you say Louis Armstrong Disney Songs? I did. This is Louis Armstrong Disney Songs, The Satchmo Way. That's Louis Armstrong singing Disney songs. The high bid right now is $15. It's a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. 1 bid. Ozzy cassettes are at $21. We have Paradise Lost Gothic. Paradise Lost is $33.99. And then we got 2 copies of Genesis Through the Looking Glass. So I don't think any of the live Genesis sold. Yeah, 1 did. It's coming up in just a second. This is live in London, 1976. $29.99. Louis Armstrong has a new bid for $20. That means Mark Olson, you've been outbid. And we have Opeth Damnation. Now, I know this one sold to John Grace. Thank you, John Grace. That's sold to you. And then Scorpions Humanity. This is my only copy of this. So Scorpions Humanity was sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott Smith. That's a 2LP gold vinyl. 2LP gold vinyl, $49.99. That's sold to Scott Smith. And just FYI, if anybody wants on a wait list for that, it's available. And if anybody wants on Opeth Damnation, it's available. Louis Armstrong's at 20 with Kelly Vlodarchek. Jeff Brindley's out on the 2 Aussie cassettes. So final call to Red Cave Collections. Blizzard and No More Tears, 21 bucks. And then the 2 Megadeths are sold. I'd like to got more for those, but let's go ahead and sell them. Jeff Brindley was the only bidder. These are sold for $10. These are sold for $10, okay? And then Nick Orlando on PL, and that's Paradise Lost. Thank you, Nick Orlando. Now, we're going to sell a lot of Judas Priest cassettes. We have a lot of Judas Priest here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rockarola, Sad Wings of Destiny, Delivering the Goods, Stained Class, and Point of Entry. All of those are going to go up for a $15 start. Judas Priest cassettes, that's $15 start. These 2 Aussie cassettes are sold to Red Cave Collection for $21. Thank you. Those are going to be sold together. Louis Armstrong's at $25. Next thing in here is Scorpions Blackout. That is available, $39.99. That is on colored vinyl. And then there was somebody on the video this morning that does one on the Scorpions Crazy World. Excuse me, no, that's Crazy World. Never mind. I thought that was Humanity. Never mind. Scratch that. Never mind. Paradise Lost, Lost Paradise. There's another Paradise Lost, $36.99. And we have Genesis Trick of the Tail in concert, and that is sold to Mark Chesler. Thank you, Mark Chesler. If anybody else wants one of those, they're hand numbered on the back. That is $29.99. All right, next lot of cassettes are going to be these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These 7 cassettes: Queensryche, 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 Slash, Vinnie Vincent, MSG, and Bad Company. All of those for a $10 start. All of those for a $10 start. Mark Olson, I'll make sure you're done on Louis Armstrong. Kelly does have it for $25. And then we had Scorpions Crazy World. This is the one that got a lot of claims. The first person who got it was Richard Bradshaw. So let's give that to Richard Bradshaw. And then 2 people already commented that they want it on a waiting list. The first person, Carla Brecky, on a waiting list. The second person, Darren Wortman, on a waiting list. And then Scott Margheim on a waiting list. Okay? So 3 people on a waiting list on Crazy World. Carla Brecky, Darren Wortman, and Scott Margheim. Anybody else, that one's $33.99. All right? The Judas Priest cassettes are at $15 with Todd Rocks. These are at $10, also with Todd Rocks. Jeff Brindley, your bid came in second. Nick Orlando got Paradise Lost. And then Scorpions Blackout also sold to Carla Brecky. All right, so thank you, Carla Brecky, on Scorpions Blackout. Next is Dave Matthews Band. This was live at Hollywood Bowl, 9/10/2018. This actually did sell, and this was sold over here to, well, it's disappeared. It is $119.99. Becky Lerner. There it is. Thank you, Becky Lerner, on that. Now the lot's at 11. Now it's at 15. And then we got 2 copies of Hootie and the Blowfish. That's on clear vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. I'm assuming we're done on Louis Armstrong. Is that right? Mark Olson. Kelly has it for $25. Mark hadn't actually set out. That's Disney the Satchmo Way. Paul Vahir put Very CW. Very CW. Let me know what that's for, if that's a bid. Let's go ahead and sell these Judas Priest cassettes. These Judas Priest cassettes are sold to Todd Rocks for $15. Thank you, Todd Rocks. Those are sold to you. So we'll do one lot at a time until we knock some of these out. We're bidding on these right here. And the last bid on those that came in was 16 with Todd Rocks. Let's put up another Japanese pressing, got a reduced start. Boz Scaggs, Middleman, that's in shrink, Obi. Somebody even kept a hop sticker, but it's not even from this pressing. It's from a different copy, but it does have a hop sticker. It's near McMinus, and it's a $15 start. Iron Maiden, Live After Death, Gatefold 2LP, that is $39.99. And Wendy O. Williams, Wow, $24.99. What's the avatar? Is that Gandalf? No, that's supposed to be Old Man Chad. That's Old Man Chad after I've been live streaming for 30 years and I have gray hair and a white beard. That was, yeah, that's Chad after 30 years of live streaming. I'm going to take a drink of Monster right quick. I had to have a monster to go with my Mexican food earlier. That's pretty tasty. Over here, Queens Rock lot is at 20. Iron Maiden's not on colored vinyl. I lost somebody on Louis Armstrong, so we got to go ahead and sell it. Thank you, Kelly. That's sold to you for $25. Boss Skaggs is a $15 start. We're auctioning all these cassettes right here in one lot. Bad Company, MSG, Vinnie Vincent, Slash, Queens Rock, Queens Rock, Queens Rock. Those are all sold together. Those are all sold together. Did I pull that other Paradise Lost idea? Thank you, Nick Orlando. There was another question. What was the red album behind Hootie? Well, this is Genesis Live in London, 1976, a bootleg, $29.99. And this is Elf, Trying to Burn the Sun, $39.99. All right. And then we have Long John Silver. This is sold to, not sold to Jerry. I thought he was bought this one. No, he bought Gold, Steve Miller, and Children. Okay. Now, this one I noticed yesterday when I was going back through it. It has a seam crackle. So I'm doing this one $5 off at $24.99. It is on smoky green vinyl. It's in a fold-out cigar box. $24.99 on that one. On sale because of the seam crackle. Return of the Living Dead soundtrack. That is $39.99. And Yes Drama. And Yes Drama was sold to Richard Bradshaw. Thank you, Richard Bradshaw, on that one. Now, so we did have another wait list for Crazy World. That was an autocorrect for Crazy World. So Paul Vihar also on that Crazy World wait list. Wow, that's like 4 people on that one. The lot over here, who has it? Todd Rock's out. Let's go ahead and sell these to Jeff Brindley for $20. Jeff, you get those for $20. Thank you. That was everything from Bad Company to Queens Rock. Here's our next ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. $10 start. Motley Crue, Mr. Big, REO Speedwagon, Y&T, Richard Marx, and Madness. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on those. Madness, Richard Marx, Y&T, REO Speedwagon, Mr. Big, and Motley Crue. There's another lot, $10 start. Our next Japanese price reduction is going to be this right here. This is the best of Wilson Pickett. A Japanese pressing. We're going to call it, by Japanese standards, VG Plus. And a VG Plus jacket. It's kind of got a ding up here. That's going to go up for a $15 start, okay? Let's go grab that other crate. I'm still looking for the Plasmatics, the Doors, Genesis, Iron Maiden, Jefferson Starship, Steve Miller, and the Doors. And all that's coming up in the next crate. I'll go through those again. I'll condense it with the next crate I'm about to go grab. And, of course, Saturday, we don't have new vinyl deliveries, but I do have a few crates I have picked out that I want to go through tonight early, some stuff you may have not seen, and I want to go through those right now. And we'll go through it after this crate. And then tonight, probably going to be a big bunch of discount stuff, okay? And other surprise bonus auctions, et cetera, et cetera. We got into... Excuse me. We got into T-shirts last night, and that ended up being great. We sold like 40 really good T-shirts, and hopefully over the weekend we can work on getting some more ready, or I can dig out some others over here, whichever ends up happening. All right, so let's go ahead and sell Andy Wade that Boz Skaggs for $15, closing out all the no bids Japanese. How'd the sale go today? Good. Let me pull up our 2-day total for $2 records. Let me see what we end up doing. Now, usually I don't share many numbers with y'all, but I do like sharing how many $2 records we sell because I think it's really cool, and I like to get everybody here and every time we do these sales. So 2-day total, just $2 records, we sold 1,527. Wow. $3,054. That's great. That freed up a lot of space and a lot of cash for us. That's very good. Now we can go buy more. Joey Osbrooks has these for $10. Joey Osbrooks has that lot of cassettes for $10, and Wilson Pickett has a bid. So that's the 2-day total on that. 2-day total on those. And thanks everybody that came out and bought from that. Here's our next Japanese. Elvis Costello Punch the Clock. $15 start. That one's near mint minus and pristine. Elvis Costello Punch the Clock. That is a lot of records. Think about that. That means if they were crates, if they were crates where you could just casually flip through them, I'm not talking about like packed full. That would be the equivalent of what, like 30 crates probably. So imagine 30 crates. That's quite a bit. If you visualize them back here behind me, that's what's stacked up kind of back here behind me right now and all this vintage stuff. So that's a lot. And we probably have 400 crates up there that didn't sell. So when we buy people's collections, they don't like to hear it, but if somebody's accumulated a lot of stuff, I'm not talking about somebody that's collected just high-end records, but somebody that's accumulated a lot of just stuff, like they go to auctions, they buy lots, they buy a lot of stuff. We tell them, they'll be like, we've got 10,000 records. I'm like, well, probably 7,000 aren't sellable if you've been buying them at garage sales for the last 20 years, right, John? Probably a lot of stuff that we can't get $1 for. So that means, well, obviously we can't pay anything for it. So, but if you bought nothing but really nice records, your collection's probably a little bit more desirable. But for some people, they're like, well, I don't care. I just want records. I don't care if they're $1, $2, a quarter. The new Dark Ages, Guar, $34.99, $34.99. That is Guar, and that's $34.99. And Jefferson Starship Gold, and Jefferson Starship Gold is sold to Jerry Stone. Thank you, Jerry Stone. That's sold to you. If anybody else wants one, that was originally a Record Store Day title. First thing I'm going to do is put this right over here, the condition of $2 records. Oh, there's stuff up there sealed, and there's stuff up there that is probably unplayable, probably stuff people didn't buy. So there's stuff up there sealed that's brand new that, you know, it may not be the best title, and there's probably stuff that looks like it's roadkill. So, you know, so if we put out if somebody does come by and grab a Zeppelin $2, it's probably like a poor or G plus condition, or maybe even VG minus if the cover's beat up too. The store will be open Wednesday. Yeah, all the $2 stuff stays out. We're going to lock up the tubs and stack them up, and then everything in the store. And John will add to it all week. So now that we're open on a regular basis, as John and Patrick filter through records, they'll be adding stuff to the $2 sale all the time. Okay? Over here, these cassettes are sold to Joey Osbrooks for $10. Thank you, Joey. Those are sold to you. Wilson Pickett is sold for $15, and that's sold to Matt Bushy. Thank you on that one. And final call on Costello, $15 on that. So yeah, $2 stuff. That's why we don't do mystery boxes, because you know we've just randomly grabbed stuff, and people's ended up with pretty much, you know, low grade stuff, and they're like, man, I can't even play these. And I'm like, well, that's some of the stuff that's up here. It's $2 records. That's why it's better. You got to be here and look through them in person. Thank you, John. See ya. To Monday. Oh, okay. I might see you then. Pearl Jam live at the Gorge. This is September 5, September 6, 2005. $225. That's why we can't do mystery boxes, because if we had to go out and pick them, if we had to pick out stuff for everybody, it wouldn't really be it wouldn't be the best for our time, because, you know, they're only $2, and then we'd be having to pull our hair out trying to figure out what people want. And we let y'all pick those right here. They're just not going to be $2, because all these are cleaned or new or sealed or mint or OG, et cetera, et cetera. Here's our next cassette lot. Styx, Caught in the Act, Van Halen, Finish What You Started, TNT, Journey, Eric Clapton, Elton John, and Loverboy. Loverboy, Get Lucky, Elton John's Greatest Hits, The Best of Eric Clapton, Journey's Greatest Hits, TNT, Nights of New Thunder, Van Halen, and Styx. All of those are going to go up for a $10 start. Cassette lot, $10 start on those. All right, and then over here, Costello, final call on that one. And then Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra. Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra. That is sold to Jerry Stone. Thank you. That was on blue vinyl, I believe. Corey Taylor 2 LP purple vinyl, $39.99. And then Music from the Gladiator, $39.99. Music from the Gladiator, $39.99. Now, some people's been okay with just mystery boxes. They're like, regardless of condition, but it's just something I don't know. I kind of stopped doing it, as y'all know. Now, if we buy a lot of stuff and I know it's probably mostly in good condition, I'll go ahead, like, we've bought classical collections before, and we're like, okay, there's a good chance, like, most of these are really nice, and and we usually auction those so I can peek at them right quick, you know. But other than that, or like Fred Goodwin's collection, he had a lot of stuff that was kind of cheaper, but I knew if it was there in his living room where we got them from, they were probably in good shape. Steve Miller Band, Children of the Future, that's also sold to Jerry Stone. Costello's a no bid again. It went from 35 to 15, so no luck on Costello. If anybody wants to grab it, he's only $15. Here's another $15 start, price reduction. Otis Redding in person at the Whiskey A Go-Go. That's a near mint minus Japanese pressing. No Obi, though. $15 start on that. Joey has this cassette lot at 10. That's a final call. And then we have Pat Benatar, Precious Time. That one's going to go up for a $15 start as well. All right. So next thing is this. We have Rascal Flats. This is $29.99. That's a 2 LP. $29.99. We have P-Free 3 on the Costello for $15. Thank you on that. Matt Bushy's in on Otis at $15. And we have Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You. 3 a.m., $29.99 for Matchbox 20. We have one of those left, Gwar Ragnarok. That's $34.99. Otis Redding has two $15 bids. And we have Genesis Invisible Touch. Half-Speed Master, that is $33.99 for Invisible Touch. Over here, we have Genesis Turn It On Again. This is a greatest hits of Genesis. It's a 2 LP. That is sold to Kevin Scott. Thank you, Kevin Scott. That's sold to you. And then Yes Fragile. That's the Stephen Wilson remix. Green vinyl, $29.99. Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. That's sold to Sean Lee Hooker, Sean Fairweather, Master Moss 666. Genesis, and then there were 3. That's a half-speed master, $33.99. And then Johnny Cash, The Man Comes Around. That's a 2 LP, $44.99 on that. It's Corey Taylor, the first one, CMFT, $33.99 on that one. And then we have Wendy O. Williams Plasmatics. This one is sold to Brad Waits. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That one's called Maggots, the record, $36.99. Dusty Springfield in Memphis, Son of a Preacher Man, $29.99, clear vinyl. And both of the Doors, Strange Days, are sold. This is Rhino Hi-Fi, cut from the master tape by Kevin Gray. One sold to Clifford Umstead. And the other one over here is sold to Jerry Stone. All right, so that's done, and let's go through the video. I think everybody got what they wanted, except Carla Brecky's on the wait list for Crazy World. No, take Paul Vihir off the wait list for Crazy World. So Carla Brecky on wait list for Crazy World. Okay, wait list for Crazy World for Carla Brecky, and let's put her down. And then Darren Wortman on the wait list for Scorpion's Crazy World. We've already said that. And Scott Nichols said, did you sell Bullet Boys the other night? Yes. There is never any Thursday night metal auctions left over. You've got to make sure you tune in on Thursday night and the metal night. All that hair metal stuff will be gone. And Scott Markheim also on Crazy World waiting list. Ryan Eaton wants on the Doors, Rhino Strange Days waiting list. Looks like those have come back into print. This cassette lot is sold. Everything from Styx to Loverboy here. That's sold to Joey Osbrooks for $10. And now we have Otis Redding at 19. And Pat Benatar has one bid. And Pat Benatar's one bid is Charles Berry, and that's sold for $15. Thank you, Charles Berry. I have another one if anybody wants another Japanese Pat Benatar Precious Time. $15 buy now on that. Reduced from last night. Scott Dwallow wants Corey Taylor 1 and 2. Corey Taylor from Stone Sour. Corey Taylor from Slipknot. That's sold and sold. Let's do some more cassettes here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 this time. Macaulay Shanker Group, Twisted Sister, Love is for Suckers. Richard Marx, Repeat Offender. TNT, Tell No Tales. CCR, The Concert. Richard Marx, Self-Titled. And Billy Squire, 16 Strokes, the best of Billy Squire. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. That's right. Metal Night next week is on Wednesday. Metal Night next week is on Wednesday. That is right. That is right. And we will still be having a sale on Thursday. And wait till y'all see what's going to happen. Wait till y'all see what's going to happen. Oh, my. Jake's over here crunching some numbers right now. Bill Samus gets Pat Benatar. Stephen Douglas, you were second. What about Otis Redding over here? Matt Bushy gets that for $19. There's another cassette lot. Joey Osbrooks is in at $10. Let's lay those right there. And here's another $15 start. Pat Benatar, Live from Earth. Near mint minus and pristine, $15 start on Miss Pat. $15 start on that. And then left over from the first crate was Genesis self-titled, $33.99. Genesis from Genesis to Revelation, $38. Elf Trying to Burn the Sun was $39. Genesis Through the Looking Glass, that's live in London, 1976, $29. Hootie the Blowfish is $29. And then Iron Maiden Live After Death, yes, that's black vinyl, 2LP, $39. Wendy O. Williams, $24. Long John Silver, Jefferson Airplane, does have a split at the bottom, so $24.99 on that. And then Return of the Living Dead, and that was on Blood Red Splatter, $39.99. Pat Benatar, this one right here does have a bid for $15 and now $20, okay? All right, and then not much, here we go. This is now reduced to a $15 start. This was a UK pressing from Japan of the Rolling Stones' great album, Goathead Soup, $15 start on that. So that's now up for bid. Near mint minus, okay? Pat Bentar, $15.20. This cassette lot has one bid for $10, and we're about to sell it. All right, I'm going to take this crate. Thank you, everybody. We sold about half of that crate because it probably could have filled up. Half of my crate's full. We've already started auctioning stuff. It's only 6:12. We've already filled up 2/3 of a crate. That's where we were last night when we started. So we're ahead of the game. There's all the auctions for tonight. I have stuff kind of scattered everywhere I'm going to try to sell tonight. So only thing I got to say is get ready. Get ready. Get ready. Let me walk up here and get this next crate. Jump in the fire. Breathe, Chad. Breathe in the air. Run. Rabbit, run. All right, here we go. Here we go. Rolling Stones has a bid for $15. Pat Benatar, $25. This cassette lot got one bid for $10 to Joey Osbrooks. Thank you. Let's stack that over there. So those are all sold. That is a Beatles Hard Day's Night VHS. That's right. $10 on that. $10 on that. Beatles VHS. Whoever's tagging these cassette stacks are in lots. Hopefully you'll catch the lot and be able to separate them. I have a feeling they will. All right. Pat Benatar, Andy Wade's out. So did Jason Fornerat for $25. Nick Bargeron has the Stones for $15. Ryan Eaton gets the Beatles Hard Day's Night VHS for $10. Thank you on that. Here comes the next lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are a $10 start. Paula Abdul, Spellbound. Aldo Nova, self-titled. Peter Cetera, Solitude Solitaire. Mike and the Mechanics, TNT, Institution, and Men at Work, Business as Usual. Those cassettes are going to go up for a $10 start. Here we go. Sean Lee Hooker says he's already fallen asleep. My friend, you need some caffeine. We have over here the Milk Carton Kids. I Only See the Moon. Indie exclusive maroon colored vinyl. Milk Carton Kids is $24.99. And then Joe presents The Crux. Or I don't know, that might be The Crew. CRUX. Might be The Crew, spelled differently. That's Dejo. Joe, $36.99. You know, Steve Harrington from Stranger Things. That's his band. He makes music, Jill. $36.99. We have Sublime's Greatest Hits. Sublime's Greatest Hits is $36.99. And we have, this is the Ngozi family. Archival issue of Ngozi's Hard Edge Proto-Punk Mid-70s Zamrock Masterpiece. Good luck finding the original, $36.99. And this Rolling Stones is sold to Nick Bargeron for $15. Hey, I didn't lose him on that one. Thanks for tuning in as always, Nick Bargeron. That is sold for $15. Thank you. Moving on, next thing I have is the Monkees Changes. This is a Friday music pressing on colored vinyl. Kind of a tougher OG to get. $39.99 on the Monkees. So Monkees, Ngozi family, Sublime, Joe, and Milk Carton Kids. This lot here has one bid for $10. Let's go ahead and pick out an auction over here and see what I'm going to put up for bid. Let's pick out, let's see, what's in this thing over here? Aha. So yeah, let's do some of these over here I've set aside. This is the Bob Seger album, Smokin' OPs. This is a 1972 original. Great album, never been reissued, not available for streaming. Actually kind of a tougher CD to get. That's on the original Palladium. The vinyl's VG, the cover's like VG minus or less. It's got a split. It's always been a kind of a tough one to get a true OG of. $15 start on Bob Seger. That's now up for bid. We got Soundgarden, Screaming Life Fop. That's a double LP, only $29.99 for Soundgarden, $29.99 for Soundgarden. And we have the Ramones' Greatest Hits. That's on black ice colored vinyl, 20 tracks. The Ramones, $29.99 on the Ramones' Greatest Hits. There was a hot post tonight. Went looking and couldn't find one. Yep, it's on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube section. They've made it very weird here lately to go find our post. Facebook tries to hide stuff now and then. Joey gets another cassette lot for $10. Well, hey, let's go ahead and do another one. This one right here is a $10 start. Night Ranger 7 Wishes, the best of Stevie Nicks, Night Ranger Dawn Patrol, Little River Band's Greatest Hits, Slaughter Stick It To You, and Skid Row Slave to the Grind. All those are going to go up for a $10 start. Those are now Skid Row, Slaughter, Little River, Night Ranger, Stevie Nicks, and Night Ranger. Bob Seger has one bid for $15. How about Frank Zappa here, Tinseltown Rebellion? For some reason, it didn't have a price on it. I think it was maybe something, I don't know. But it's nice. It's in MoFi sleeves, and we're going to put it up for just a $15 start. Frank Zappa, this is on Barkin' Pumpkin Records. It's really clean, and I'm pretty sure that's OG for $81. And Zappa's going to go up for a $15 start. There we have it. So back there is our last cassette lot. We'll do that one, and then I've got more to start adding to it. Joey has those for 10. Mike Locke, 12. Steely Dan, Everything Must Go. Steely Dan's on clear vinyl, $29.99 for Steely Dan. And Ray LaMontagne, Trouble, a 20th anniversary gatefold with poster insert. Ray LaMontagne is $29.99. Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust. Forgot we had that in stock. A gatefold jacket. Midnight Oil is $33.99. And then the Rolling Stones, England's newest hit makers. This was their first LP. The Stones is $33.99. And I've got 2 copies of Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire, Bulls on Parade. Dun, 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 dun. $29.99. That is Rage Against the Machine. Tough OG to get. Last time we had one, it was big money. This cassette lot has bids for $10, $12, and $15. Bob Seger has one bid for $15 with Mike Locke. I'm about to sell it. No bid on Zappa, $15 start. I'm about to make it a buy now. Next is the Milk Carton Kids live from Lincoln Theater. That's a 2 LP gatefold, $24.99 on the Milk Carton Kids. And we have Smashing Pumpkins, Pisces Iscariot, $34.99. This cassette lot is Skid Row, Slave to the Grind, Slaughter, Stick It To You, Little River Band's Greatest Hits, Night Ranger, Dawn Patrol, Time Space, the best of Stevie Nicks, and Night Ranger, 7 Wishes. All right, Zappa has a bid for $15. Final call on Seger. And then we have Witch. This is Lazy Bones, archival issue of another Prague Psych Zamrock masterpiece from 1975. I think that's another extremely rare OG to come across. Limited edition colored vinyl, Earth Orange, $29.99. Orange vinyl on that one. Joey Osbrooks on Rage Against the Machine. Thank you on that, Joey Osbrooks. That's so do you. And then we have Numero Tone Stereo. And I think this is some kind of cover album, but from what I heard, it's really good. I don't have a track listing for you. Maybe a few on here, Leaving on a Jet Plane by the time I get to Phoenix. It's called Numero Tone Stereo, Super Hits of the 70s. It's $29.99. And then here we have Nirvana's Nevermind, $36.99. That's self-explanatory. And there's Rage Against the Machine's first album, $29.99. All right, so this Bob Seger is sold for $15. What a great price. Mike Locke on that. That was for Smoking OPs. Thank you, Mike Locke. Let's put that away, sold for $15. Frank Zappa, one bid, Red Army Man, $15. Thank you on that. And then Joey Osbrooks has that lot at $18. The other bidder went out. This cassette lot is sold for $18 to Joey Osbrooks. Let's knock out another one before I start pulling out new ones. This is Don McLean, American Pie and Other Hits, REO Speedwagon, The Hits, Queensryche Operation Mindcrime, Striper, Against the Law, Crocus, Heart Attack, and Whitesnake live in the heart of the city. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. 2, 4, 6 in that lot. $10 start on that. Also over here, we have another copy of Rage Against the Machine, and there's Alice in Chains Facelift, a 2 LP remaster, $38.99. How does this work? If you want to bid on something, just put cassette lot, $10, like Ryan Eaton just did. And then if you want to buy something out of the crate, just comment the name of the title. If you do that, that tells me you're placing a bid. That's a commitment to buy. And that means we will invoice you on Monday, $8 in limited shipping. This is actually our 6th live stream in a row. We do this Monday through Saturday from about 5:30 to about 1:30. Every night, I'm here selling as much as you want to buy, $8 in limited shipping. Here is free fire and water. This is, you're looking at my beyond full-time job right here. I'm here every single night, right, Jill? This is it right here. This is it right here. And Patrick's like, I can't get enough records price for this dude. He's over here cleaning up a storm, pricing and cleaning and researching. John every day. John comes in like, oh, God, I got to price chat another 7 crates. We have free fire and water. This is actually a 72 UK copy. It is VG, maybe VG Plus, but it does have some cover damage. It has somebody's initials, I think, and it does have an old paper pull. But that's a harder one to get. That's a real OG UK pressing of that classic album there. Fire and Water, some great music on there, including All Right Now. That's a classic. $15 start. That's up for bid. Kathy, you were second on Zappa. This lot has a bid for $12. And we have Wamano Disco, Nippon Columbia Disco and Boogie Hits. That's $38.99. And then the Rolling Stones classic album, Sticky Fingers, a half-speed master, $36.99 for Sticky Fingers. And then Let's Play Chess. That's the Chess Records 2LP anthology, 25 tracks, $39.99. Kathy, Zappa's already sold. You're out on that one. I'll make sure Ryan Eaton doesn't want to bid to get on the cassette lot. This VG copy of free, just a $15 start on that. Let's see what else I got back here to put up. I have Casey Musgraves here. It's a Zoetrope picture disc of same trailer, different park. It's a Zoetrope picture disc of Casey Musgraves. And let's go ahead and put this up for a $15 start. That is Casey Musgraves. I don't think those were, well, I bet new those were probably twice as much. $15 start, and this one is like new. Free has 2 $15 bids, now 20. The Cranberries, everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? Remastered at Abbey Road, a 25th anniversary. Dreams is on here. Linger, $33.99 for the Cranberries. Awesome. This is music from Twin Peaks. That is green vinyl, $29.99 on that one. And Television Marquee Moon, clear vinyl, $29.99. There's some great selections if some of y'all don't have some of these. We'll breeze through them one more time here at the end. There's Back to the Future soundtrack. It's The Power of Love, $34.99. And Miles Davis, tribute to Jack Johnson, $29.99 on that. All right, so this cassette lot here is officially sold for $12 to Joey Osbrooks. Let's take that and the Beatles VHS right around the corner. Let me be careful, my Jenga tower here. Free is at $21. Casey Musgraves is a $15 start. Almost tripped over one of Otis's one of Otis's chew toys. Otis has got chew toys laying around everywhere. They're an ankle buster for me. Everybody else looks down when they look up, walk. When everybody else walks, they look down. When I walk, I look up, Jill. I stick my nose up in the air. Okay? My crap don't stink, all right? Golly. All right, here we go. Yeah, let's put up these. I throw that nose up in the air when I walk around here. We have, what was the Cranberries? That was everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? $33.99. Casey Musgraves is a $15 start. That's going right over here. Free is at $24 with Craig Weatherford. All right, so next cassette lot. Van Halen, 1. Robert Plant, 2. Twisted Sister, 3. Steely Dan Gold, 4. Scorpions, Crazy World, 5. And Robert Plant, Now and Zen, 6. Those 6 for a $10 start. Van Halen, Robert Plant, Twisted Sister, Steely Dan, Scorpions, and Robert Plant. Wow, some cool stuff there. $10 start on those. And here we go, here we go. Let's just do a quick read through one more time on these. This is the Milk Carton Kids for $24. We had Joe, 36. Sublime's Greatest Hits, 36. Ngozi Family, 36. The Monkees, 39. changes. Soundgarden, Screaming Life, 29, double LP on that one too. The Ramones' Greatest Hits, colored vinyl, Black Ice, $29.99. Steely Dan is $29.99. Midnight Oil is $33. Ray LaMontagne's $29. The Rolling Stones is $33. Rage Against the Machine, $29. Milk Carton Kids, $24. Smashing Pumpkins is $34. Witch, Lazy Bones, $29. Numerone Tone Stereo, $29.99. Nirvana Nevermind, $36. Rage Against the Machine Self-Titled, $29. Alice in Chains, $38. Vimino Disco, $38. Rolling Stones Half Speed Master, $36. Let's Play Chess for $39. Twin Peaks Green Vinyl, $29. Television Marquee Moon, $29. Back to the Future, $34. Miles Davis, $29. And the Cranberries, $33. Now, out of that crate, we sold one Rage Against the Machine album. So that tells me everybody watching has every single record in this crate. Otherwise, you'd be buying a lot more, like the Cranberries, or Back to the Future, or the Chess Comp, or the Stones, or Alice in Chains, or Nirvana, or Smashing Pumpkins, or Midnight Oil, the Ramones, or Sublime. I'm assuming everybody watching has everything in there. That will help me rest tonight. That means I've done my job. All 197 people have every record in there, and that's why they're no longer bidding. Casey Musgraves did not get a bid. That's now half off at $15. The Zoetrope picture disc of Same Trailer, Different Park. Great price on that. Holy moly on that. $15. Let's put that right over there. That's Casey Musgraves. Nico Capolanis on Cranberries. There we go. 2 sold out of there. Okay, that's more worth my time, okay? 10 minutes, 2 records, I'll take it. That I feel a lot better. Okay, free over here. The last bid on that was $26 with Craig Weatherford. This cassette lot's at $22. So the cassette lot's at $22, now $25 with Joey Osbrooks. Amenities is out. Mike Locke, you're out. And then free over here, a VG copy. Craig Weatherford has it for $26. Casey Musgraves is sold to Melissa Bailey for just $15, okay? Brian stuttered on Sticky Fingers. I've convinced some people. They're like, you know what, Chad? I don't have every record in there. I do need a half-speed master of Sticky Fingers. Thank you, Brian stuttered. Let's grab another auction to put up. And that next auction, folks, this isn't just any auction. This isn't just some, you know, da-da-da-da-da. This is a 1985. This is a low-grade record, though. Nazareth Greatest Hits. It's in VG minus G plus condition. Hair the Dog, Love Hurts, Nazareth, a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Does Ray LaMontagne? Yes. I forgot to answer Kelly Volodarchek. This one has, you know what? There's no track listing on it, Kelly. There is absolutely no track listing written anywhere on this, front or back, and there's no mention of hype on there either. $29.99. Let's go get another crate. Let's go get another crate. The cassette lot is almost done. 25 to Joey Osbrooks. Nazareth is G plus VG minus. $10 start. This is Ray LaMontagne Trouble 20th anniversary remaster, and free has a bid for $27 right now. All right, let's put this back here behind me. I'm going to stack that up on that last crate I went through. Hey, 3 records sold. I'll take it. I'll take it. I was expecting a lot more people grabbing stuff left and right. Like, dang, Chad, you're right. I'll take this. I'll take that. I'll take this. I'll take that. What's money? Doesn't matter to me. I need vinyl. I need music to listen to. Take this, take that. Sold this, sold here, sold that, sold you. I'll take you. Thank you. And then over here, let's grab this. Here we go. All right, I listened to Kill 'Em All on the way over here, so I feel like jumping in a room of people and start pushing and shoving everybody. Nazareth, no bid, $10 buy it now. Low-grade record, buyer beware, okay? Low-grade record. Robert Plant over here. This lot of cassettes is sold to Joey Osbrook for $25. His average is now like $1 per cassette. Over here, let's do another one. Let's do Robert Plant, Slaughter, Shark Island, Kingdom Come, and the Satanics. The Satanatics. All right, so here we go. We have Robert Plant, The Principal Moment, Slaughter, The Wildlife, Slaughter, Stick It Live, Shark Island, Kingdom Come, and the Satanatics. The Satanics. The Satanatics. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cassettes, a $10 start. $10 start on that. Free is at $29. Craig Weatherford's out. That may be done. Nazareth is sold to Stephen Parton for $5. Love Hurts. Love. The lot is at 10. Here we go. We have the soundtrack to the Royal Tenenbaums. This is actually on page 1 on my distributor's website of best-selling soundtracks. The Royal Tenenbaums. It's a 2 LP, red and pink vinyl, $33.99 on that. Megadeth, Rust in Peace, $36.99 for Megadeth, Rust in Peace. And we have Nirvana, Live and Loud. Nirvana's a 2 LP, $39.99. This lot has a bid for 10, 10, 12, and free is sold to Tony McDaniel for $29. Thank you, Tony McDaniel. That's sold to you for $29. So that cassette lot's at 12. Some 80s stuff in there. Slaughter, Slaughter, Shark Island, Kingdom Come. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that is what? That is what here? That is, our next one is going to be what? Our next one is Joni Mitchell Blue. Oh, yeah, a 71 Terre Haute VG Plus. A 71 Terre Haute VG Plus, a $20 start. A $20 start on this one. This is a Joni Mitchell Blue classic album. I love that first track. Carrie's on here. California. Original on her sleeve. All I Want. Yeah, Carrie's my favorite. Has the original on her sleeve. Cover. Almost impossible to find a mint jacket on this one. I mean, nearly impossible. Especially for an older OG copy. That's a 71 VG Plus Terre Haute, $20 start on that one. This cassette lot's at 20 right now. We have Judas Priest British Steel, $33.99 for Judas Priest, and Mastodon. This is Crack the Sky. Mastodon, $33.99, and then Power Trip, Nightmare Logic. Power Trip is $24.99, and Ghost, and this is Infesticism. Ghost is $29.99. All right, let's reduce an auction from last night. Let's put up the Beatles anthology, and I'm willing to roll the dice and say a 1995 Europe OG 3 LP near mint minus Beatles anthology, Volume 1, an OG copy from 1995, a $65 start. Now, come on, $65 start, Beatles anthology, Volume 1. The cassette lot's at 20 and Joni Mitchell's at 25. This is Only Built for Cuban Link Part 2 by Raekwon. Raekwon. Boy, I struggle with that one. $39.99, that's a 2 LP. Conflict, this is on limited edition translucent ruby red. Conflict DLC, $29.99. Aaron Civic on P-Trip. Power Trip. Excuse me. Power Trip sold to Aaron Civic. John Fogerty, Legacy. The Creedence Clearwater Revival Years. 2 LP clear vinyl, $36.99. Chad, can I get on a wait list for Ghost Eponymous? Let's put Tim Rory on a wait list for Ghost Eponymous. This cassette lot is sold to Jeff Brindley for $20. Joni Mitchell has one bid for $25, and the Beatles anthology, $65 start. Queens of the Stone Age, Songs for the Deaf. Queens of the Stone Age is a 2 LP, $44.99 for Queens of the Stone Age. And we have Pierce the Veil, Collide with the Sky. Pierce the Veil is on limited edition indie store exclusive Aqua Vinyl, $29.99 on Pierce the Veil. All right, let's do some more cassettes. I think they're laying over here on this table right over here. They are. And we're going to sell all this stuff in here tonight, Jill. All this stuff in here is going to be sold. Let's grab all this right here. Let's go ahead and grab this whole stack. Let's grab this right here. Let's sell this whole stack, okay? There's cassettes there. There's CDs there. There's cassettes there. Heck, I'll go ahead and sell the ones I've already sold again. Whatever it takes. All right, let's count out how many here. Let's do 2, 4, 6 here in this lot. $10 start. We have One Bad Pig, Ice Cream Sundae, Jimmy Page and Robert Plant, No Quarter. That's cool to see. Somebody had that one marked $9. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, ZZ Top Eliminator, and Van Halen 1984. Awesome lot there. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that lot right there. Now up for bid. All right, here we go. Final chance on Beatles Anthology and Joni Mitchell. We have Miss May I, Curse of Existence, red vinyl. Miss May I is $33.99. Brandy Carlisle, Returning to Myself, opaque baby pink vinyl, $39.99 on that one. And this is Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. Pantera is on white, true metal gray marble vinyl, $29.99. This cassette has bid for 10 and 10. We have The Cure, Songs of a Lost World, indie retail exclusive, 1 LP marble stone heavyweight, $39.99 on that. And then Black Sabbath, Sydney, 1980, $44.99. That's a Black Sabbath bootleg, live in Sydney, 1982 LP. Jason Fornerat on Brandy Carlisle, so did Jason Fornerat. Thank you on that. Nobody bid on the Beatles. That's now been reduced to $65. Not going to take any less than that. 65 on Beatles Anthology 1. And then over here, Joni Mitchell is sold for $25. And this is sold to Aaron Civic for $25. I've been away for a year or two, but I've noticed you have a lot more new vinyl crates than used vinyl. Has this morphed into auction, used vinyl? Just curious. Absolutely not. Usually the first hour, hour and a half of the show is new vinyl. Now, if you get off because you think it's only new vinyl, last night we went through 12 consecutive crates of nothing but vintage records for about 5 hours. We show a lot more vintage here in the crates than new vinyl. But if you just tune in for the first hour and you're like, oh, he only has new vinyl, then you're probably going to miss 90%. You're going to miss 90%. So we get live. We start live about 5:30. Usually by 7, we're done with new vinyl. That includes the recap and all the new stuff. And then from about 7 to midnight, it's nothing but vintage or pre-owned. Now, some people get very mad and frustrated like Mega Blast, and they have to go take a nap. John Durden, he gets very mad at new vinyl, so mad he has to go take a nap, and then he wakes up, and when he wakes up, he's already missed 2 or 3 crates of vintage, and then he's mad because he had to go take a nap. Pink Floyd is now up for bid. This is the soundtrack to More. It's an 80s reissue. Pink Floyd is going to go up for a $20 start. That's the Rainbow Capital label, $20 start on that. It does have some cover damage down here at the bottom. Over here, this cassette lot's at 10, 10, and now 12. And Matthew Hendon said he'll take the Beatles for $65. Thank you, Matthew Hendon. Next thing in here is Sharon Jones and the Dap Kings Naturally. Indie exclusive Orange Crush Vinyl 20th anniversary, $33.99. And Napalm Death Scum, $39.99 limited edition white vinyl. Thank you. That's probably what I've been seeing. Yes, some people only tune in like 30 minutes a night and they get on as soon as I start the show. And so y'all miss 7.5 hours of selling stuff. Now, if you get on and off throughout the night, you're going to see a lot more different stuff. Auctions pretty much for 7 hours straight. Some people tune in for like 20 or 30 minutes and then they're like, okay, I'm done. And then they miss 5,000 crates of new vinyl. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be Grandpa Jones. Now, this is signed, and I guarantee it, it's just not JSA authenticated, okay? So this says To Larry Grandpa Jones Family Album, $10 start on that. That's now up for bid, okay? Also over here, we have Stephen Parton on The Cure. That is so to Stephen Parton. There's some people that like have a phobia about new vinyl. Now, Jerry Stone, the only thing he wants is new vinyl. And then there's some people like John Durden. He said he would rather like somebody take a hammer to his face than have to buy a new LP. So, I mean, that's wild, right, Jill? I mean, that's extreme. Kelly Gabney on Napalm Death, and that's so to Kelly Gabney. And then over here, we have the Budos Band, and this is $29.99 for the Budos Band. And we have over here White Stripes, Get Behind Me, Satan, $44.99. Some people have a phobia about new vinyl, like it freaks them out. They said they start shaking when they see it, and they just can't look at it. It's bizarre almost, the hatred for it. Over here, the cassette lot, Joey Osbrook's, John Durden Never Did Say Out, so that's sold for $12. And those are sold for $12 to Joey Osbrook's. Thank you on that one. Let's get another lot going. Grandpa Jones signed album is a $10 start. And then over here, we have Pink Floyd More. What is the condition of this? It is near mint minus. It is near mint minus. The vinyl's beautiful. The cover's VG because of this right here. Pink Floyd, soundtrack to More, $20 start on that. Okay, no bid on that yet. Grandpa Jones, $10. And then over here, we have Depeche Mode, Songs of Faith and Devotion, $29.99. And we have Jimi Hendrix, People, Hell, and Angels. That is a 2 LP, $33.99. Put down amenities for the Bad Bunny record. I've got one of these over here. Okay? Give me 1 second and I'll find it, okay? Put down amenities for a Bad Bunny record, all right? Well, if I can be an advocate for new vinyl, let me explain to you this way. There's some stuff in here that you can't get original pressings of. Like this right here. These Jimi Hendrix recordings, they never were released on vinyl. And there's some stuff in here, like if you want an OG Pantera Vulgar, you're going to be spending hundreds of dollars. So most people's like, screw that, I'll take one of these for $29.99. So that is why most people like new vinyl, for two reasons. New releases from new artists or new remasters, stuff that's never been released on vinyl, and stuff that you can buy for $30 that an OG would cost you $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. Otherwise, you're going to be hunting your whole life and spending millions of dollars. Over here, we have Night Ranger, Midnight Madness, Night Ranger Greatest Hits, David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile. Over here, we have Whitesnake, Saints and Sinners, Judas Priest, Unleashing the Beast, and Judas Priest, Hellbent for Leather. $10 start. I know I got people saying, I hate vintage, I hate cassettes, I hate CDs, I hate new vinyl, I hate Ozzy, I hate Metallica, I hate David Bowie. I just don't want anything else, Chad. I just want to... Grateful Dead, Jill. That's correct. Jill says she hates the Grateful Dead. No, I'm joking. She held up a T-shirt. That was a Grateful Dead T-shirt we sold. I better not say that. Some Deadheads almost had somebody attack me the other night over a Grateful Dead poster. Depeche Mode Violator, $39.99 for Depeche Mode Violator. This lot has a bid for 10 and 10. Robert Warner, you get Grandpa Jones for 10. Thank you. And then over here on this, over here on this, and this over here is Pink Floyd More, and this had one bid with Kathy DeMoss for $20. Kathy DeMoss on $20, okay? So if anybody else wants to bid on Pink Floyd, now is the time. That's got one bid for $20. Okay, and then this Pink Floyd, or this cassette lot has a bid for 10, 10, and 11. 10, 10, and 11. Next over here is Turnstile, Glow On. Turnstile is $33.99. Also, we have Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love, $24.99. Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love, all analog, $24.99. And Taylor Swift, The Life of a Showgirl, orange glitter vinyl, $39.99 for Taylor Swift. $39.99. We have Stranger Things Season 5 soundtrack, $29.99. And we have, okay, there's 4 copies of that. Also, Soundgarden, this is $44.99, Super Unknown, Black Hole, Sun, Won't You Come. We have Neil Young, Fork in the Road, $29. Here's a prime example. If you want an OG of this, they originally pressed it on black and then a couple different colors. You're going to be spending $200, $300, $400. We've sold sealed copies for $500 plus. Soundgarden, tough OG record to get. I have sold hundreds of this reissue, far more than I'll ever get of OG copies. They didn't just make a lot back in the day. $44.99 a 2 LP. I mean, you're going to be spending quite a bit of money on an OG, especially if you want to mint one and shrink. $44.99 on that one. Night Ranger over here, the cassette lot. The cassette lot was Night Ranger. That was Midnight Madness, Night Ranger Greatest Hits, David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile, Whitesnake, Saints and Sinners, Judas Priest, Unleashing the East, and Judas Priest, Hellbent for Leather. That now has a bid of $20. That now has a bid for $20, okay? Over here, and then the next thing is this, Recall on Jimmy. And Jimmy for Recall was Jimi Hendrix. Thank you, Recall. That's so to you. Joey Osbrooks on Stranger Things Season 5. Thank you on that. We got a waiting list going for Season 4. And then over here, we have Black Flag Damaged, $29.99, okay? All right, so over here, we have Pink Floyd at $20. Pink Floyd at $20. Kathy DeMoss, $20 on that one. That is so. Raekwon is still available. Yes, it is, okay? All right, so that's sold. Let's put that over here. Rick Hall says he wants the other Jimmy. Okay, he wants Axis Bold as Love. He wants Axis Bold as Love. Thank you on that one. All right, so there's that. There's that. And over here, let's put those. So that cassette lot's at $20 right now. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Let me read through all of John Durden's complaints. He's already hit 10 for the night. Or excuse me, that's 10 in the last 3 minutes he's made complaints. Anybody want to keep track tonight? John Durden's at 10 complaints tonight already. Speaking of Neil Young, Stephen, I have, but it has not come in. It has, but it has not come in. Don't ask me why. It should have definitely been in this week. And they're definitely in stock. And then Tom Harris says, I'll take it. That was on the Raycon, the Wu-Tang record back here. And that's back here, okay? This cassette lot's a final call for $20. Here we go. And let's read through those again quickly one more time. First thing is this right over here. What do I have? What do I have? Where's the stuff that was tagged for tonight? Here it is. Let's pull a random one out and see what's going on. Here we go. Earlier this week, we sold a, this is the reissue. Okay. We sold an OG. We sold an original. This is the 2020 reissue on forest green and black vinyl. So the other night when I was selling the reissue, I was like, I don't think it's ever been reissued. Well, it was back in 2020. It was very limited edition. This is sealed, and right here, this is going to go up for $175. Boggy Depot, green and black vinyl, Jerry Cantrell valves and trains, $175 on that one. I don't have a season 3 and I don't have a season 4, and let's go ahead and sell this cassette lot to Mike Locke for $20. Thank you, Mike. That's so to you. Okay, that's so to you to Mike Locke. Let's go ahead and put this right over here. I've just, I'm taking in all the activity that's already happened tonight, Jill. We're gonna get a live camera on Mega Blast, John Durden, and it's gonna be up here on the screen. Just his face is, he's gonna watch with us all night long every night. So it's gonna be a picture-in-picture. Okay, so over here, and it was $39.99, Tom Harris. $39.99, Tom Harris. Recall got Jimi Hendrix. We're good to go. All right. So let's put up another cassette lot. Here we go. Oh, buddy. Oh, my goodness. Okay. We have Kicks, King Cobra, and Crocus. And then we also have Rat, and Mr. Big. Those are a $15 start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in that lot. 3, 6, 8. 8 over here. And this is, you will lose buyers. $8, 8 cassettes, a $15 start on that one. All right, there we go. And Jerry Cantrell's at $175. Unbelievable. All right, let's do a $15 start on that one, okay? Thank you, Jeff Friendly. All right. Anybody else? So we had the Rule Tenenbaums, Megadeth, Nirvana, Judas Priest, Mastodon, Ghost, Conflict DLC, John Fogerty, Queens of the Stone Age, Pierce the Veil, Miss Mayall, Pantera, Black Sabbath, Sharon Jones and the Dap Kings, the Budos Band, the White Stripes, Depeche Mode, Jimi Hendrix, Depeche Mode, Turnstile, Taylor Swift, Stranger Things, Soundgarden, Neil Young, and then Black Flag. Make me a note to check on Stephen Parton's box set, okay? We have the lot's already at $28, and Jerry Cantrell's at $175. Selling that one here before 7. And let's go ahead and put this up right here. Let me scan it, because I know it's only rock and roll, and here's a CD box set. Let's go ahead and knock this out. As I know, it's only... I need the Stones to go on a world tour, so they'll come to Nashville and play in the new Titan Stadium. What exactly is this? An 8 CD? Wow, none has ever sold on eBay. Sorry, I'm looking up a Queen box set right now. I found it laying over here on a shelf. There's only 2 listed, 130 and 150. And then let's go to sold. All right, this is sealed. Let's put it up for a $75 start. It is Queen. It's a box set, 8 CD, the studio album collection. The first 8 studio albums, 90 tracks. It's in this box set and it's sealed. Queen is a $75 start, okay? Right now, Jerry Cantrell's about to sell for $175. The cassette lot's at $35. And Hessen Session from the last crate wants Budos Band. Okay, let's put that right over here. Budos Band sold to Hessen Session. Okay, and that was Budos Band. Because I know it's only... Okay, this is sold over here to Hessen Session. Thank you. Let's go get that other crate. Let's do it. All right, here we go. This is it. This is the moment everybody's been waiting for. Some people woke up this morning and said, listen, Chad, when I get to your live stream tomorrow, there's only one thing I'm going to do. Let me tell you what I'm going to do right now. There's only one thing I'm going to do, my friend. And I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do right now. This is what I'm about to do right now, my friend. This is it. This is the moment. Here it is. I've been waiting for this moment. My friend, Chad, we've all been waiting patiently for you to do this. So here it is. This is the moment. All right. Another crate of new vinyl. Jerry Cantrell, let's go ahead and sell this for $175. Josh Tanner, thank you. I tried every way possible to get you outbid. I'm just going to be honest. I was trying every way possible. Queen is a $75 start, no bid yet. This cassette lot is sold to Jeff Brindley for $35. Thank you, Jeff Brindley, okay? All right, let's go over here and grab some more cassettes, and let's knock out another lot then, all right? Because I know I wonder if Donna's watching. I got a police collectible for Donna, Sting fan Donna, if she's watching. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in this lot. Here we go. We have Whitesnake self-titled. We got, oh, that's a duplicate. Hold on. Wings Greatest Hits. There we go. Wings Greatest Hits. Winger self-titled. Twisted Sister Stay Hungry. Twisted Sister Under the Blade. White Line Pride. Quiet Right Mental Health. And Quiet Right Condition Critical. Wow. That's some good stuff. $15 start on those. $15 start on those. All right. Now, first thing is this. We have Queen at $75 with Alfredo Fuentes. That does have a bid, $75. Beastie Boys, Ill Communication. Sabotage. Yeah. That's what Beastie Boys sounds like. Sabotage. It was in that Star Trek movie. Hey, there's a box of new case knives. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this is Guns N' Roses. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Shumba-da-ding-a-ding. Or shumba-da-ding-a-ding-a-ding. Chicka-down. Da-da-da-da-da. That is the opening riff to Welcome to the Jungle. This is an 87 U.S. Club, Columbia House. It is beautiful with the original under sleeve, near mint minus, and that's going to go up for a $65 start. $65 start. Queen 75, Queen 76, Lot 25, Queen 77, Queen 85. Electric Boys auction. On deck, we have Otis Redding now playing $24.99. Listen to the morning sun. I've been waiting for the heat to come. Watching the ships roll. $24.99. Some people have told me I can sound just like him. Beastie Boys, Ill Communication. Yes, Sabotage. It was used in the new Star Trek movie. We have You Can Be a Star, Deep Disco and Crossover, 70 Soul from the Now Again and Soul K Vault, the Vaults. That's $29.99. Queen is at $100. Guns N' Roses, a $65 start. This cassette lot over here, Joey Osbrooks has it for $25. We have Beastie Boys, Hello Nasty. Beastie Boys is $46.99. And Bob Riger says, give me Otis because you sounded just like him. Awesome. I've been waiting for the evening. We have Foreigner, Double Vision. Hot-blooded, check it and see. I'm gonna cook some chocolate chip cookies tonight, and I've got to figure out which movie I'm watching. We'll discuss that later. $33.99. About 1 a.m. if y'all want to come back and help me pick out a movie for tonight. It's time for Sunday morning movie with Chad. We have 13 floor elevators. This is a half-speed master, $34.99, $34.99, and the Black Crow Shake Your Money Maker, $34.99. Twice as Hard, Jealous as Again, She Talks to Angels, $34.99, and Ludacris. This one's $39.99. Back for the first time. Ludacris, first time ever on vinyl, $39.99. GNR 65, Queen 101. So amenities. Todd Rocks. Y'all are all out on the Queen box. It's at 101. And then GNR has a bid for 80. And I think we're done on this lot. It looks like it. Are we done? One bid 25. I think so. And then More Loving on the flip side. Sweet, funky, and beat heavy ballads. $33.99. And then over here, what is the Queen? That was Queen, this box set over here. It's a 25th anniversary CD box set. 8 studio albums, 90 tracks, and extras, and this is at $111. Last week, I watched Air Force One with Harrison Ford, which I've seen 100 times, but I rented it on Apple TV, and I watched it again. Then I watched Zero Dark 30. I had never seen that one before because I watched Lone Survivor the week before, so I feel like I watched something else, but I don't remember. Okay, and then the Queen's at 111, now 120. Next is another copy of that, and then the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. Gimme Shelter. Whew, that gives me goosebumps. Gimme Shelter, give me some goosebumps. $33.99. Ludacris is $39.99. You won't find an OG copy of that. First time ever on vinyl. Joey Osbrooks gets this cassette lot for $25. Holy Jenga tower. Let me go ahead and carry these right in here. Thank you, Joey. That's sold to you for $25. I hope whoever's tagging these, you're going to have to be extremely, extremely careful, okay? Extremely careful. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and grab another cassette lot over here. And here it is. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, I might have found part 2. I think I did over here. Awesome. All right, so we have, did I find that? I did for the Barnetts. Okay, here we go. So here's our next lot, 7. What was that movie Sean Fairweather just said? 7. S-E with a 7, E-N. 7. 7. Jill said 7's good. All right, 7 it is. 7 it is. My sister has spoken. We have Whitesnake self-titled, The Best of Vandenberg, The Best of Joe Walsh, Van Halen 5150, Pink Floyd Relics, Whitesnake Live, and Queensryche, Hear It Now on the Frontier. That is a $15 start. $15 start. That is now up for bid, okay? Now, let's go back over here, and the first thing I have is Queen 111, Queen out, Queen 120, Queen 121, and then the GNR. This was OG in shrink, an original club, beautiful condition. Jason Fortner had it for $80 over here, and then did this Aerosmith and Supertramp pre-orders come in? They have not. They have not. No. Pat Benatar Icon, blue vinyl. That's a greatest hits, $29.99. The Highwayman. This is a music on vinyl press, $36.99. And Pinback, Summer in Abandon. Pinback is $29.99. Ron Bingham, Junkie Star, a 2 LP, $34.99. And we have Leapin' and Lopin', that's Sonny Clark with Tommy Turntine. This is Blue Note 84091 reissue, $33.99. One more here, Ron Bingham Mescalito, $34.99. This cassette lot, one of the last of the night, is $33. Over here, these are sold to the Barnetts. I did find part 1 and part 2 Barnetts. So there is your Delicate Sound of Thunder. That is sold for $6.99. What is the cover on GNR? It is the second cover. It's still an OG pressing by definition, but it is that updated artwork. There's the original inner sleeve, and the vinyl is near mint minus. The cover's in shrink. It's at $80 right now. I think we're done on Queen. This is sold to Amenities for $121. Thank you, Amenities. That's sold to you. Let's put that there and that there. And then next is Margot Price, Perfectly Imperfect at the Ryman. Red Splatter Margot Price, $29.99. U2 Zeropa, 30th anniversary, yellow vinyl, $39.99 on U2 Zeropa. And then we have Iron Maiden Killers Remastered, $33.99. Another copy of that. Bad Brains, that's on yellow vinyl, $33.99. Also, Lauryn Hill, The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, $34.99. Couple copies of that. Death, Live, Tijuana, non-analog on stage, $24.99. Death, Tijuana, 1990. We've got 2 of those. And Death, Belgium, 1991, $24.99. Brogan Sconce on Iron Maiden, and that was Iron Maiden Killers Remastered. Jason Fortner, you get GNR for $80. And I just want to make sure nobody bid on this cassette lot. Final chance. Those are a $15 start. Whitesnake, Best of Vandenberg. Joe Walsh, Best of. Van Halen 5150. Pink Floyd Relics, Whitesnake Live, and Queensryche here in the Now Frontier. And those don't have a bid. That's one of the last lots before I start digging out others over here. I know I keep saying that, but like I've knocked out a box, I've knocked out a table, and now I'm about to finish this box, and there's another box over there. All right, so that's so janky, Jason. There's a request for Electric Boys. Let me go see if I can find that. And The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, so to Stephen Parton. I think this cart behind me has some other box sets as well. And let's see what we have here. Nice, some kind of Stones box here. Let's scan this and see what's going on. And I think this is from the guy who was in the music biz, because some of the barcodes are marked out. And let me close out all this. Let me open back up eBay. Let's open up this. Let's see if it'll scan. All right, so this is the Rolling Stones, and this is In Concert, Get Your Yayas Out. All right, and I'm looking at sold prices, boy, all over the place. I see everything from 50 and 65, where one just sold for 138. This is the Rolling Stones In Concert, Get Your Yayas Out, 40th Anniversary Deluxe, 56-page book, bonus DVD, and 5.1 surround sound. So interesting. How about sealed? A $45 start. $45 start on that one. Joey Osbrooks bid $15 on the lot. So did Joey Osbrooks for $15. Thank you, Joey. That's sold to you for $15. Stones sealed, a $45 start. All right, all those are sold. Done. Done. And One Battle After Another. That's a movie. Jill says watch One Battle After Another. F1? Haven't watched that. I know what you're talking about. Beatles for sale and electric, but let's do that. Let's find those right over here. Right now, I've got 7 hours ahead of me of selling vinyl first. Then it'll be my movie time, my 3 days off for my 3 hours off for movie time. Okay, I get 3 hours off to watch a movie, and then I force myself to go right back into work. I punish myself. Every time I come here, I am abused. Okay, here is Electric Boys, a 1989 Swedish OG with the original carpet cover, near mint minus with the original inner sleeve. So OG sleeve, OG inner sleeve, near mint minus, Electric Boys, a $40 start. That is now up for bid. Okay, that is now up for bid. This is a $40 start, Electric Boys. The Stones box is a $45 start. And then over here, we have a quick read through on these. One more time. Somebody tagged Lauryn Hill. I've already put it in the sold crate. Next auction is the Beatles. This is interesting. A 1973 Philippines reissue. Kind of a more interesting pressing here. 73 Philippines. Gatefold jacket. EX or better. A $40 start on this one as well. Okay, and then final chance on the Stones. Here's what's left in here, and then I've got new vintage stuff, buy it now or best offer to go through for about the next 30 hours. Nonstop without pausing or taking a breath. Okay, here we go. So if you want anything else out of here, let me know. That was the Otis Redding Now Playing. I thought I sold that to Bob Riger. Bob, did I give you the wrong record? I could have swore, Bob, did I have 2 copies? Bob Riger, is there one over here? Power Trip, Joni Mitchell, Beatles, The Cure, Napalm Death, Stranger. I don't see it over here. Bob, I don't think I actually put that in the sold crate. I think I was too busy singing. You did want that, right, Bob? I don't know where to put it, Power Trip. It's somewhere right in here, whoever's watching. I've got these way out of order now. Let's put it right there. That's pretty close. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I'm glad. This is why I always go through a crate. This is why I always go through a crate. We have Beastie Boys Ill Communication, $46.99. Beastie Boys Hello Nasty, $46. Double Vision, $33. Purple Vinyl, 13 for Elevators, $34. Black Crows, $34. Ludacris, $39. Also, More Loving on the Flip Side, $33. Stones Let It Bleed, $33. Pat Benatar Icon, $29. Highwayman, this is actually a music on vinyl press, even though it's like shrink wrap sealed, kind of unusual. $36.99. We have Pinback Summer and Abandoned, $29. Ryan Bingham is $34. Sonny Clark, $33. Ryan Bingham, $34. Margot Price at the Ryman, $29. U2's The Rope, a foil cover, Gatefold 2LP, yellow vinyl, $39. Iron Maiden Killers, $33. Bad Brains, yellow vinyl, $33. Lauryn Hill, $34. And then 2 different Live Death. Tijuana, 1990, $24. And the other one is Belgium, $24.99. Josh Tanner says he needs Ill Communication. You got it. That is sold to Josh Tanner, okay? So update on the auctions. Electric Boys got a bid for $40, $42, $45. The Beatles, $40. Electric Boys, $46, $45. And the sealed Rolling Stones is a $45 buy it now. Rolling Stones in concert, sealed, $45 buy it now. That is available, okay? The Beatles is a 72 Philippines press. Kind of unusual. EX gatefold jacket. And this has one bid for $40. The Electric Boys is at $50. Claymore, you're out, just FYI. Okay? Sound quality, I don't know for sure. Now, typically, you know, some of those in that region of the country is not the greatest, but just based on what I'm seeing on the vinyl looks really nice, honestly. I mean, I can't judge that by just looking at it, but it actually looks like really nice vinyl. Usually you can look at it and you're like, gosh, this looks like it's made on a used tire. But that one doesn't look too bad. I have seen some vinyl that I'm pretty sure they used recycled tires to make. I think that was a real thing. Somehow they recycled melted tires and pressed stuff onto rubber, chopped up rubber. All righty, let's grab this first crate over here. Plus my crate's full. Here we go. James Young, if you didn't, keep me down for a wait list. James Young said, Chad, I'm late to the game. Matchbox 20. I believe I was on the wait list. Okay. Boy, I don't remember. Let's make a note to check his ticket. And if not, leave me a sticky note to go tag him for one, okay? That's the best thing I can do. All right, Jill? All right. Let's grab this crate right here. There we go. And Chad needs another crate over here. At this point in the week, you're really testing my memory on waiting list. I've already got one. I'm picking this out right here. Let's go through this crate, buy it now, or best offer. As soon as Chad gets some water. I might try to run the battle jacket again tonight. I got a battle vest over here. No luck on it last night. All right, check your feed. Somebody wanted Miseducation Lauren. I have tagged that now 3 times. Thank you for the reminder. I pull stuff so fast, people don't even see it. They blink a couple times, they're like, good gosh, how'd you do that, Chad? If there's another reminder sent, Steven's going to end up with 4 on his invoice. Steven, I just want to confirm you don't want 4 copies of Lauryn Hill, right? Kara Waco Nation's trying to sell you 3 or 4 copies of that. All right. But thank you for the reminder. The Beatles over here is sold to Mark Weiss for $40. Okay? 1 is sufficient. Okay, he got 1. Kara Waco's trying to sell you 4 or 5 copies. All right, here we go. Let's put that over here. And Mike Locke wants Pat Benatar icon from the last crate. All right, so Electric Boys, this is Funk O Metal Carpet Ride. And the last bid over here is $65 for Jeff Brindley. $65 for Jeff Brindley. What is the Pearl Jam? I'm actually about to reduce this to get it sold. It was a pretty expensive bootleg, but let's reduce the price and get it sold. Pearl Jam Live at the Gorge, September 5 and September 6, 2005. It is a 4 LP colored vinyl box set, a $75 start on Pearl Jam. $75 start on Pearl Jam. That is now up for bid. Sealed 4 LP box set. And then Pat Benatar icon sold to Mike Locke, okay? I have more of those. Now I'm on the hunt for a couple things. I got to make sure he gets a Bad Bunny, make sure he gets a Matchbox 20, and Pat Benatar icon sold to Mike Locke, okay? Pearl Jam 75. That's been reduced from over 200, just FYI. Claymore has not set out on Electric Boys. Claymore, it's up to you. Jeff Brindley has it for $65. Next, I'm going to pick out some more cassettes over here. Still picking some out, still trying to empty this tub. And when we get to the bottom, I'll get to the one underneath it, okay? Let me get out all these and see what I just selected, okay? Nope. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Ozzy, Live and Loud. Wasp, self-titled. Poison, Look What the Cat Dragged In. Journey, Raised on Radio. Journey, Escape, and John Lennon, Double Fantasy. These are a $10 start, okay? Electric Boys is at $70, and that is with Jeff Brindley. Claymore must have bid again. I can't see it though. And then Pearl Jam's a $75 star. First vintage crate of the night, buy it now, best offer. See? 7 o'clock, right on time. Vandenberg, $26.99. No condition notes on Vandenberg. Atlantic inner sleeve, $26.99. These are all going to be buy it now or best offer. $26.99 on that one. And then Bloomin' Hits, Paul Morate, $9.99. My wife threatened to leave me if I bought another record from Colecco. Well, let me give you some advice. I have a couple lawyers on standby because I deal with this quite often. We've caused several divorces and a lot of family problems. So I can mediate, moderate, whatever you want me to do. Just don't get shot. Just don't get shot, okay? So the lot has a bid for 10. I'll do the Aussie just for 5. This is not negotiable to break up. These are all being sold together. Plus Aussie by itself would probably bring $17. The lot's at 10. Electric Boys at 72. Pearl Jam's at 75. Electric Boys 75. The 69 Warner Reprise Songbook is $19.99. This is a 2 LP, 23 tracks. Warner Songbook, $19.99. And early in the morning, Vanity Fair, Hitching a Ride, $14.99. Early Vanity Fair, early in the morning, Hitching a Ride. Also, we have Dinah Ross and Supremes and the Temptations on Broadway, $14.99. And we have Jeff Beck with the Jan Hammer Group live, $19.99. Are we done on Pearl Jam? We're about to sell it for $75 to Jason Fornerat. Electric Boys may be done to Jeff Brindley for $75. This lot has Ozzy, Live and Loud, Wasp self-titled, Poison, Look What the Cat Dragged In, Journey Raised on Radio, Journey Escape, and John Lennon Double Fantasy. Those have just one bid for $10. Like I said, we could sold Ozzy individually. Right there's your chance. Final call on that one. We have the Hollies, What Goes Around, $14.99 on the Hollies. Now the cassettes are at $11. Elton John, Breaking Hearts. Elton John is sealed, $19.99. We have The Tourist, Reality Effect. The Tourist is $19.99. And Roy Gallagher, Photo Finish, $19.99. What you got to ask your spouse, what do you got to ask your husband and wife is this is what you got to ask your husband or wife. Do you want me or do you want more records in the house? And see what they say. And they say, I want you, honey. Then you're going to say, or I want you, sweetie. I want you, honey. Then you'll say, okay, if you want me, then there's going to be more records in the house, and there's nothing you can do about it. We have the cassettes at 11, 11, 12, and now 12 again. Dan Fogelberg Exiles, $9.99. The Gospel According to Ike and Tina, $24.99. Ike and Tina Turner, Working Together. That one's a German press, $19.99. And we have Natural Gas. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. The cassettes are at 12 of Red Cave. Everybody else is out. The Pearl Jam here is sold to Jason Fornerat for $75. And then the Electric Boys is sold for $75 to Jeff Brindley. All right, and let's get that in a new sleeve right here. And now we're ready for more new auctions that you've ever seen before in your life. Somebody said earlier, Chad, I want to see more auctions that I've ever seen before in my life. And I was like, okay, you're watching the right show. Those are at $15. Also, Pia Zadora, we had one of hers last night. This one is, look, it's signed on the back. To Paul, love Pia. Look, that's, I have no idea, but I'm just now catching that. John misses a lot of autographs. I've let over $100,000 in autographs slip through here over the last 5 years. Next thing is this. We have Alice in Chains, Jar Flies, and Sap. This is a 2010, and this is going to go up for a $125 start. $125 start. And this is a 2010 Music on Vinyl Press of Alice in Chains, Jar Flies, Sap. $125 start on that. Pia Zadora is $9.99. If Mega Blast doesn't want it, then it's sold to Jason Fornerat. Next is Stampeders, and this one's called Steamin', $9.99. Also, Paul Davis, Southern Tracks and Fantasies, $9.99 on Paul Davis, and the Police Synchronicity on smoke-colored vinyl. I think what John meant to say is translucent brown. Translucent brown on the Police Synchronicity. That is OG. It has the original inner sleeve, $29.99. Mega Blast gets Pia Zadora, and it's autographed, $9.99. Also, we have ambergris, and this one is $29.99. And the Rhino Brothers presents the World's Greatest Records, Volume 2. That's exactly what this is. That's the world's worst records. Not greatest, the world's worst records, $19.99, okay? Over here, this lot, Joey Osbrook's You're Out. Red Cave Collections has it for $17, and I'm assuming, Joey, you're done bidding. Next thing over here is Allison Chain's Jarfly Sap. That's at $125. No bid yet. Bill Withers live at Carnegie Hall. That's a good one. $49.99. Three Dog Night, American Pastime. A white label promo, $19.99. And I'm a Fool, Dino, Desi, and Billy, $9.99. Also, Iron Horse, Everything is Gray. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up for bid when? It's going to go up for bid right now. This is the Rolling Stones Golden Album. This is a Taiwanese Unknown Year box set. This is the Rolling Stones Unknown Year Taiwanese box set. 10 studio LPs, VG Plus, all Taiwanese pressings, $75 start. $75 start. The Rolling Stones, they're all Taiwanese unofficials. It came as this box. Very unusual set there. $75 start on that. The cassette lot has a bid for 18. Now it has a bid for 20. Now it has a bid for 22. Now it has a bid for 22. Now it has a bid for 23. This is Hi-Hat All-Stars, Miles Davis. And this is an 87 Spain press, $19.99. The Rolling Stones records at $75. Kelly Vlodderchek wants the world's worst records. That's sold to Kelly Vlodderchek. And then Basie, that is Count Basie and his orchestra, sealed, $24.99. And Chad needs a drink of water. Here we go. Man, there is nothing like an ice-cold, refreshing bottle of Dasani water. Whew. That is great stuff. All right, nobody bid on Allison Chain's Jarfly Sap. Wow, $125 on that. Good gracious. Okay, that's a music on vinyl. Over here, this lot is officially sold to Red Cave Collections for $23. Thank you, Red Cave. That's sold to you for $23. That's done. And there's the Rolling Stones box, one bid for $75. And I'm about to put up another auction, and that next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is this. That next auction I have is the Stooges Funhouse. This is a 2010 French unofficial. Wow. It looks like a 77 reissue, but it's a French unofficial. It's VG Plus, and we're going to put it up for a $30 start. This is the Stooges Funhouse. That's now up for bid. Over here, we got Josh Tanner on the Allison Chain Sap for $125. Thank you on that. It's officially sold. Appreciate that. Let's find some more cassettes. But before I do that, Jackson Brown, Running on Empty, $14.99. Also, Count Basie, Get Together, Freddie Green, Bud Johnson, Eddie Lockjaw Davis. That is sealed $24.99. The Beatles Rarities, $34.99 on that. That should be a UK edition. That is pretty cool there. French. Made in France. That is $34.99. The Beatles Rarities. Michael Butler gets the Rolling Stones box for $75. Thank you, Michael Butler. That's so to you. There's the Stooges. That's now up for bid. Let me scoot that over. Let's count out some more cassettes over here. There's one. There's another. Hold on a second. There's a few more. I'm trying to get through the bottom of this box. Still quite a bit down in here. Let's see what comes up next, all right? And how many did I pick out? I picked out 2, 4, 6, 8 over here. Awesome. 8's going to go up for a $15 start. 8 for a $15 start. The Beatles 20 Greatest Hits, Bad English self-titled. CCR Down on the Corner, which is a comp. Cars Candy O, Cars Greatest Hits. Eagles Hell Freezes Over. AC/DC 74 Jailbreak and AC/DC Flick of the Switch. Those are going to go up for a $15 start. Next is Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield. Now original theme from the Warner Brothers movie The Exorcist Hop Sticker in shrink, $16.99. How much was Jackson Brown Running on Empty? You talking about Forrest Gump here. He's $14.99. Also, we have Frankie Valli Close Up. That is sealed for $14.99. Has a hop sticker. Includes a smash hit, My Eyes Adored You. That's sealed for $14.99. And Sean Cassidy, Under Wraps. That's sealed for $19.99. Nobody bid on the Stooges. That was a 2000s French unofficial. It's a VG Plus, and it's a $30 buy it now. I'm going to put the Stooges right over here. This cassette lot's a $15 start. Blue, another not time flight. Another not time flight. Blue is $14.99. We'll see what Back to the Turntable says about Jackson Brown. There is an offer on the table. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that is Alice in Chains. And Alice in Chains, and then what is this right here? Alice in Chains, and then Guns N' Roses. Here we go. Let's do a couple of these then right here, right now. So we have Jackson Brown. This has actually already got an offer for $10. If you say pass, then I'm going to sell it to Creek Small. If you say sold, then you're getting a divorce. So you got a decision. You can pass, or you can get Jackson Brown and lose a wife. It's your decision. Alice in Chains Dirt. This is a 2009 UK Euro music on vinyl press, near mint, a $55 start. And then over here, we have California radio broadcast live at Perkins Palace, Pasadena, December 1987, FM broadcast. Guns N' Roses is a $40 star. That's a live 2LP unofficial GNR, okay? Final chance to get a bid on this lot for $15. And then over here, we have Pat Smith on Sean for $15. That's sold to Patrick Smith. Thank you on that one. Little River Band Diamantina Cocktail, $9.99 on Little River Band. And then James Taylor, JT, Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99. Back to Turntable says he'll take Jackson Brown for $10. He commented earlier, his wife said if he bought another record, she was leaving him. So say goodbye to your wife. That's sold for $10 to Back to the Turntable. He's now back on the market. We have the 69 Warner Reprise Record Show, 2LP compilation, $19.99. And we have Chipmunk Rock. Chipmunk Rock is $19.99. If you see something from Renity, that's Jake. He's over here. He's over here working on some software, okay? So if you see somebody comment with the name Renity, that is Jake. He's working on some software, okay? So he's actually commandeering my computer screen over here, and he's building a platform that we're probably going to be using next Thursday night. We have Super Oldies of the 50s Volume 4, $9.99. And Paul Murray, this one's Listen to the Fabulous Paul Murray Orchestra, $9.99 on that one. And then Casey and the Sunshine Band, is sealed, $24.99. This cassette lot's a no bid. It's a $15 buy it now. GNR, California radio broadcast, final chance on that for $40. And the Alice in Chains Dirt, music on vinyl press, that is a $55 start. No bid yet on Alice in Chains Dirt, just FYI. That cassette lot, $15. For me to put up another cassette lot, we got to sell that cassette lot. So I bet somebody might buy them just to go ahead and get the next cassette lot rolling. Over here, we got Hall & Oates H2O. That is sealed for $24.99. We have Richard Pryor live on the Sunset Strip. That is sealed for $19.99. Richard Pryor. And Numbers, a Pythagorean Theory Tale, Cat Stevens, $24.99. There is some cover damage up here, $24.99. Travis has GNR for $40. We have Three Dog Night Around the World. That is actually sealed with hop sticker, $39.99. And then Johnny Taylor, Rated Extraordinaire, Johnny Taylor, $19.99, and Jafria, $26.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. All right, nobody bid on Alice in Chains. That's a $55 buy it now. Let's put that right over here. And Guns N' Roses all of a sudden does have bids, 40 and now 41. Let's put these right over here. There's GNR. 40-41. Eric Van Leuven gets the Alice in Chains for 55. Now GNR is at 45. Anybody else on anything in this crate? If so, let me know right now. We still got Jafria, Johnny Taylor, Three Dog Night, Cat Stevens, Richard Pryor, Hall & Oates, KC, Paul Murray, Super Oldies, Chipmunk Rock, Warner Brothers compilation. We have over here, somebody just made an offer. Three Dog Night sold to Patrick Smith for $34. Thank you on that. We have James Taylor, Little River Band Blue, Frankie Valli, Tubular Bells, The Beatles, Count Basie, Miles Davis, Iron Horse, Dino Desi Billy, Three Dog Night, Bill Withers, Ambergris, The Police, Jersey Devil offer 13 for Richard Pryor. That's sold for 13 to Jersey Devil. And then over here we have Bill Withers, The Police. We have Paul Davis, Stampeders, Natural Gas, I Cantina, Dan Fogelberg, Roy Gallagher, The Taurus, Elton John, The Hollies, Jeff Beck, Dinah Ross, Vanity Fair, Songbook, Paul Murray, and Vandenberg. Right now, the GNR 46, 48, now 49. Brian Studdard said he will take the cassette lot for 15. Thank you, Brian Studdard. And now we're ready for another auction, okay? And let's pick out a few more cassettes and then another crate, all right? A few more cassettes and another crate. So let me do this right here. There is one cassette, all right? There is two cassettes. There's three cassettes, four cassettes, five cassettes, six cassettes, and then let's do 7 cassettes, and then 8 cassettes for a $15 start. This is Blue Oyster Cult, Agents of Fortune, The Dang Yankees Don't Tread, Heart Desire Walks On, The Doors Soft Parade, Eddie Grant Killer on the Rampage, Aerosmith Live, Electric Boys, and this is Groovus Maximus and Mr. Big. And all these are going to go up for a $15 start. GNR is at $55. Charles Berry, if you want Vandenberg, I'll do it for $15. 15 on Vandenberg if you want it. Anybody else? Did I miss anything? Nope. Let's go through another new crate. These are going to go right back here behind me. Right smack back here behind me. Warrior. Boom, boom. Okay, so here is Tool Fear Inoculum. Tool, this was from the Hatchet Ed stuff yesterday, and I forgot about it. This is the Tool Fear Inoculum box set. It is obviously pre-owned, but it's near mint, and it is really nice. And that's going to go up for a $75 start. Tool Fear Inoculum, $75 start. Charles Berry gets Vandenberg for $15. Thank you. Great cassette lot there. That is a $15 start. Let's grab another crate over here. And let me move this. Let me move this. I don't know how many more times those are going to fall over. And here we go. Another crate going up right now. Everything in here is going to be buy it now or best offer, okay? And in case you didn't hear me, that's buy it now or best offer. Guns N' Roses, $60. Mark V's out. This is sold to Travis Woods for $60. Tool, Fear Inoculum, Numa, Invisible, Descending, Tempest. Dun, 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 dun. Wow, golly, that's some good stuff. Holy crap. We have Tool Fear Inoculum, $75 start. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. This is Village People. Hey, we had one of these last night just like this with the hop sticker. It's the state of the YMCA, $14.99. And then goodies, George Benson. George Benson with promo sticker and promo label. Don't get that one too often from Benson, and it's on a promo label, $39.99. And over here we have Miles Davis, Heard Around the World. Miles is a gold stamp promo, $29.99. Let me see what Jake said here. All done for now. Wow, okay, fully letting it run in the background. Okay, Jake, if we need to, we can try to test it live like later tonight. I bet I'll have some volunteers that would wait and test it if you want to try to run it live for trial and error, or we can do it Monday, Tuesday, whenever. Fred Walston Quartet featuring Martha Brooks with special guest Chet Baker, Would You Believe? That is sealed for $39.99. Gwen McRae, Something So Right. That is sealed for $49.99. And the most exciting new guitarist of the jazz scene today, it's Uptown with the George Benson Quartet, $39.99. All right, these cassettes did not get a bid. That's a $15 buy it now on those cassettes. $15 buy it now on those cassettes. And then Amenities over here gets the Miles Davis for $22. And then Tool Fear Inoculum is a $75 buy it now. Matt Nichols says, I guess no Kiss or anything awesome tonight. Well, it's weird, Matt. For the last 4 weeks on Kiss Night, you hadn't been watching. I find that very strange, don't you? Here's our next auction. This is an adult extra large Kiss t-shirt, $20 start. This is one of the ones we did very late last night. Kiss, extra large, $20 start, vintage t-shirt, and it's from Tennessee River brand. I'll show the tag in just a second. There's the flip side of it, and this Kiss shirt is a $20 start. There's the tag, Tennessee River adult extra large, $20 start. That's now up for bid for Kiss. There it is. Good luck to all those that are involved. Also in here is Magnavox Prevents. This was a Frank Sinatra curated collection. Association Count Basie, Harper's Bazaar, Don Ho, and of course that's on his label, $14.99 on that one. and outside inside the tubes, that is $24.99. Matt Nichols says he'll bid on anything Kiss for the rest of the night as long as I put it up for auction. Good gosh. Okay, stand by, man. The Stooges Funhouse was a 2010 French unofficial. It looks like a 77 reissue, the label and everything, but it's actually a bootleg. It's VG Plus, and that is a $30 buy it now. $30 buy it now. Tool is a 5 LP, near mint minus, $75 buy it now. Also over here, we have the Who It's Hard Eminence front. The Who It's Hard's $19.99. Surely somebody wants that cassette lot back there for 15 bucks. That way we can go ahead and knock out another one. But if not, I understand there's no music fans here. Next going up is Aerosmith Pump, and this is a 1989 US original near mint with the original under sleeve in VG Plus condition. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Also, we have the Who's Last. That's a 2 LP, $34.99. And we have Luke Bryan, Kill the Lights. Luke Bryan's a 2015 out-of-print title, $49.99 on that. What's Shakin'? The Lovin' Spoonful with Paul Butterfield, Tom Rush, Eric Clapton. That is $12.99. The Kiss shirt has a bid for $20 and $25. Uh-oh, Matt Nichols, you've been outbid. Aerosmith is at $40 right now. Let's go ahead and put up something else for auction. And somebody may say, my gosh, Chad, what possibly could you else be putting up for auction tonight? You've already made my head spin a couple times. It's me trying to keep up with what you're doing over here, my friend. Good Lord, just can you take it easy for a second? And I'm like, no, we must keep going. No, we must keep going. Here's our next auction. This is the Beatles. It's a Japanese single. A Japanese single of what, Chad? It is Act Naturally and Yesterday. All my troubles seem so far away. Now it looks as though they're here to stay. For I believe this is going to be a $15 start. That is the Beatles. Good luck for all those involved. Now we have Aerosmith 40, Aerosmith 50, Aerosmith 35, Kiss 26, Aerosmith 45, the Rolling Stone Still Life, Shrinking Hype. That is $34.99. And Poppies. Poppy's a little sloppy. Poppy's is $29.99. Assorted finery from the first psychedelic age. That is a craft psychedelic red vinyl compilation, modern. $29.99 on that. Tony McDaniel put W10 imminent. W10 imminent. And then we have Marty's greatest hits. Marty Robbins is sealed, $14.99. And we have Two Lefty from Willie, a sealed copy, $19.99. Aerosmith is at $50. Over here, the Kiss t-shirts at $26. Claymore's out. And the Beatles is a $10 start. No bid on that yet. Gene Autry's greatest hits, $9.99 for Gene Autry. And Dean Martin sings Sinatra Conducts, $14.99 on that. Also over here we have Clapton Crossroads, a 6 LP box set. Some say the greatest guitarist of all time, $74.99. Marty Robbins is sold for $12 to Melanie Jennings. Aerosmith has a bid for $55. James Taylor Flag sealed with the hype sticker that says James Taylor Flag, $19.99. Now Aerosmith is at $60. We have Starland Vocal Band. No, it doesn't have Afternoon Delight on it. $9.99. Also, the Greg Allman Tour. That is a sealed copy, a double LP. Greg Allman is $39.99. Albert Collins Ice Picking, $29.99. Tony put W10 imminent. I'm going to try to figure out what that means. I think he's trying to offer $10 on the Who. I will do that for $15. Chad, toolbox, how many LPs? Goodies in the box. No, Fear Inoculum, when this came out, this is just how they released it as the studio album. It's 5 discs. They're all single-sided. It's all single-sided. It has this really reflective cover. And I think it has a book with it. Yeah, should have a book. It comes as like this binder. So here we go. We'll take a closer look. So there's this is just the studio album. It's essentially a super deluxe packaging of the studio album. It has all that incredible artwork. Alex Gray, yeah, awesome. And all the discs are single-sided. Fear Inoculum. Wow. Contagion, I exhale you. Wow, goosebumps. But yeah, so, and then they released it again not too long later as a 3 LP black vinyl, and it's new like $76.99. So I actually have another one if you want to upgrade. I have a sealed one over here, a sealed one for $100 in the shipping box. So here's a sealed one in the shipping box for $100. Okay, so a sealed one for $100. Or I've got that pre-owned one for $75, all right? And then over here, we have what? Now, we left off, we sold Marty Robbins 12, Aerosmith 55, Aerosmith 60, AC Condition, Albert Collins Ice Picking, no condition notes on the vinyl, Alligator Records, $29.99. Matt Boucher on Love and Spoonful for 8, sold. Kiss t-shirt, got a new bid for 27. Matt Nichols, you were outbid on the Kiss t-shirt. Next thing over here is the Who Eminence Front. You're talking about It's Hard. I've already counted at 15, Tony. It was marked $19.99. And then over here, we have price on Willie. The sealed Willie Nelson, two lefty from Willie, was sealed, unopened, $19.99. Aerosmith 65. Is that another tape lot? It is. Mr. Big, Electric Boys, Aerosmith, Eddie Grant, Doors, Hart, Dane Yankees, and Bluester Cult, $15. Albert Collins, $22. Sold to Mega Blast. How much was the Tubes? The Tubes was right back here. And the Tubes was right back here. That's outside, inside the Tube, sealed with hop sticker and price tag. No, it's in shrink wrap. $24.99. Gene Autry 5. How about Gene Autry? $6.99. Clay Moore, you've been outbid on the Kiss t-shirt again. Matt Nichols has it for $28. Chevy Chase in shrink wrap, $14.99. Aerosmith's a final call to Jason Thomas for $65. I've got two toolboxes open for $75, sealed for $100. Willie Nelson sold for $15 to Creek Small. Gene Autry sold for $6.99 to David Tate. Nobody bid on the Beatles Japanese single of Yesterday and Act Naturally. $10 on that. The cassette lot's a $15 buy it now. Blind Gary Davis, Harlem Street Singer. That is a 2015 press. $39.99 on that. Kelly Cook got Chevy Chase. Sold to Kelly Cook. Clay Moore's at $30 on the Kiss t-shirt. That means Matt Nichols, you've been outbid. Average White Band, Shine. Average White Band is sealed, $14.99. Melvin and Jennings gets the Beatles single for $10, and David Tate was second. David, if you would have bid, you probably would have got it. Now you're in a close second. And now David Tate is pounding his fist on his keyboard going, good gosh, why didn't I just go ahead and bid when I had the chance? It was right there. It was up for bid. All I had to do was put B $10 and I probably would have got it because no one else would have bid against me. Now I'm in second place and I didn't get the Beatles. What is wrong with me? Here's our next auction. This is the Beatles. Get Back and Don't Let Me Down. Don't let me down. Get back. This is a $10 start. All you got to do is bid. $10 start. And then Brian was third. Matt Nichols, Kiss t-shirt 31. Beatles 8. 4 people on the Beatles. Here's another chance. All you got to do is put Beatles 10. That guarantees you're at least got a chance at winning it. Albert Collins Frozen Alive, $29.99. And Rico, Man from Rakira. What? That is $124.99. Oh, Rico here. Interesting one. Blue Note. Blue Note. Man from Warwica. There we go. This is more like it. Beatles 10, Beatles 10, Beatles 10. Now we got an auction going on. Bay City Rollers. It's a game. $9.99. And Juarez. That is $26.99 in shrink. There it is. Now the Beatles at 13, and now Aerosmith is sold. Aerosmith is officially sold, and that's sold to Jason Thomas for $65, okay? There's that. Let's put that over here. Looking for punk and metal cassettes. Probably not going to have those coming up tonight, but you never know about me. And then next thing is Joan Jett, the hit list. Wow, don't get that one too often. 1990, $49.99. The Beatles is at 15, and then Laura Branigan. This has Gloria on it, $9.99. The Beatles at 15, now 16. Clay Moore wants to see the Kiss shirt one more time. He's thinking, he's talking about it, he's debating, he wants to look at it one more time. This is Kiss, extra large t-shirt. High bid on it right now is $31. We sold 37 t-shirts last night between the hours of what, like 11:30 and 1:30? We're going to be doing some more tonight, here and there and everywhere. These are the couple that I showed very, very late last night that didn't get bids. This one's at 31 right now with Matt Nichols going once, going twice. Matt Nichols says, Chad, I'll stay here all night and bid on stuff as long as it's Kiss. All you got to do is put up Kiss stuff. I'll bid on it all night long. I won't ever leave the chat. We got Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra. That's $19.99 on that. Bay City Rollers. That is sold for $7 to Patrick Smith. Final Call on the Beatles for $16. Urban Chipmunk is $19.99. And we have Albert Collins Frostbite. Another Albert Collins, $19.99 on that. Here is our next auction. It's going to go up for bid right now. This is your chance. This is Iron Maiden Sejinsu. And this is the 3 50 LP silver and black vinyl. I think that's the one's a little bit tougher to get. Silver and black vinyl. That is going to go up for a $55 start. And folks, it's sealed. $55 on that. It's up to Claymore. It's up to Claymore over here on the Kiss t-shirt. The last bid on that was Matt Nichols at 31 about 3 minutes ago. Now the Beatles is at 16 and it's a final call. Joan Jess sold for $42 to Cynthia Herdron. Roxy got Urban Chipmunk for 15 sold. And Brian Call got Steve Miller for 15 sold. Claymore's out on the Kiss t-shirt. This is sold to who? Matt Nichols, $31. Thank you on that one. Let's put that right over here. Let's find some more. Let's do some more. This is it. This is the moment Matt Nichols has been waiting for. He said, Chad, I woke up this morning with one objective. Please sell me some Kiss stuff. Sealed Iron Maiden, $55 start on that. The Beatles over here is sold for $16, and that is sold to Melanie Jennings. Another one down. Let's roll another one. Let's put this right here. Let's do another one right here. This is your chance. Iron Maiden, $55 start. This is Jet. Paul McCartney and Wings, and Let Me Roll It. Singles from Band on the Run. Near Mint Minus with picture sleeve. Macca, McCartney, Paul. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Next thing over here is this. We have the first Authentic 50s Rock and Roll Collection box set. $19.99 on that, and It's Alive too. This is a soundtrack, Bernard Harmon. Wow, $49.99. I don't think I've ever had that. It's Alive too, $49.99. Jet. Ooh, 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 ooh. Jet. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, you should have seen him. I'm singing Junior's Farm and Jet at the same time. Our next auction, somebody just said, please, Chad, put up another cassette lot. I said, well, I can't. Right now, I'm waiting for somebody to buy those for $15. Did y'all hear that lot? Mr. Big, Electric Boys, Aerosmith, Eddie Grant, The Doors, Heart, Dang Yankees, and Bluester Coil. That's 8 cassettes, $15. All 3 columns for $60. Well, one already sold. There's only 2 left. One already sold, but I have 2 left here. I have these 2 left right here. And these are, I'll say these for $15 and $25 if you want these. I'll say these for $15 and $25. Yes, the toolbox is complete. Jeff Brindley said he'll take the cassette lot for $15. Thank you. Now we can put up another one. All right, so anybody else on anything in this box? We have Iron Maiden, one bid, $55. What is the Iron Maiden? It is sealed on silver and black vinyl, 2021. Final call for $55. Paul McCartney has one bid for $10, final call. What's left in here? It's Alive 2 soundtrack, the 50s Rock and Roll Collection, Laura Branigan. We have Juarez, Rico, Average White Band, Blind Gary Davis, The Tubes, The Who, and over here we have Greg Allman, Starland Vocal Band, James Taylor, Eric Clapton, Dean Martin, Poppies, Rolling Stones, Luke Bryan, The Who. Magnavox presents George Benson, Gwen McCrae. We have Fred Ralston Quartet, George Benson, and The Village People. These 2 Albert Collins are sold for $15 and $25 to Patrick Smith. Thank you on that one. Robert Warner gets Jet. Ooh, 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 Jet. With the wind in your hair of 1,000 laces. Climb on the back. Here we go. This is what? Wow, this is pretty cool looking. This is the Ventures Christmas EP. Looks like it's the Ventures Christmas EP. It is. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Rock Christmas, Jingle Bells, and Santa Claus is coming to town. The Ventures, a $10 start. That's up for bid. Iron Maiden sold 1 bid, and that's sold for $55 to Matt Nichols, and he is officially on a roll. He is on a roll, folks. Next auction is going to go up right now. I have going up for bid at this moment. Here is your chance. This is it. This is, I have no idea. Who is this? John Moss, a $350 start. That sounds interesting. But before I do that, I have going up for bid right now, Alice in Chains. This is the unofficial pressing of Three-Legged Dog, a.k.a. Tripod. It's a double LP, a $25 start on that one. $25 start on that. The Ventures Japanese single, $10 start on that. And moving on. New crate right now. Here is your chance. And you go ahead and put all these over here. Nobody got the Crossroads box set. I'm just as shocked as you are, Chris. I'm shocked. I said it earlier. I said I'm shocked. I am simply just absolutely shocked. Shocking. All right. Let's go through this next crate. Short and sweet check condition. John's has been hitting the near mint stuff here lately. So there's just a handful of check condition stuff. What lights are in stock? I'm about to show you that right now. Ventures 10, and ATMC Punk on tool. Do you want the sealed one or the open one? Do you want the sealed one or open one? Then made and sale. It did. It's gone. Next auction over here, we have 1, 2, 3. We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What 8 did I pick out? Here we go. 8 cassettes, $15 start. Baton Rouge, lights on out on the playground. We had Blue Murder. Oh, I wish some of those were on vinyl. AC/DC, Blow Up Your Video. Def Leppard, Hysteria. We got Heart, self-titled. Deep Purple, The Best of Deep Purple. Bad Company, Run with the Pack. And Jay Giles, Love Stinks. Those are a $15 start, okay? Tool is sold to ATMC Punk, and that is PNC. I don't know how to read that as usual. My bad. That is sold for $75, though. Thank you. Let's put that right over here. And now I still got the sealed one if anybody wants it for $100. Sealed in the shipping box for $100. Fear Inoculum. All right, so let's go over here. Allison Chains Unofficial, $25 start. Tom Kelly, you're out on the Ventures. John Durden came in first, and then offered $60 on EC. You did? Oh, and then Cynthia, hold on, I missed some stuff. John Durden bid 10 on the Ventures. How much was the tubes? Cynthia Hertrin, $24.99, and Carol Puckett offered $60. I didn't see that. Sorry, the feed moved. The feed moved. Craig shared a track listing, and the feed moved. So to Carol Puckett for $60. Thank you, Carol. I completely missed that. And then David Tate asked the price. Then Mega Blast bid 10 on the Ventures again. Then Tom Kelly. Okay, and then another 10, and now 11. So now it's at 11. The cassette lot's a $15 start. And here we go. This is buy it now, best offer, check condition. The Moody Blues, Nights in White Satin. That's Days of Future Past. That is $24.99. Excuse me, $14.99 on Moody Blues. Mountain Climbing, Mississippi Queen, VG $9.99. And the Rolling Stones, Through the Past Darkly, VG $14.99. Allison Chains is a $25 buy it now. If anybody wants that, no bid. Frank Sinatra Vocal Classics presents Frank Sinatra Sings, VG Plus $9.99. And a treasury of great original hits, Magic Carpet Ride, Three Dog Night, Mamas and Papas, Mama Cass, The Grassroots, that's from the original label, VG Plus $9.99. Final channel, this cassette lot for $15. Next LP auction that's going to go up for bid right now is this. This is a bootleg. This is a bootleg reproduction of the Beatles Yesterday and Today. So if you want a real-looking bootleg or a real-looking copy of the Butcher cover, this is the closest thing you're going to get probably right here. This is a bootleg unofficial. They were actually made in Japan. It's the Beatles Yesterday and Today. Unknown year, Japanese reissue Butcher cover reproduction. I mean, it will play. It looks like really nice vinyl, and they were made in Japan. And, yeah, it's on translucent brown vinyl. It's on translucent brown vinyl, and from what we have a note over here, these actually demand pretty good money. This is a $95 start on the Beatles Yesterday and Today, translucent brown vinyl, Japanese Butcher cover, reproduction, $95 start. That's a reproduction. It is unofficial. $95 start on that. First thing on this, what color's AIC? It's a black vinyl, unofficial, $25. The Ventures 12, Michael Thrower on Mountain. That is sold to Michael Thrower. T-Dog was second. Wayne Davis on Allison Chains. Larry, if you want this, let me know. If you pass, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Wayne Davis for $25. Chuck Edgar got the Moody Blues. Ventures out. Moody Blues, Joe DeGaldo 9. Original hits, $15. The Beatles, $95. Okay, so quick update. These cassettes did not get a bid. That's a $15 buy now on those cassettes. The Beatles is at $95. Moody Blues is already sold. And the Ventures is at $12 of Mega Blast and Dominic Freder. I haven't heard back from you. I'm about to sell that to John Durden for $12. Final call on that. And just a quick update of what just happened. Michael Thrower got Mountain. T-Dog was second. Wayne Davis got Allison Chains. Chuck Edgar got Moody Blues. And Brad Waits got Original Hits for $15. The original Delaney and Bonnie, Except No Substitute, VG Plus $14.99. Edgar Wintergrove, They Only Come Out at Night, EX $27.99. Frankenstein, Jeff Beck Wired, EX $17.99. The Beatles has a bid for $95. It is actually a higher suggested start over here. So somebody said, what lights do you have in stock? Well, before I show anything that came in, this week, I'll tell you right now, the ones I have in stock before I show the new ones, okay? Over here, we have Welcome to Columbia Country, 20 Great Country Stars, 20 Great Country Performances. That's VG plus $9.99. We have Charlie Daniels, EX for $22.99. Q Feel is VG plus $9.99. The Venture single, then he's out. This is sold to Mega Blast for $12. Just got here. What are the cassettes? I just sold them to Jeff Brindley for $10. I hate to, but let's go ahead and sell them so we can put up some more. The lot sold to Jeff Brindley for $10. The Beatles has one bid for $95. Psychedelic Lollipop, Blues Magoos, VG $19.99. The Eyes of the Beacon Street Union, that's VG $9.99. And the Yardbirds Greatest Hits, For Your Love, that's VG $14.99. Country $6.99. Welcome to Columbia Country, sold to David Tate for $6.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Hey Jude, you say you want a revolution. What a single. A Japanese single here for the Beatles. $10 start. Yes, I know I have two Beatles up, but this one's about to sell to Mark Weiss for $95. That was check condition stuff. Buy it now or best offer. Here is a Kiss poster that was from Hatchet Ed Crate. I forgot to show it, so let me go ahead and put it up right now. This is a Kiss poster from the Hatchet Ed Crate. This is the iconic Kiss, what we call the motorcycle poster. The Kiss motorcycle poster. Let me show it here, and then I'll show it on top cam, okay? This is the Kiss motorcycle poster. It will come shipped rolled in a tube. It is a $75 start. $75 start. Down here at the bottom, 1979, a coin management. There is a piece of tape on it. It does have some tape. It was not pinholed. It was taped at one point. $75 start on the Kiss there. Let me show it one more time here on the top cam, okay? There's the top cam. Beatles motorcycle poster, $75 start. That's now for bid. I'm going to set it right back there. So now you know it's up for bid. That is a $75 start. The Beatles has a bid for $10. This Beatles is sold for $95 to Mark Weiss. Thank you, Mark Weiss. That's sold to you. Kiss poster $75. Come on, Matt Nichols. This is your chance, man. Let's see you rise to the top. This is your opportunity. Let's put that right there. So this Bowie lot actually has a crack in it right there in the B in Bowie. I don't know if you can see that any better now, but the B in Bowie has a crack. It's $49.99 because of that. It's probably going to be my display model until it sells, and that is the only one that's $49. The rest of the lots we have are $59.99. I'll go ahead and show two, and here are two really popular ones. Iron Maiden, that is $59.99, and then over here Randy Rhoads, and that's $59.99. Those are lot boxes. They change colors. They do. They sync the music. They do a lot of stuff. The Kiss poster has a bid for $75. The Superstar Concert Series, let me grab those right over here. The Superstar Concert Series, the first one I have over here is a 1984 3LP live in Washington, D.C. This is going to go up for a $50 start. And who may this be? This is Phil Collins. Phil Collins, an original Westwood Wood radio broadcast, Washington, D.C., 1983, $50 start on that one. All right, anybody else on this check condition stuff? The Kiss poster has a bid for $75, going once, going twice. The Rolling Stones Through the Past Darkly, VG $14.99. Vocal Classics presents Frank Sinatra, VG plus $9.99. Delaney and Bonnie Accept No Substitute, VG plus $14.99. Edgar Winter Group, They Only Come Out at Night. Yellow Epic Label, EX $27.99. Jeff Beck Wired, EX $17.99. Charlie Daniels, EX $22.99. Q Field, VG plus $9.99. Psychedelic Lollipop was VG $9.99. Eyes of the Beacon Street Union, VG $9. And the Yardbirds Greatest Hits, For Your Love, VG $14.99. Karen, you get the Beatles here for $10. Hey Jude, you say you want a revolution. Phil Collins has a bid for $50. Final Call on the Kiss poster for $75. And then over here, RS for $12. And RS for $12 was for the Rolling Stones. Sell that to Matt Nichols for $12, okay? Awesome. That's Phil Collins live in Washington, D.C., 1983, folks. And that has got one bid for $50. Matt Bushy on Delaney and Bonnie for $9. Let's go ahead and tag that. Thank you. I'm going to put these over here with our other ones. And the Westwood one now has a bid for $55. That means, Mr. Wade, you've been outbid. You've been outbid, okay? All right, there's that. Let me swap out crates. Time for new auctions. Time for more cassettes. Time for everything new. Time for everything new. Let's get a stack of empty crates going over here. All right, there's that. Nice. And let me grab another one. Let's start going through some more vintage. So there's Randy Rhoads. You saw the Iron Maiden light. The only other two I have in stock before I show the new ones that were delivered yesterday, which were back orders, is Cannibal Corpse and Black Sabbath. Okay, there's Cannibal Corpse and there's Black Sabbath. That's the only other two I have. So there's 5 lot boxes in stock, and then I'm going to show you the new ones. As of right now, before any new deliveries are unboxed, Bowie, which is damaged, Sabbath, Cannibal Corpse, Randy Rhoads, and Iron Maiden. That is it on those, okay? Next auction is, you guessed it, the Beatles. You're going to lose that girl. Yes, yes, you're going to lose that girl. You're going to lose that girl. That's a little bit different title than it normally is. The Night Before, Act Naturally, and Yesterday. This is a 4-track. It plays at a 33 1/3. It is near mint minus, a flip back from Japan, and the Beatles is just a $10 start. The West 1-1 concert is now at 60, now 65. Q Feel was self-titled. I think it was VG Plus $9.99. Q Feel self-titled. Let me show that one more time. Q Feel. Yeah, Q Feel, it's just self-titled. It was VG Plus $9.99. All right, $9.99. Is there a bonus crate? Yes, all night long. We're already into it. Next auctions are going to go up right now. Here we go, and this is all buy it now, best offer. This is your chance. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. This crate right now is right here. Here we go. John Durden's trying his best to figure out how to slip in a nap. He's like, when can I get that nap in? We have Elvis here. This is a Golden Celebration, 76 tracks on 6 LPs. Elvis Presley is $49.99. The Beatles has a bid for 10. Phil Collins is 70. The Greatest Rock and Roll Hits, $19.99 on the Greatest Rock and Roll Hits, 4 LPs. Kenny Rogers, that one's called Kenny. It is sealed for $14.99. And Kenny Rogers 10 Years of Gold, that's in shrink wrap, $9.99. So I'm going to get these off the table so I can put over more stuff over here. Black Sabbath, Cannibal Corpse, Iron Maiden, and Randy Rhoads. That's the ones I have over here. Just saying, just FYI, just so everybody knows what's going on, just in case you're curious. That is the situation over here, okay? All right, let's keep going right over here. Elvis, Steve Garza, $40. Let's go ahead and roll it. That's sold to Steve Garza. Steve Garza, not Gaza. $40 on that one. Over here, Village People, Macho Man, $14.99. And Whoopi Goldberg, original Broadway show recording. Whoopi is $19.99. Pass on Q Phil. Phil Collins is 75. Beatles has one bid for 10. All righty, all righty. Let me move this cart so I can access these other items right over here. Let me grab this, and let me grab this right here. So this big Jimi Hendrix poster I found out it is a reprint or second print. There's only 3 known examples of this Hendrix poster I have. It's still an officially licensed one that's, I think, pretty vintage. I'm probably going to auction it next week. The reason I'm talking about it, because it's propped up right over here in my way. But there's only 3 known examples of the real ones. And so I hope everybody's ready for these next cassettes. Some of these are going to be sold individually. There's some pretty big cassettes here. Let's do lots of 2 and 3 here. So let's do 3 Dawkins. These are going to go up for a $10 start, okay? We have Dawkins Dysfunctional. We sold the bootleg of that on Thursday night for like $140. Don Dawkins, Up from the Ashes, and Dawkins, and this is Beast from the East. These 3 over here is a $10 start, okay? The Beatles, the last bid on the Beatles is Karen Robbins at 10, and she gets that at $10. Phil Collins 70, Phil Collins 75, Phil Collins 80, Phil Collins 85. Those 3 Dawkins cassettes are a $10 start. Let's not forget, Matt Nichols has this Kiss poster. And Matt silently got the Kiss motorcycle poster for $75. Matt, thank you. That's so to you, $75. And Matt just commented, Chad, I'll stay on here all night if you just keep putting up Kiss stuff. Seriously, man, you just keep putting it up. I'll keep bidding on it. That's what he said just a moment ago. So here we go. He says, promises made, promises kept. You keep putting up Kiss stuff, I don't care what it is. If it has KISS written on it, I will bid on it. Here's Kiss poster number 2. Let's go to Top Cam. Kiss poster number 2. Paul Stanley. Very sweet Paul Stanley poster. Non-makeup era. And this one is at the bottom over here. Let's take a look at it. Paul Stanley, Funky Enterprises. This is from 1985. It's a 34.5 by 22.25, and this is going to go up, Paul Stanley, a $55 start. Paul Stanley poster, $55 start. That is now up for bid. You've seen it. Now it is. Now you can bid on it. These docking cassettes are a $10 start. Can I get Jeff Beck wired from the previous crate for $15? For some reason, my offer never did go through. You sure can. Jeff Beck wired. You're talking about from the last check condition crate. This one right here, that was EX. This is sold for $15 over here. And this is sold for $15, and this is sold for $15 over here, and this is sold to Jeremy Merck for $15. The Phil Collins is sold for $90. Thank you on that. Phil Collins sold for $90. All right. All right, here we go. The board's cleared. Look how fast we're moving through auctions. Good gosh. Right now, we're also going through a buy it now or best offer crate. Everything you see in here right now can be bought now or for best offer. It's up to you. You decide. You're going to tell me what you want to do. I have the right of refusal, just FYI. Next thing over here is this. We have original early top 40 hits. This is sealed for $24.99. Original early top 40 hits. Symphonic Slam, that's $29.99. And Archetypes, the Blues Project, that is sealed unopened, $24.99. Nobody bid on these three docking cassettes. Those are a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants them. All right, next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is the Beatles Alpha and Omega. This is a borderline unofficial. This was a weird thing. The guy who originally put this out got sued immediately. It's called the Beatles Alpha and Omega. It was originally sold as TV products, advertised on TV. It is Beatles recordings. It's a 73 unofficial 4LP. Interesting story behind that one. VG Plus for the Beatles, $50 start on that one. Final call on the Paul Stanley poster. Matt Nichols says, I will only bid on stuff Kiss if they have makeup on, okay? I can come up with that. We got Albert Collins Code Snap, $39.99 for Albert Collins. And Willie Nelson, The Sound of Your Mind, a sealed OG copy, $19.99. Jeff Brindley says he'll take the three Dawkins for $10. So next over here is Trickster. We're going to sell this one by itself. Trickster is going to be sold by itself, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Trickster, $10 start. That's now up for bid. Also, we have the Rolling Stones, Dirty Work and Shrink, and the original red shrink wrap, inner sleeve, and the huge, really cool hop sticker, $34.99 on that. Pat Benatar, Get Nervous, shrink wrap and hop sticker. Pat Benatar, $14.99. Nobody bid on the Paul Stanley poster. Paul Stanley poster is a buy it now for $55. Let's put that right over here. Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll, $34.99. And here's Amy, Allison Argan as Amy Carter, $14.99. Beatles, a $50 start. Trickster, a $10 start. And then over here, I have going up for auction at this moment. I have going up for bid. Here it is. This is it. I don't know. What do I have? Armageddon. Armageddon's a 1975 USOG promo. The top seam has been unglued, and Armageddon's going to go up for a VG Plus condition. This is going to go up for, it's a promo. Keep this in mind. It's a white label promo. Armageddon, WQAX. Bloomington, Indiana. The top seam needs to be re-glued. It does have the original inner sleeve. Armageddon, a $50 start on that one, okay? Next thing is Stones. That is sold to Andy Wade. Beautiful copy of that. Thank you, Andy. And then the Who Are You? $19.99 on the Who. And then Trumpet Exodus. Don Goldie and his orchestra. That is in shrink, $9.99. The Trickster cassette is a $10 buy it now. The Beatles Alpha and Omega box set, VG Plus, that's a $50 buy it now. That's a $50 buy it now on the Beatles. And then Armageddon, $50 start. And let's move this over here. The Beatles vinyl was VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition. Next thing is Santana Lotus. Santana's a 1975 Holland press, $64.99. VG Plus on the Beatles. Just FYI, Armageddon's a $50 start. Okay, next Beatles. I got a lot of Beatles albums over here in tonight's advertisements, but before I do the next one of those, let me go ahead and put you up another Paul McCartney, and this is Listen to What the Man Said. And this is Near Mint Minus, Love and Song, both great tracks, and McCartney's a $10 start. That's now for bid. I made an offer on Willie Nelson, Your Line. There it is, Willie Nelson, $15. That's sold to Mega Blast. And then every time Craig shares a 30 line item, if Craig shares a gigantic line, if Craig shares a gigantic hop, a gigantic track listing, then there's a good chance, because it takes up a whole page, I'm going to miss an offer or a claim or a question. It happens all the time. Johnny Taylor Eargasm, $19.99. And we have the end on bongos, $24.99. Chuck Yeager says he'll take the Beatles for $50. Let me make sure Mark Veese doesn't want it. If Mark Veese says pass, then Chuck, it's yours. He has first dibs since he asked the condition a moment ago. All right. Matt Nichols says, Chad, I need a makeup era Kiss poster. You put it up and I'll bid on it. Simple as that, my friend. Simple as that, okay? That's not a makeup era poster. That's another Kiss poster, though. All right, let's find a makeup era poster. Is this a makeup era poster? This is a makeup era poster, World Domination 0304. It's kind of modern, but let's put it up for bid. This is going to go up a Kiss poster here, $35 start. This is your chance. Here it is. Let's go to Top Cam. And this is 2003, 2004 World Domination Kiss, $35 star. Sorry, these road posters are a hassle. Original members, though, hey, they got makeup on. $35 star. That's now up for bid. Kiss poster. $35 star. Let's go back over here. Next thing is Chuck Yeager does get the Beatles then for $50. Thank you, Chuck Yeager, over here. And then next we have Johnny Guitar Watson, Funk Beyond the Call of Duty. That is sealed for $34.99. And Dan Fogelberg, Phoenix. Dan Fogelberg is $9.99. Also, we have Three Dog Night coming down your way. White Label promo, $19.99. Matt's in on Kiss at $35. Nobody been on McCartney. Listen to what the man said. McCartney is going to go up for a $10 buy it now. I'm going to put it right over here on the Rolling Stones box set that didn't sell. And nobody been on the White Label promo of Armageddon. And this one is going to go up VG Plus, a $50 start. Now a $50 buy it now on Armageddon. Let's put that right over there. The Kiss poster. Let me lay it right over here so I don't forget. It has a bid with Matt Nichols. Plus, he's already got a tube going. That will help save for shipping. He has that for $35. Let's go ahead and put up some more cassettes. So the next cassettes I have are going to be Faster Pussycat, Steelheart, 3 Y&Ts, and 3 Mr. Bigs. And one of the Y&Ts are sealed. And how much are these going to be, Chad? A $15 start. Mr. Big, Mr. Big, Mr. Big. Let's show them right quick, okay? These are going to go up for a $15 start. Over here, we got Mr. Big leaning to it, Mr. Big self-titled, Mr. Big bump ahead, Y&T Open Fire sealed, Y&T and Rock We Trust, Y&T 10, Steelheart, and then Faster Pussycat whipped. Those are all going to go up for a $15 start. Can you put up the Nugent? I have a Nugent? I guess so. Let me see what's going on. I didn't know they still made records like this. This is another one of those Warner Brothers comps. $19.99 on that. And the Jan and Dean store, their greatest hits, that is sealed for $14.99. Over here in the auction crate, what do I have? John Lennon, the Beatles, the Beatles, the Beatles, Jethro Tull bootleg, Ted Nugent test pressing. I got it. And a Classic Records test pressing of what? Audiophile test pressing of Zappa Hot Rats. Okay, let's do that. A couple interesting things here. Stuff we don't see too often. First thing we have is Ted Nugent, Little Miss Dangerous, an 86 USOG test pressing near mint. An original 86 test pressing of Ted Nugent, Specialty Records Corporation test pressing. That is going to go up for a $30 start on Nuge. And then this is from Classic Records, the audiophile label, a 2009 test pressing on 200 gram of Frank Zappa Hot Rats. That's sealed, a $100 start on that. Sealed, a $100 start on that one. Kiss poster, final call for $35. And then over here, CDs tonight. Cassettes have a bid for $15. Johnny Guitar info, please. Johnny Guitar Watson was called Funk Beyond the Call of Duty. It's a sealed original pressing for $34.99. Moving on, we have Neil Sedaka, Overnight Success. That is sealed for $14.99. Paul Morate, that is $9.99. That is Let the Sun Shine In. Miles Davis, Someday My Prince Will Come. Miles Davis, $26.99. And Jack Scott, The Spirit Moves Me, $19.99. Okay, over here, the first thing I have is Johnny Guitar info. We just read that. Kelly Cook has the cassettes for $15, final call. And then this Kiss poster is sold to Matt Nichols for $35. And Matt said, thank you, Chad. Now put up another one. He said, now, thank you, Chad. Now put up another one. I'm here to buy Kiss posters, man. I don't care what else you're doing. I'm here for one reason. I'll be throwing money at you all night long. I need Kiss posters, my friend. And here is a good one. Now, this one might even tickle the fancy of a couple other people watching. This is a good one. This one's going to be a $55 start. Look how sweet this is. Holy cow. This is going to go up for a $55 start. An original 1977 Kiss. Look at that. Holy cow. $55 start. There it is. $55 start. Vintage Kiss poster. There's is your chance. 1977 Kiss, a coin management. $55 start. Bid now or be like, oh no, does this guy read YouTube chat or is there another platform I should be efforting from? I'm reading all chats. We're streaming on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, anywhere that there's a streaming service, we're live right now. Matt Nichols has a bid for 55. Carly has a bid for 55. Folks, we officially have an auction on this Kiss poster. Matt came in first at 55. Carly, you're out. Don't let me forget about it. I'm going to leave it right back there. And next thing I have is these cassettes are sold for $15, and these are sold for $15 to Kelly Cook. Thank you, Kelly. And I just want to let everybody know the Ted Nugent's tied. Steve Garza, you came in second. Andy Wade was in first. The Zappa doesn't have a bid. It's a $100 start. I know what you asked about. You asked about Captain Beefheart. The way the show works is I'm only selling what I have ready for sale or what's in these crates. What you got to understand is we got an inventory of 100,000 billion records, okay? I'm not joking either. So it's kind of like whatever I have ready for sale, but you're in luck. Here is Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band Trout Mask replica. It's on the original straight label. The vinyl's VG and the cover is probably VG or less. The cover has some damage here and there. But as y'all know, that's a very sought after record, a $25 start. Nugent doesn't have another bid until right now, and final chance on the Classic Records test pressing, okay? All right, so let's keep going over here. That's up for bid, $25 start. Somebody asked about Captain Beefheart. There's the most sought after, plus I have a couple autographs. They're very expensive, though. Love Means, Carla Thomas. Carla Thomas is sealed, $39.99. The Kiss poster's at $66. Ted Nugent's at $40. We have German drinking songs. So what happens here is you drink, you listen to this, you drink some more, and then you start singing German, and you start tap dancing and whatever around you start singing German, okay? You drink and you sing, and then you drink some more, and then you're German, and then you drink some more, and when you wake up, you feel terrible. $9.99. Ike and Tina Turner, greatest hits, sealed, $29.99. I'll take it. This is a live auction. You have it for $25. Going once, going twice. Nick Bargeron wants Oompa. Nothing in here with that name, but I do have Sidney Poitier reads Poetry of the Black Man. Sidney Toye, $26.99. And then Count Basie, Oscar Peterson, yes, sir, that's my baby. Sealed, $24.99. Nobody bid on the Zappa over here. Nobody bid on the Zappa. That's a 200-gram Classic Records test pressing, $100 buy it now. The Nugent over here, the Nugent is with Andy Wade, now 45 with Steve Garza. Carol bid 40, Andy bid 40, Steve bid 40, 25 on this. Now Kiss is at 70. Now Kiss is at 71. Now Beefheart's at 30. Now Beefheart's at 35. And Carico Nation has asked not once, not twice, but 3 times on 3 Dog Night. This is 3 Dog Night coming down your way. It's a white label promo. It does have a clip corner. It does have a original inner sleeve. It's near minus, and it's $19.99. Oompa is a dreamin' drinking song, not claiming. Is that what this is called? German drinking songs, recorded at the Muskenhall, Hamburg, Germany. $9.99. Minvater, Vin Vanswan. Drink, Berlin, drink. Gin, drink, man, nasch, flesh, Wien. Schwazenbar, Gin, Holonas. Schwanjenbahn is Halsena. Schwanjenbahn, Binanjik. Bananjeschwan Banjamin, Madelshin, Grenande Shorich, Valandi Shorich, Mejanda ha ha ha, Varishiton, Vin Shihan. That's exactly how that's going to sound. Next thing is Nobody But Me, Human Beings. Nobody But Me. That is sealed, $49.99. Nick Bargeron says he was trying to claim it. Okay, Nick Bargeron says he's trying to claim it. Next was Kelly Vladarchuk, okay? Over here we have Lander Ballard High Time. That is sealed for $19.99. And then the Jags Evening Standards, $9.99. Holy moly. Okay, so Beefheart's at $40 now. Now it's at $45. Now it's at $50. The current price on Ted Nugent, that was, I'm still showing Steve Garza at $45. I'm still showing Steve Garza at $45. And then Kara Waco Nation on Three Dog Night for $13. All right, that sold Patrick Lear on Carla for $27. That was back here somewhere or another. Carla. That was back in here somewhere or another. Where is that? I think it was right in here, wasn't it? Carla. Let's go find that right quick. Where are you? It was right in here, wasn't it? What happened to it? There it is, Carla. That is sold to Patrick Lear for $27. What happened on the Kiss poster? What happened on the Kiss poster? Kiss Out, Enjoy Carly. Kiss poster sold to Carly Southers for $71. $71 sold. Let's pick out another one. Kiss poster sold for $71 to Carly Southers. Price includes shipping, rolled in a tube. Price includes shipping, rolled in a tube. Thank you on that one, Carly. Let's put that one over here. Matt Nichols says, Chad, please put up another one, my friend. Please put up another one. Please put up another Kiss poster, preferably with them with makeup on. Oh gosh, my mic has got stuck to this metal pole. Okay, good. Almost got stuck there. All right, he said, please put up another one. I have to bid on more Kiss posters. Please, I'm dying over here, my friend. I need a Kiss poster. Sell me a Kiss poster. All right, what do we have here? Oh my goodness. I think this is very similar. Isn't this very similar to the one we just sold? How about this one? Do you just want to go ahead and buy this one for $71? Here's another one. Do you just want to go ahead and buy this one for $71? I think it's the same one. Maybe it's different. I'm not for sure. $71. Just say sold. If he says pass, anybody else can have it, okay? $71. Let's put it right there if anybody wants it. All right, first thing we have, Beefheart out. Beefheart is with Bugs, Bears, sounds like this, at $55. And then Ted Nugent has a bid for $50, now $55. And then over here we have next is Crosby, Stills, and Nash, $14.99. Saturday Night Fever is $19.99. And Tony Basil, Word of Mouth, Mickey, You're So Fine, $19.99. Matt Nichols gets another Kiss poster for $71. Thank you. This is sold to Matt Nichols for $71. Whoever's watching, this one's going to have the sticky note with the dimensions on the outside, okay? So whoever's watching, the one with the sticky note dimensions on the outside is the one he just bought. I don't know about y'all, but I'm in the mood to sing more German beer drinking songs. I don't know about y'all, but I'm in the mood for more German beer drinking songs. Here we go. This one, everybody, is called Min Vater wenn Wansendon. Don Vansenwan is Molusterlos, Das Wanderes, Mon Losterlos. Okay, that's enough. Just giving y'all a little teaser there of what you missed out on. And then the last few records in here was Crosby, Stills, and Nash self-titled, Saturday Night Fever, and Tony Basil, Word of Mouth. Trout Mask replica over here. Trout Mask replica over here. That is sold to our new buyer. Make sure you fill out the first-time buyer form. It is in the description of this video. It is in the description of this video. And when you get that filled out, just let me know you're done. Vladarchuk, that was the same German. I was just having some fun there. That was the same German beer drinking song record. I just went ahead and wanted to read some more off. How about we do a little bit more? Here, let's go to that track second. This is Trink, Trink, Birdalan, Trink, Trink, Los Mon Soggensunzos, Trink, Trink. That is amazing stuff there. Okay, and then over here we have what? We have Ted Nugent, and Ted Nugent over here. Ted Nugent, and this one is at what? This one is out, and Steve Garza has it for $55. Steve Garza, $55. That's a final call. Patrick Lear said he'd do $75 on the Classic Records test pressing. Sold. Patrick Lear, $75. And on Monday, you know what Patrick Lear said? Sorry, folks, I'm taking this week off. I will not be buying any records. Ha, ha, ha. Ha, ha. Everybody laugh with me. Ha, ha. Patrick Lear said, I'm taking the week off. Doesn't happen around here. What's the no bids? There's this one. Trickster, $10. That's the only no bid. Trickster, $10. That's the only no bid. All right, time for new stuff. Here we go. Here's the next cassette lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8. $15 start. These are very clean and very nice. Over here, we have Moody Blues Question of Balance, ZZ Top Afterburner, Steppenwolf Gold, REO Speedwagon Self-Titled, Foreigner 4, Bob Seger Night Moves, Eddie Money Self-Titled, and Eddie Money Can't Hold Back. These are going to go up for a $15 start. And then over here, we have Stricter for 10. Stricter for 10. Stricter for 10. Stricter, 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 Stricter. Don't see that in here. But I do have Crosby, Stills, and Nash sold to Jeremy Merck for $10. Thank you on that. And then over here, we have Ted Nugent, and Ted Nugent is sold to Steve Garza for $55. The Trickster cassette for 10. Ah, he's trying to get the Trickster cassette for 10. Sig is. Trickster cassette for 10, sold to Sig. Okay? And thank you. And then these are a $15 start. He says, I'm done now. I couldn't let you win on shipping. Oh, trust me. If you just buy one pre-order and it's $8 shipping, I promise you I'm not making any money on postage. Now, you may feel like you're overpaying, but I promise I'm not making any extra money. It costs shipping one record, including labor, and it cost me more than $8. I promise you that. If somebody just bought one cassette, I probably still would be breaking even on $8 postage after all things considered. All right, here we go. So first thing I have is some Dasani water. All that German beer drinking, singing made me thirsty. Some people's like, dang, Chad got me. One record, $8 shipping. And I'm like, no, unfortunately I didn't. Hey, Tony Tough Knuckles, he's not cheap back there packing up. You think he's cheap labor? Think again. G, man, these guys and gals, they're not cheap back there. They're professional packers. All right, this cassette lot 15, let's keep going. All right. Anybody else? Any no bids? Nothing you'd be interested in. All right, here we go. And they're wanting to raise. Have y'all seen this? They're wanting to raise the cost of postage. I was like, please don't. That's all I need is to have to make a post saying we're having to raise postage another $1. Whew. That's all I need. I'm like, please, post office, just keep losing money. Y'all are already losing $1 billion. Lose a few more billion. Good gosh. That's all I need is to have to raise shipping another $1. Golly. All right, so here we go. Let's just go right into another crate. Invoices go out on Monday. Yes, $8 in limited shipping. $8 in limited shipping. They're wanting to charge 95 cents to mail a letter. 95 cents to mail a letter. Which their argument is, you know what their argument is? Well, how about you drive it across the country and see how much it costs you? That's what their argument is. Hey, well, why don't you get in your car and drive it to California, Chad, and see how much it costs you? I guess they have a point. Cost or cost. All right, here we go. And let's get started. That was a weird one. I'm going to show that one first thing. I have not looked through these, as you can see. All right, these are a buy it now for $15. $15. And this is $15. $15. This is Eddie Money, Bob Seger, Foreigner, REO, Steppenwolf, ZZ Top, and Moody Blues. All right, let me touch my toes. Here we go. Y'all ready? Oh. Okay. Right knee adjusted. Left did not pop, in case y'all are curious. Here we go. First class stamps cost $78. That's true. They're wanting to increase it to 95 cents is what I heard. 95 cents. Wow. All right. Shipping. A painful situation for everybody. All right, here we go, and let's put up some more auctions. As soon as that cassette lot sells, I'll put up another one. Come on, Jeff Brindley. Next is going to go up right now. This is an interesting one here. This is a Beatles. It is official. It's an 83 German. Speaking of Germans, 83 German mono compilation, VG condition. It's called Amiga. Evidently, it is official. It's in VG condition, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. The Beatles Amiga. VG 83 mono compilation. $35 start on that one, okay? And then over here, and the cassettes. The cassette C gets these for $15. All right, he said, well, all right, I'll buy them so you can put up some more. All right. All righty. I know one thing. I've always been nice to the post office people. The people who pick up our mail, I give them Christmas gifts. I slip them tips, whatever it takes, because I'm like, man, they just left here with tens of thousands of dollars in packages. I better be really nice to these people. Make sure they're handling with care. It gets scanned in, and at least I know it's left this building. After that, I have no control. But for the people that come and pick it up, UPS, around Christmas time, and I'll tell my mom, I'll be like, hey, next time the mailman comes in, why don't you slip him a 50? Slip him a 50. Say you don't know where this came from, okay? Over here, we have the Beatles, a $35 start. Was Macho Man a 12-inch single? No, Macho Man was a full album. Macho Man was a full album. That was from the last craze. Sorry I didn't answer your question. A lot going on. Beer drinking, test pressings, Kiss posters. Tonight's been pretty insane. Macho Man was a full album, $14.99. This is Casablanca, and it has the original inner sleeve. And Andy Wade, it gets better. It has the poster. It has the poster. It has the poster. Near mint, $14.99 on Macho Man, okay? Matt Nichols said, please do me a favor and go ahead and put up another Kiss poster, okay? All right, here we go. Let's keep going. Buy it now, best offer. The Hexorcist, a devil of an album. The Hexorcist, a devil of an album, $19.99. Also, we have Elvis Aaron Presley, $49.99, numbered 15448. Elvis box, $49.99. Joshua Huffman has the Beatles for $35. Andy Wade gets Macho Man for $10. Thank you. The Beatles does have a bid. Let's keep going. Next thing is going to happen right here, right now. Let's do some more cassettes. Oh my, one. What do we have here? We have two. We have three. We have four. We have five. Oh my, this is Great White. This is Great White on Your Knees, Great White Twice Shy, Great White Shot in the Dark, Great White Once Bitten, and Great White Recovery Live, with them covering Led Zeppelin's Immigrant Song. All those Great White cassettes, a $15 start. Elvis box set, sold to Joseph McCormick for $40. Thank you, Joseph. That's sold to you. Next thing over here is Frank Zappa. This is Shut Up and Play Your Guitar. An 81 Holland, $74.99. Broadway, Red Rodney and Kai Winding, Gary Mulligan, and Brew Moore, $19.99. Nocturne, Oliver Nelson with Lynn Winchester, Prestige Moodsville in shrink wrap, $49.99. And Joan Jett, promotional 12-inch single, I Love You, and New Orleans and the Little Drummer Boy, white label, $19.99. Final call on the Beatles for $15. The Great White cassettes are a $15 doll hair start. Let's pick out another poster. I tried selling this last night. I said, last night, there's some people watching, I know for sure. I said, here's your chance. If not, we're going to run it for auction tomorrow. I bet it should. It probably will sell, but who knows? Here we go. This is signed by Billy Gibbons and by Julie Ciliani. It is a promotional poster for, and I think it's promoting a lot of different stuff. It really just says Billy Gibbons and Impala. So, but over here on the side, it mentions BF Goodwrench Tires, American Racing. But big signature here by Billy Gibbons. The lady over here, the nice lady, is Julie Ciliani, and she was a Playmate of the Year or something. We found out via Google. I didn't click on any images. I just Googled her name very respectively. And the signed Billy Gibbons poster is JSA authenticated, and it's a $125 start. Signed by the ZZ Top man himself, $125 start. That's now up for bid. The Great White cassettes have a bid for $17. What is the Beatles? It's called Amiga. It's a 83 German mono compilation, VG, and that is the Beatles, and it has one bid for $35, and we're about to sell it, okay? And we have Miles Davis. This is called Make and Wax. Miles Davis is sealed, $34.99. Also over here, we have 60 Minutes with Clarence Carter. That is $19.99. Never seen that one before. Never seen that Clarence Carter before. 60 Minutes with Clarence Carter, $19.99. And we have Frank Sinatra, Swingin' Sexy Sinatra. Swingin' Sexy Sinatra, $34.99. Susie, you got a thing for him too? Susie's got a thing for a lot of guys. I don't know if she has a thing for Frank Sinatra. $34.99 on that one. And then over here, we have Henry VIII and his 6 wives. That's a lot of wives. Oh my gosh, 8 wives. That's sealed for $19.99. And then over here we have 3 dances. John Cage and 4 organs. That is sealed for $29.99. What are the Great White cassettes? Great White on Your Knees, Great White Twice Shy, Great White Shot in the Dark, Great White Once Bitten, and Great White Recovery Live. That is a final call for $17. Joshua Huffman, thank you on the Beatles. That's sold to you for $35. Jetstream said, Chad, I need that Frank Sinatra. Susie said she's got a big thing for Frank Sinatra. She said, Chad, those blue eyes just mesmerize me. That is sold to Jetstream. Thank you on that. Also over here, we have The Sensuous Woman by Jay. Oh my. This is $39.99. Goodness gracious here. This is $8 of limited shipping. It closes tonight. Confessions of a Male. Now, evidently, I've been mispronouncing this word, okay? There's a lot of, like, sexist records right here in a row. $19.99. We have a Streetcar Named Desire. That's a Marlon Brando film. This is a sealed soundtrack, $24.99. These Great White cassettes are sold to David Polkey for $17. And final call on the Billy Gibbons poster for $125. Our next auction is going to go over here, and this is called And Now... And this is called The Beatles, live from San Houston Coliseum. This is a sought after. This is a live Beatles. Has a different outtake there from the Beatles Butcher Sessions on it. This is an unofficial. It's a bootleg. It's a 2 LP. It's the Beatles Sam Houston Coliseum. And over here, this is going to go up for a $75 start. Vintage bootleg, $75 on that one, okay? Over here, we have the original George Carlin. George Carlin is sealed, $19.99. And we have Les McCann from the Top of the Barrel. Les McCann, $26.99. Wes Montgomery, Easy Groove, Wes Montgomery, gatefold jacket, $24.99. Wes Montgomery, Easy Groove. Something's happened to the inner sleeve. Got an old folded. This is when you know a record's pretty crisp and pretty clean. When that inner sleeve has been folded so long, it's literally been discolored. See how the white still shows there where it laid over for years? This was probably inside of this record jacket untouched for like 50 years. And it's in beautiful condition. Gatefold Wes Montgomery. And this is $24.99. I'm going to leave it right there so it flattens out a little bit better. All right, the Billy Gibbons poster is a no bid. And if anybody wants that, it's signed. And that's $125 and JSA authenticated. Next thing, I went to grab another Beatles poster and I came back with that. Also, we have, oh my gosh, Tonight Slows Volume 5, Milt Buckner, Buddy Tate, and Joe Jones. Good gosh. This is 14. Come on, John. Where's the sticky notes at, my friend? $14.99. Sorry for all the small children watching. Wet Willie got a lot of wild titles in here tonight. $19.99 for Dixie Rock and Dave Brubeck Quartet. The Great Concerts, Gold Stamp promo, $24.99. Amenities on West Montgomery for $19. That'll sell to Alfredo Fuentes. Let's do some more cassettes. Here we go. I've got 1 cassette. I've got 2 cassettes. I've got 3 cassettes. I've got 4 cassettes. These are a $10 start. And this is Bon Jovi, New Jersey. Bon Jovi, 700 Degrees. Slippery Wind West, speaking of crazy titles. And Bon Jovi, Blades of Glory. These 4 over here are going to be a $10 start. Bon Jovi, Final Chance on the Beatles for 75. John Marsky says he'll take the Dave Brubeck. Thank you on that one. Balls of Fire, Black Oak, Arkansas, $19.99. And Black Oak, Arkansas, Live Mother, $19.99. And The Definite Jazz Scene, Volume 1, a 1984, $24.99. We're talking about Basie, Coltrane, Ellington, Hawkins, Mann, Mingus, you know, jazz, $24.99. Bon Jovi cassettes are at $10. And then we have Jeff Lorber Fusion, $14.99. Okay, done and done. And now we have what? The Beatles, I buy it now for $75 live from San Houston Coliseum. Bon Jovi 10, Bon Jovi 12. John Durden wants everybody to know he will never be buying anything with the words Bon Jovi on it ever. We have over here Charlie Parker, The Very Best of Bird. That's a 2 LP, $24.99. And Herb Alpert, the Tijuana Brass Greatest Hits, $19.99. Bon Jovi 10, Bon Jovi 12, Bon Jovi 14. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is called Jethro Tull, My God. It's a 1970s unofficial. A-side is live and B-side is stereo. And this is Near Men. It's a vintage, well-known Jethro Tull bootleg, trademark of quality. And this is a $40 start for the Jethro Tull bootleg. That's now for bid. Alfredo on the Jazz Scene. That is sold to Alfredo. Andy Wade picking up the Beatles. Nice. That was actually tagged for a $100 start. I figured 75 would move it. Now over here, Tull's at 50. Tull's at 50, Bon Jovi's at 15, and Kai Winding, $24.99. Les McCann, Talk to the People. Les McCann is $24.99, and Holmes, Spiritual. That looks interesting, $9.99. Eugene Holmes, Sing Spirituals, $9.99 on that one. Over here, we have, how much was Charlie Parker? That was a 2 LP, $24.99. Bon Jovi cassettes are up to Robin, She's Out. Final Call to David Polkey for $15. Let's see what I can find back here on my cassettes. Here's some upcoming auctions. Warrant, Winger, Vinnie Moore, Wasp, Soul Asylum, Jethro Tull, Mike and Mechanics, Brittany Fox, Spread Eagle, Slaughter, Badlands. Those are cassettes that are going to be going up in just a momento. Let's see what else we have over here in our auction. Where are the Iron Maiden people? Where are the Iron Maiden people? Boy, look at this unusual one here. Never seen anything like this. 1988. Look at this unusual Iron Maiden poster. It looks like made in Japan, Eddie. 1988. Very long here. Very, very unusual size. Let's take a look at this at the top cam. Look at this poster. Very unusual. Iron Maiden. Sorry, I can't get it. Let's turn it that way. So very unusual there. $55 start on that. 1988 Iron Maiden Holdings. And I'll show it here on the low cam in just a second. $55 start on this. It is, says Great Southern Company, Macon, Georgia, 1988 Iron Maiden Holdings. Where is the Maiden fans from Thursday night? $55 start on that unusual one there. All right, Bon Jovi cassette sold to David Polkey for $15. Thank you on that one. And then over here, we have Fredo offered 19 on Parker sold. Thank you, Michael Butler. You get Jethro Tull for 50. Here we go. Officer and a Gentleman soundtrack sealed, $24.99. Television's Greatest Hits, that's $26.99. And Dave Brubeck Quartet plays music from West Side Story and ... Gold Stamp promo, $19.99, no condition notes. All righty. Next auction over here is what? This looks very unusual. Pink Floyd, The Dark Side of the Moon, 50th anniversary live at Wembley picture disc. Some kind of Pink Floyd bootleg here. Wow, look at all this information here. 2024 limited numbered special edition picture disc, Pink Floyd sealed, limited to 3,000. Dark Side of the Moon tracks played at the 74 Wembley show. It has a 3D pop-up Silver Surfer astronauts inside the gatefold jacket. It is a replica tour poster. It's rainbow colored vinyl. And Tanner has a note here. Tanner said, super cool release. Can't find a single comp anywhere online, anywhere in the world. How about sealed Pink Floyd, a $45 start? Good luck to everybody that's involved. How much you say on Les McCann Talk to the People? Les McCann Talk to the People. Les McCann Talk to the People. $24.99. It's got a promo sticker. It's Atlantic, EX Plus or better. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Dwayne Allman Anthology Volume 2, clean copy, $34.99. A portrait of Wes Montgomery with the Montgomery Brothers, Strings and Horns by Gerald Wilson, $19.99. And John Handy recorded live at the Monterey Jazz Festival. That's in shrink wrap, $34.99, okay? Next thing, let's pick out some more cassettes. Let's do this one. Let's do this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. These are going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start. We have the following. Brittany Fox. Whoops. We got Brittany Fox, Boys and Hit. Winger, self-titled. Winger, In the Heart of the Young. Warrant, Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich, and Warrant, Cherry Pie. She's My Cherry Pie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. $15 start on those. Warrant, Winger, Brittany Fox. 18 on Les McCann, sold. That is sold for 18 to Eric Squindo. Pink Floyd, 50-55. And final chance on the Iron. Let's look at the Iron Maiden one more time. Somebody could have just hopped on. Iron Maiden poster here. $55 on Iron Maiden. There it is. Okay. Very unusual size there. That will come shipped rolled in a small little tube. Small little tube. Did I seal your cassette collection? Actually, I did. Jeff, you don't realize this, but if you walk into your closet right now and open the door, I'm actually doing this live stream from your closet right now. So be careful, okay? The cassettes have a bid for 15, and Chad is walking in circles about to figure out what's next. I know what's next. So we're about to go through more vintage stuff, and it's all going to be BINBO, okay, which means buy it now or best offer. That's actually BINOBO. BINOBO. We call it buy now or best offer. That means you can buy or you can make an offer. You can pass. You can look. You can watch for free. There's a lot of people just watching right now. They're enamored at what's happening. They're like, holy crap, what is this? What have I found? How does he do this? What is going on? Who am I? How do I do this? What is going on? I mean, they're just wickedly mind blown right now. There's also some people that are probably asleep. They're like, this dude gets on my nerves. He's a psycho, but I love watching him. I watch every night. I'm asleeping right now. I'm dozing off. I mean, there's a lot of different emotions. Some people's mad. There's probably somebody crying right now. There's somebody probably angry. There's a lot of different emotions behind this camera, okay? There's a lot of emotions coming from me. You just don't ever know what I'm going to do. A lot of people wish they could predict me, but you can't, okay? You just can't. Cassettes have a bid for 15, final call. The Iron Maiden poster is a buy it now for 55, and then Pink Floyd is at 60 with Tommy Ralph, okay? 60 with Tommy Ralph. A lot of bidders on that. Final call, Iron Maiden, $55. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Next thing is going on right now, and this is who, this is what, this is and this is who. This is John Clemmer, and John Clemmer is called Blowing Gold. John Clemmer, Blowing Gold over here. And oh, John Clemmer is a 1969 USOG promo, VG Plus condition. A $40 start on John Clemmer, Blowing Gold. Cadet concept, $40 start on that, now up for bid. Pink Floyd is at 60-61, any Clue or King Crimson. There is a good chance it could pop up at any second. And Mike Pierce says, man, Chad, you know why I'm here. I'm here to buy Rush. What if I put up my Rush pinball machine at a $1 start, Mitch? Will you bid? Free shipping, my Rush pinball machine, $1 start. Gosh, that would be a major risk, and I would lose probably a lot of money. Okay, first buy now, best offer. Dixie Dregs, Night of the Living Dregs, a strong VG, $14.99. We have Waylon Jennings, Ruby, Don't Take Your Love to Town, VG, $9.99. Also over here, we have Roxy. Roxy's VG Plus $14.99. Savoy Brown, a step further, VG Plus $14.99. Sissy Drinkard and the Sweet Inspiration, Songs of Faith and Inspiration, a nice VG $19.99. And we have Benny Blows His Horn. That is a VG minus, a 10-inch there on Prestige LP 210, $34.99. These cassettes are sold for $15. Thank you, David Pokey. Those are sold to you for $15. Let's put those right over here. David Pokey got those for $15. Appreciate that. Let's set those right over here. Another tower of cassettes are done. Appreciate it. Thank you. Done. We're right now going through buy it now, best offer. Let's sell a bunch of stuff. I'll take in offers. I'm taking them once. I'm taking them twice. And then over here, Pink Floyd has a bid for $65. John Clemmer's a $40 start. $25 for Johnny Guitar. Here's Billy Taylor Trio featuring Candido with Earl Main and Percy Bryce. That's VG minus $24.99. Alan Eager, that's VG for $39.99. And the Steve Miller Band, Brave New World. Steve Miller Band's a VG copy, $14.99. Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Elton John, VG, $19.99, okay? Pink Floyd, $67.70. And we have Pink Floyd, $71, $75, $76. Facebook got hung up there for a second, it looks like. Now Pink Floyd, $76. $69 USOG promo on John Clemmer. Final chance for $40 on that. Final chance on that for $40, just saying. I'm going to leave that right there so I don't forget. Let me actually take that off. Don't want that tape sticking to the cover. And over here we have Moki Cole. Moki Cole with VG Plus $14.99 and Steve Miller, Living in the USA. I think we had the companion one to that this morning in the flip crate. $19.99 on Steve Miller. Sly and Robbie, Language Barrier, VG Plus $14.99. And then Savoy Brown, Get Into the Point, VG Plus $14.99. Let me go try to find Johnny Guitar Watson. I feel like that was in the last crate. $25. Was that in the last crate? Let me see if that was in the last crate. Let's see here. What happened to it? Donna Bruss at Johnny Guitar, $25. If it wasn't in this crate, it was maybe in the crate before this one. Let's see here. There it is. Found it 2 crates ago. Sealed $25. Johnny Guitar Watson. Sold to Donnabro. Okay. All right. All right. Over here. Let's see. All right. Savoy Brown, Get Into the Point. Savoy Brown is VG Plus, $14.99. Jasmine, Carl Schmidt, Michelle Ism. That is VG Plus. It's got some signatures on the front. $9.99. The John Clemmer is a $40 buy it now. This is a 1969 US promo, VG Plus. $40 buy it now on John Clemmer. I'm going to put that right over here. That's behind Armageddon and the Stooges record that didn't get a bid. And then over here, Pink Floyd, $77 of amenities. Andy Wade's out. Tommy Ralph, it's up to you, okay? Also, the impressions keep on pushing. VG minus $14.99. Also, we have Johnny Winter, the Progressive Blues Experiment, VG plus $14.99. Stephen Douglas, Savoy Brown, Get to the Point, $10. So does Stephen Douglas. Pinball machine. Well, there's different versions. Of course, there's the original Kiss machine. Then there's a modern one. But these new pinball machines, some of them start at $15,000. I forgot how much Rush was. I didn't get there is a Rush model that's even more expensive than mine. I got a Pro. No, I got a Premium, which is the basic. The Premium is the basic, and Pro is the high end. It's kind of confusing, but yeah. All right, we have Vandenberg, Vinnie Vincent, Wasp, Badlands, and Loverboy. Those are going to go up for a $15 start. I'm going to make sure TSO Houston or Tommy Ralph is out on Pink Floyd. Amenities has it for $77. And then Fredo Fuentes over here gets John Clemmer for $40. Stephen Douglas gets Johnny Winter for $10. Those cassettes are a $15 start. Next is Pink Floyd The Wall. It does have some writing and a sticker. It's a Terre Haute press, VG Plus $49.99. Chris has the cassettes at 15 bucks. We got the Dregs Unsung Heroes, VG Plus $14.99. And we have the Monkeys Headquarters, VG Plus $14.99. These cassettes have 2 bids. Next one on my list is Metallica, which they just remastered the one. I have a headache every time I go look at ordering one. I use a company out of Ohio, I think, called Flippin' Pinball. That's who I use. They're really good. They'll deliver, white glove it, unbox it, put it together, level it, set it up, and that's how they did my Rush. I think it's called Just Flippin' Pins. That's who I use. They're out of Ohio. He sells everything, arcade machines. Really cool. Sunlux. If I had a clone machine, that'd be my second venture. Would be pinballs and arcades. I'd like to have a whole warehouse full of them one day. Whenever I have the free time. Sunlux is a 2013 U.S. limited edition numbered. This is Sunlux. It's called Lanterns. It's numbered 40 of 500. It's near mint. Sunlux is a $75 start. Over here, we have cassettes 21. They had a bid for 15, 15, 20, now 21, now 25. Robin Glenn offered 10 for the Monkeys sold. Pink Floyd has a new bid for 78. Amenities, you've been outbid. Pink Floyd is at $78. We have Big Mama Thornton, Stronger Than Dirt. Big Mama Thornton with You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog. That's a VG copy for $29.99. Elton John was a VG copy of Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Pretty clean, though, $19.99 for Elton. Nice jacket on that one. All the Young Girls Love Alice. We have Van Morrison TB Sheets. VG Plus $34.99. Van Morrison TB Sheets. VG Plus $34.99. For me, it's hard to pull the trigger on such an expensive item. Probably some of y'all have the same dilemma. You work really hard for your money, and all of a sudden you're like, man, I've worked really hard for this money. Do I really want to buy a pinball machine that costs $15,000? It's like, golly, holy moly. Can I do something maybe a little bit better with that money? But then at the back of my head, it's like, Chad, you only live once. Hank Ballard and the Midnighters, Finger Poppin' Time, VG Plus $29.99. Hank Ballard and the Midnighters, VG Plus $29.99. 5 O'Clock World, The Vogues, VG Plus $29.99. And Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. This is the 2015 Deluxe Edition. The 2015 Deluxe Edition. A little bit different looking here, right? It's got the 2 jackets, it's got bonus tracks, and Led Zeppelin is $74.99. 2015 Deluxe, $74.99. I'll probably never get this back in the sleeve now. Let me just lay it right over here. $74.99 on Zeppelin. Pink Floyd still getting bids. The cassettes are sold to Sieg for $25. Thank you, Sid. Sunlux is a $75 start. And we have Kim Weston for the first time, EX 1999. How's the tilt setting on your Rush pinball machine? I think we got it pretty lenient. I don't know. I've never really had to like throw my hip into it for anything. It's pretty balanced, and it's pretty fair the way they set it up. They's like, how do you want this thing set up? And I'm like, well, I'm a beginner, so I'm not a pro by no means. So just set it up where I can have fun playing it on the weekends. When I have friends over to watch football. You know, we don't want this thing like it's going to make you punch the glass out. Elton John, if that other person passes, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Stephen Parton for $15. And then we have The Best Is Yet to Come, Eric Sylvester. That's a Ja Folk EX34. I hope I'm saying this right. XIAU. I'm familiar with it. I just never can get the word out correctly. $34.99. Night Ranger Dawn Patrol, $24.99. And then DVC, $14.99 on DVC. Are we done on this Pink Floyd? We're still bidding. Amenities, you're out. Tony McDaniel has it for $82. Sunlux is a $75 buy it now. Stephen, you do get Elton John for $15. You do get Elton John for $15. Let's put that right over here. Next is Toulouse. Toulouse is EX $14.99. And the Arthur Sound, the Wild Ones, $14.99. Pink Floyd still getting bids for $90. Pink Floyd still getting bids for 90. All right, here we go. Let's put up some more cassettes. Let's do Slaughter, Spread Eagle, Quite Right, Wasp, Vinnie Moore, and let's just do those right there for, if I can get them out of this tray. We're going to put these up for a $15 start. Cool lot here too. Vinnie Moore, Wasp, Quite Right, Spread Eagle, and Slaughter, the Wildlife. $15 start. Those are now up for bid. Next in here is Infinite McCoys. This is EX condition, $19.99 on Infinite McCoys. We have Rainbow Down to Earth, $34.99 for Rainbow. Pink Floyd's now at $100. UFO Obsession, $24.99 for UFO. And Moth the Hoople, Rock and Roll Queen. Moth the Hoople, $14.99. A Japanese pressing, Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert, $39.99. These are all buy it now best offer. Pink Floyd's hit $100. Tommy Ralph's out. It's up to one person, Tony McDaniel. The high bid right now is at $100. Grand Funk, we're an American band. A 73 Winchester on the yellow vinyl. No condition notes to cover. Does have some damage. We'll say wear and tear, $24.99. Alex Miller gets the Zeppelin for $65. Thank you. Now, if I'm able to get this back in here, it'll probably be a near miracle. So let me just put it out of the sleeve, and whoever tags these two Zeppelin jackets and that brown paper bag goes in here, and that is sold for $65 to Alex Miller. Thank you on that. Andy Wade gets Eric Clapton for $30. Thank you. Been a solid buy now best offer crate here. And over here we have next has a computer keyboard in the part but no name on the cover. We're about to find out. This cassette lot has a bid for $15 with Jeff Brinley. I'm knocking out cassettes. I think I have a whole nother case after this one. Something about a computer and no name. Let's go find it. A computer and no name. Computer and no name. I don't see that in here. Have we already sold it? I still got John Lennon, the Beatles, Fever, Kathy McCord, Hard Life Onion, Deep Purple Picture Disc. Let's go ahead and do that. Motorhead, Jimmy Webster. There is a Motorhead single, Jorge Dalto, and then the very expensive Donald Fagen Christmas box set. That thing is an air horn, just FYI. The Donald Fagen Christmas box set. It's expensive. This is a 1985 UK limited edition picture disc. VG Plus condition, Deep Purple, Perfect Stranger. Nebworth 85 limited edition picture disc, includes extras track, not responsible. So this is really cool. This is the picture disc of Perfect Stranger, and it was a Nebworth edition. Interesting. Never seen it before. Deep Purple, a $40 start. Deep Purple, $40 start on that, okay? The cassettes are at $15. Slaughter, Spread Eagle, Quite White, Ross, Vinnie Vor. We've been auctioning cassettes all night long, mortgage guy Rob. You've missed them. You was out DJing. Over here, Pipes of Peace, Paul McCartney, $34.99. Deep Purple is in VG Plus condition. The McCoy's Human Ball, $24.99 for the McCoy's Human Ball. Also, Bill Wyman Monkey Grip. Bill Wyman is $14.99 for Monkey Grip. And Black Sabbath 13 sealed, $39.99. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Amenities. Fredo Fuentes gets Pink Floyd for $100. Thank you on that one. Deep Purple, $40 start. If they pass on the cassettes, we'll go ahead and sell them for $15. Next going up right now is what? Let's see what's going on with this. Let's see. What's going on with Kathy? Kathy McCord, CTI, sealed, 1970. This is pricey. It's a 1970 U.S. sealed copy. There's only 3 available in the United States. The VG Plus copies are as much as $250 and $290, and this is sealed. Kathy McCord, $225 start. $225 start on that, okay? Next thing over here is this, and this is Wes Bruce and Lang. That's EX condition, $9.99. Wes Bruce and Lang, EX condition, $14.99. Also, we have Montrose Paper Money, EX, $24.99 on Montrose Paper Money. And Moby Grape, 20 Granite Creek. Moby Grape is $24.99. Moby Grape, 20 Granite Creek, $24.99. Ian and the Zodiacs, a 1964 mono, $24.99. Mike Millis, Desperado, $24.99 on Mike Millis. Houston Fearless, EX, $34.99. and Paul McCartney, Flowers in the Dirt. That is a sealed archival edition, $99.99. This cassette lot is sold for $15 to Jeff Brindley. Thank you on that, $15. Mott with the promo sticker, $8. That was Mott, the Hoople back here. That was the Rock and Roll Queen with the DJ sticker. That is sold to Thomas Clark for $8. Thank you on that. And Deep Purple is a $40 buy it now. I'm going to go ahead and roll that one pretty quick. $40 buy it now on that one. Okay, Deep Purple, $40 buy it now. That's Perfect Stranger. $40 buy it now on that. 1 second over here. Kathy McCord is a $225 start. Next cassette lot, Soul Asylum, Jethro Tull, Old and Heavy Gold, 1965, and Mike and the Mechanics. Sorry, they're almost stuck in this tray over here. So Mike and the Mechanics, Old and Gold 65, Jethro Tull Aqualung, Tull Original Masters, and Soul Asylum, Grave Dancers Union. $10 start on that cassette lot. Do I have many more over here I can add to it? Yeah, here we go. I forgot there's more over here. Let me add, for a $10 start, I'll actually go ahead and add these two right here, if I can get to the bottom of them. Here we go. And now that's a $10 start. So now we got Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs, Men Without Hats, Pop Goes the World, and America's Greatest Hits. All right, that was a pretty solid crate. If anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know. This is a buy it now or best offer crate, okay? And Kathy McCord, final chance on that at $225. All righty. Still got some other stuff. What about, oh, this might be the one GMB's asking about. John Moss, 2008. John Moss, 2018 U.S. box set. This is near mint. It has the poster and booklet and a signed musical score. It's called John Moss, M-A-U-S, and it's a $350 start. Kathy McCord is a $225 buy it now. Kathy McCord, $225 buy it now, okay? Over here, this is $225. The cassettes have bids for $10 and then $20, okay? And then Rob Fordham all over the Kathy McCord, $225. I had a feeling one of y'all was going to snap that one. Thank you. Let's see what else I have over here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. And 1 second, please. All right, so John Moss, $350 start, and then cassettes, $22.25. Joshua Huffman, you're out. So, yeah, let's just do a quick read-through, just titles, and I'm going to grab another crate to go through best offer, okay? So we had Dixie Dregs, Waylon Jennings, Roxy, Savoy Brown, Cece Drinkard and the Sweet Inspirations, Benny Blows His Horn, the Billy Taylor Trio, Alan Eager, Steve Miller Band, Brave New World, Moki Cole, Steve Miller Band, Living in the USA. I know that one's backwards. Sly and Robbie, Jasmine, The Impressions, Keep on Pushing, Pink Floyd, The Wall, The Dixie Dregs, Big Mama Thornton, Van Morrison, Hank Ballard and the Midnighters, The Vogues, 5 O'Clock World, Kim Weston, The Best Is Yet to Come. That's Eric Sylvester, Night Ranger, Dawn Patrol, DVC, To Lose, The Arthur Sounds Go Wild, recorded at Arthur, The McCoys again, Rainbow, UFO Obsession, Grand Funk World American Band, McCartney Pipes of Peace, The McCoys Human Ball, Bill Wyman Monkey Grip, Black Sabbath was sealed, $39.99, Wes Bruce and Lang, Montrose Paper Money, Moby Grape, 20 Granite Creek, Ian and the Zodiacs, Mike Millis Desperado, Houston Fearless, and Paul McCartney Flowers in the Dirt. All right, let's grab another crate. These cassettes are sold to SIG for $25. Thank you, SIG. Those are sold. Let me set those right over here. Let's get another lot going. Making a lot. Checking it twice. I'm going to find out who's bidding on cassettes. All right, that's sold. And then Alex Miller on Night Ranger. I have a feeling that was right in here. It's sold to Alex Miller. All right. And then John Moss is a buy it now for $350. John Moss, a buy it now for $350. Sounds like something Jim B is going to make an offer on. Boy, how did I know? How did I know? Probably because they probably sell for like $500 on Discogs. How did I know? The booger with these are shipping. The booger with these are shipping because they're kind of oversized. But this is a very clean. This is all the cassettes just came out of this. Very clean and nice. $35. $35 on this thing here. This double-decker cassette box. Vintage vinyl, very clean. $35 if anybody wants it. $35 on that cassette. If not, we put those out in the store and we sell the heck out of them. All right, what is the DVC LP called and the price? Chris Riddings, DVC price. And let's put up some new auctions. Don't go anywhere. We got one more look at one more record in here. One more look at one more record. Moss, 275. Moss, 300. 300, Jim B. 300 smackers. Chris Riddings, this is called DVC. DVC is called DVC. It's on the Alpha label, and it is $14.99. Now, Jim B, you know you're going to put that on Discogs for $499.99. That's a lot of room, okay? That's a lot of, you know what they call that? That's a lot of meat on the bone. That's a lot of meat left on the bone. You know you're going to list that for $499.99 OBO. Here's our next cassette lot. Scorpions, Vinnie Vincent, Striper, Judas Priest, Queensryche, Van Halen, Winger, $15 start. How much? $15 start. We have Winger in the Heart of the Young, Queensryche, The Warning, Striper, To Hell with the Devil. We have Judas Priest, Sin After Sin, Vinnie Vincent Invasion, Scorpions, Animal Magnetism, and Van Halen, Women and Children First. Okay? This is a $15 start. John Moss sold to Jim B for $290. I have honestly not even looked it up, but we're here to sell stuff tonight. Sold to Jim B for $290. That cassette lot, Van Halen, Scorpions, Vinnie Vincent, Priest, Striper, Queensryche, Winger, $15 start there. All right, so we're ready for another auction. Let's do this interesting looking one here. Actually, let's do Motorhead. This is a 1977 UK 12-inch 45 RPM Motorhead. The song's Motorhead, 77 UK, and City Kids. Beautiful vinyl, spanking copy. And this is going to go up for a $40 start. $40 start. 5 for Queensryche cassette. These are all being sold as a lot. $15 start for all of them. All right, let's grab another crate. Matt Nichols says, buddy, I'm here to buy Kiss stuff. I don't know what you're trying to prove. Here's what I'm trying to prove. We're going to go through this crate right here, and we're going to go through this crate, and everything in here is buy it now or best offer. I see some great titles, so let's do it. You can buy these now, or you can make an offer. It's totally up to you. The cassettes have a bid for $15. Motorhead's a $40 start. And speaking of Kiss stuff, let's see what we can find back here behind me. Oh, gosh. Stretch. Oh, gosh. Holy cow. Whew. That took my breath away. Oh, it's a great neck adjustment. Whew. I'm going to feel that in the morning. Holy cow. Kiss. 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 How about a Chevy Chase signed Funko? Price reduction. Clark Griswold. Somebody will bid on this. I bet Matt Nichols will. $125 start. Look at that. Signed Clark Griswold Funko, JSC authenticated. I mean, come on. $125 start. Now up for bid. Cassettes have a bid for $15 and now $20. $75 for the ZZ Top poster. I'll do it for $115. $115. We got to ship that in a tube. It's authenticated. It's signed. That's a very good price on that. Billy Gibbons, $115. These are all buy it now or best offer. The Larksman. The Larksman is a 2006. It's garage and it's sealed. The Larksman, $29.99, is the Deep Purple whole album 12-inch single. It's the whole album. Whole album on that one. Also, the Blonde Bombshell, Joanne Campbell, $19.99. And Elton John, Sleeping with the Past. These are all buy it now or best offer. Elton John, $24.99. Wham, Make It Big. Wake Me Up Before You Go. It is $34.99. No condition notes. Hot Tuna, burgers, cheeseburgers, $9.99. We have Still I Span, Rocket Cottage. Still I Span is $19.99. And Bobby Sherman, Getting Together. Bobby Sherman, $14.99. Todd Rocks gets the Deep Purple for $40. Speaking of $40, Motorhead. Motorhead is a 77 UK, $40 on Motorhead. Chevy Chase signed Funko, $1.25 on that one. We have Dixie Dregs, the industry standard, and Shrink, $9.99 on the Dregs. The Spinners is $14.99. This cassette lot's at $27. Peter Gabriel, So, an OG copy, In Your Eyes, the light, the heat, your eyes, I am complete. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Tarkus, and this is $12.99. And we have Paul Hyde Paolas. Paul Hyde is $9.99. Bob Seger Mongrel. Bob Seger is $26.99. Bob Seger Mongrel Gold Stamp Promo, $26.99. Genesis 3 Sides Live is $34.99. And Country Joe and the Fish together. This is $24.99 for Country Joe and the Fish. If I don't mention the grade, by the way, it is EX Plus near minus. If I mention the grade, that's the grade. I have another CD box set to put up right quick, and this is called Citizen Steely Dan. This is a Steely Dan CD box set. It's a 4 CD, and it's going to go up for a $20 start. That's now for bid. Marshall Bassett on Peter Gabriel. I was trying to combine words there. In your eyes, the light, the heat, your eyes, I am complete. Also over here, we have Todd Rundgren. This is the ever-popular Tortured Artist Effect. I don't want to work. I just want to bang on the $14.99 for Todd Rundgren. That is in there. Some say that's some of the greatest music ever. And then the cassettes over here, David Polkey gets those for $27. If anybody wants Chevy Chase, he's $125. Bob Seger over here is sold to Kevin LeBeatty for $20. Mike Torres gets the Chevy Chase Funko Pop for $125. Thank you on that one. Anybody a Harry Potter fan? How about a signed Harry Potter Funko? Anybody a fan? We have Classic Lightfoot, $14.99 on that. Todd Rundgren is sold to Kelly Cook. Steely Dan box is a $20 start. Genesis Live is $19.99. And Peter Gabriel, the Scratch album, $34.99. That was his third solo album. Next auction is going to go up right now. Motorhead, Kiss of Death, 2006 German picture disc, near mint. Motorhead, Kiss of Death, 2006 German picture disc. That's going to go up for a $100 start. How about another cassette lot? Let's do it. Let me grab this other briefcase over here full of cassettes and see what's in them. All right, let's see what's in them. That was a $50 price drop on Chevy Chase. I still got signed Chevy Chase photos, signed Chevy Chase jersey. Does anybody want to see the Clark Griswold hockey jersey? It's pretty cool. Perfect for you to wear at Christmas time. You will really impress some family members. They'll be like, holy crap, man, where'd you get that signed Clark Griswold? Where'd you get that signed Clark Griswold jersey you're wearing? And you're going to be like, oh, I got a little honey hole over on Facebook I can't tell you about, okay? All right, over here we have sticks. These are sticks. Kilroy was here. Mr. Roboto, Edge of Century, Greatest Hits, Crystal Ball, Equinox, and Grand Illusion. $15 start on those. Steely Dan CD box set has a bid for $20. David Polkey on Paul Hyde, and let's go ahead and tag that. Steely Dan box 25, Steely Dan box 26, Lightfoot $12. So to Tom Sullivan. Thank you. And then Genesis Duke. There's got to be some misunderstanding. Woohoo! There must be some kind of mistake. I waited in the rain for hours, and you were late. Hello, I must be going. Phil Collins, 1999. You Can't Hurry Love, 1999. I don't care anymore. I cannot believe it's true. 1999. Also, Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Oh man, $29.99. This is epic. $29.99 CSNY so far. And then Donovan, Sunshine Superman, $14.99. Donovan, Sunshine Superman, $14.99. Season of the Witch. All I got to say. Okay, over here, first thing, we have Steely Dan at 26, the cassette lot 15, and then Mark Fallon said, well, here I am. Everybody, let's take a moment to recognize Mark Fallon. He has entered the chat. Here we are. Everybody, stop what you're doing. Mark Fallon. Nice. Mark Fallon. Even for that, we will bring out, what kind of special effect do we have? Even for, here we go. We'll even do this for Mark Fallon.
I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live.
Okay.
We'll do it live. F it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
All right. He's here. Thank you for joining us. Wow. Mark Fallon. He has arrived. Now, I just need you to spend some money. Otherwise, what's the point? Steely Dan 26. The stick slot is at 15. Steely Dan 28. Steely Dan 29. Marshall Bassett on field. Now, Marshall, did you want Genesis, which is Phil Collins, of course, or did you want Phil Collins? Which one did you want there, Marshall? Did you want Genesis or Phil Collins, or you let me know, okay? All right, and then we have Steely Dan 28, Steely Dan 29, and then Rob CD asked how much Duke was, $19.99. Steely Dan 30-31, Matt Bushy on Donovan for $9, Cheryl Smith on Donovan. Oh, man, I just shot myself in the foot. Oh, man, I just shot myself in the foot. Cheryl was going to pay full price. And then over here, Chad, did you sell the other autographed Seether albums? No, I haven't yet. Steely Dan 35, and then over here, Steely Dan 22, Genesis Duke 15, Steely Dan 36, and Steely Dan 38. Okay, so I know that's a lot just happened there. Mark Fallon showed up and just steamrolled the whole show. We're going to figure out what Marshall Bassett wanted. Let me tell you something. When this guy makes an appearance, you should see the way Mark Fallon walks into like dinners and stuff. Like when he walks into restaurants, dude, it's crazy. When he walks into restaurants, it is insane just the reaction that happens from him and everybody there. Phil Collins is sold to Marshall Bassett, okay? That is sold. And then over here, Genesis Duke is sold to Rob CD for $15. Now, all of a sudden, we can go ahead and say Steely Dan's at $41. Let's make Motorhead a buy now for $100. This is a 2006 German picture disc. Motorhead is a $100 buy now on that, okay? 100 for Motorhead. The stick slot is sold for $15. And the stick slot is sold for $15 to way up here. That was Jeff Brindley, okay? We sold Lightfoot. We sold the sticks for $15. We sold Phil Collins. We sold Genesis. We sold Donovan. Seether, I got to find those. And then we got to find Chris Pratt and something to something. Joshua, you'd have to send me pictures. Steely Dan 40, 41, 44, 45, okay? Henry Hill and Goodfellas, yeah. Hey, right here, get him a table. Right here, get him a table. He walks through the back door. Everybody comes up, starts shaking his hand. Hey, Fallon. Hey, man, thanks for joining us tonight. Man, thanks. Hey, man, get this guy. Hey, waiter, get this guy some drinks. What are you doing? Get him some bread. Come on, this is Mark Fallon. This is Mark Fallon. What are you doing, dude? Come on, this is Mark Fallon here. Mark Fallon here. Get him a table. What are y'all doing? Chop, chop. He has somebody park his car. He pulls up to the restaurant. He tosses some kid his keys. He tosses some kids his keys. He said, hey, park that thing. Don't scratch it, all right? Over here, we have Steely Dan 4051 and then Steely Dan 53. Anything left from High Post Auctions? Yes. The Who, there's another copy. We had this earlier tonight. $19.99. The Who, it's $19.99. CSN, $15. I can't do that, but I would do it for $22. $22 on that one. And then Steely Dan box is still getting bids, okay? All right, there's that. And over here, what do we got going on? What do we got going on? Let's do some more cassettes, all right? Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. And this one. And let's do this one. These are going to go up for a $15 start. We got Fleetwood Mac Tusk, 2-in-1, Huey Lewis, Rolling Stones, Fleetwood Mac again, the Cars, and the Wallflowers, Bringing Down the Horse. Those are going to go up for a $15 start, okay? Next thing in here is Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century, $19.99 on Steve Miller Band. Country Joe and the Fish, electric music for the mind and body. Country Joe and the Fish is $24.99. Bob Seger, Live Bullet. Beautiful loser. This is a 2LP, $24.99 on that one. The cassettes have a bid for $15. And Gary Wright, the Dreamweaver, $19.99. Oh, woohoo, Dreamweaver. Oh, that's a second label, but beautiful condition. $19.99. Woohoo, dream. Okay, next thing over here is Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy, $34.99, okay? Over here, cassettes 15, 15, 17, The Police. Oh, well, Sting fan Donna's not watching. Now, how can I put that up without Sting fan Donna watching, Joe Castillo? If Sting fan Donna was watching, I would put it up. It's not a record, okay? It's not a record. It's actually something you put in your mouth. That's all I can say. That's the Police item. That's all I can say. Okay? I have it right over here for whenever Sting fan Donna's watching. Otherwise, it would be a catastrophe. This is a Jefferson Airplane flight log, $29.99 on that. And then over here, the band. And the band is a 2008. And this is $34.99. Joe Castillo says, forget it. That's all I can say. It's not a record. I have a feeling you won't be interested if it's not a record. Aerosmith, Dream On, Dream On, $34.99. The cassettes are now at over here. We have, okay, so let's see what's going on here. We have Steely Dan 56, 59, 60, cassettes 15, 15, 17. Steely Dan 64, cassettes 19. Joe Delgado put JW 12. Gary Rice, so did Joe Delgado for 12, cassettes 21, Steely Dan 65, cassettes 23, Steely Dan 68, cassettes out, Steely Dan 69, Steely Dan 70, the band 25, sold to Andy Wade. Thank you on that one. And we have George Harrison, All Things Must Pass, the 2017, $139.99. Wow, look how beautiful that is. If not for you, I wouldn't hear the robin sing. My sweet Lord. Ooh, my Lord. Also, over here, we have Aerosmith and $34.99. Back to the Turntable says he's about to have a conniption fit if I don't tell him who Mark Fallon is. Oh, man. Mark Fallon. Well, let's go back. Let's go back many, many years. We have first, next for auction, Fever. Fever is Little Willie John. Take a look at this. This is Fever, Little Willie John, a first pressing VG Plus. The cover is damaged, tough to get. $200 start on that. $200 start on that one, okay? Aerosmith is already sold, right? Yep, Aerosmith already sold, Sid said. Next over here is Status Quo Pile Driver. Status Quo is a 2LP, $24.99. Hank Aaron, that is sealed, 715. $29.99. Looks like something Mark Fallon would buy. We have Kayak. This is $19.99. And then over here, we have everybody's favorite blues. That's a sealed King Comp, $24.99. And now Steely Dan is sold to Travis Woods for $73. Let's put that right there. It's sold. And then over here, what about this cassette lot? The last bid that I seen, Robin Glenn went out. David Pokey gets these for $23. Mike Torrey said, not so fast, Mark Fallon. This is sold over here. That is sold to Mike Torrey's. And then we have Interview Big Oceans. Interview $9.99. John Durden, that's his complaint number 14 of the night. Chalk it up. Next thing over here is With Love, Bobby Sherman, $14.99. And Swedish Schnapps, Charlie Parker and his orchestra, $19.99. Tom Sullivan gets George Harrison for $110. That is sold to Tom Sullivan. And the Allman Brothers, Idlewild South. I've got one more silver dollar. Not gonna catch me, no. Not gonna catch the Midnight Rider. Ba-da-dun-dun-da-dun. Da-da-dun-dun-da-dun. I don't own the clothes I'm wearing, and the road goes on forever, and I've got one more sip. That is a Red Label Polydor reissue. Also over here, we have Pete Townsend, White City, $14.99. Yes, Cheryl Smith, you did get Aerosmith. And we have Captain Fantastic, the Brown Dirt Cowboy. This has the inserts with it. Brown Dirt Cowboy, $34.99. Bobby Sherman, sold to Robin Glenn for $10. And we have another lot of cassettes going up right now. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And take a look at these. I have 3 and 3 over here. I have 3 Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith, the best of, and Point of No Entry. And we have Nazareth, Ram, Anama, Naz, Nazareth, No Jive, and Nazareth, Expect No Mercy. Those are going to go up for a $15 start. First thing is we sold Bobby Sherman for 10. Any more live radio concerts? I don't think so. Little Willie John's a $200 buy it now. Fever, that is not easy to get whatsoever. $200 buy it now on that one. Let's put that right over here. Almond, 16. I will do $28 on the Allman Brothers. It's a reissue on the red Polydor, but it is near mint. $28 on that. Brian Studdard offered $25 on Skinnerd. I'm taking it. Skinnerd is sold for $25 to Brian Studdard. That is sold. And then next thing over here is the cassettes have a bid for $15. Next is Spankin' Her Gang. Sunday will never be the same. Spankin' Her Gang is $19.99. And we have Sonny and Cher's Greatest Hits. The Beat Goes On, $24.99. $24.99 for Sonny and Cher. Bob Seger, Against the Wind. Rather than some, $24.99. Tom Sullivan said sold on the Allman Brothers. That is sold for $28. The cassettes, David Pokey has those for $15. All right, moving right along. Here's one of the next auctions from the Hot PTR, and this is called Jorge Dalto Chevalier. It is a 1976 USOG sealed, $100 start on this one. Interesting there. Look at that. Interesting. It is sealed, $100 start on that one. Also, we have Judy Garden and Carnegie Hall, $19.99. That's a 1976 Jorge Dalto Chevalier. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Also over here, we have Dance to Duke, his piano orchestra. That is $14.99. And we got Who Are You? Who, $19.99. I got to go up front to be able to grab the next couple auctions. Hope everybody's ready. If you're not ready, you probably need to be like, Chad, can you please go ahead and get the next couple auctions ready? And I'll be like, sure thing, just stand by, okay? Here we go. Let's walk up here and do this. I promise. Here they come. This is it. You've probably been waiting for some of these. There's been a couple of people who say, Chad, there's still a couple auctions I'm waiting on, my friend. I'm waiting for a couple auctions over here. Still waiting for a couple auctions over here, my friend, okay? Still waiting for a couple auctions to pop up. Hadn't seen them. I'm waiting for them. Still waiting for a couple auctions to pop up. They're like, hey, man, what are you doing over here, Chad? This is actually a pretty cool item, I think. I think this will look pretty cool framed in somebody's music cave, man cave. It looks like something Mark Fallon would bid on, honestly. So let's see what's going on over here. And let's go over here, and let's go over here, and let's go to the top cam, okay? John Durden, another complaint. There we go. Chalk that one up. This is Griswold signed jersey. Looks like a Chicago Bears jersey, signed by Chevy Chase, Beckett authenticated, and this is going to go up for $155 start. How cool is that? This one's been Beckett. I think it's witnessed, verified. It may just be certified, but I think it was witnessed. Probably he does most of the stuff witnessed at conventions. Chevy Chase signed Chicago Bears Griswold jersey, $155 start on this. There's the back, and then here is the front, 000, extra large. You can frame it, you can wear it, whatever you want to do. Griswold signed jersey, and let's go ahead and put this up for another, let's go ahead and put this up for a $155 start. Next thing over here is Tom Sullivan said sold. And then next thing is over here, we have info on Burgers Hot Tuna. Info on Burgers Hot Tuna. Burgers Hot Tuna. That's going right back here. Let's find it. Burgers Hot Tuna. Burgers Hot Tuna. Burgers Hot Tuna. Right here. This one is $9.99. No condition notes on the vinyl. Actually, it's very clean. Allied pressing. The sleeve has a little bit of ring wear. $9.99 on that one. That was for Rich T. Duke. Marshall Bassett on Sonny and Cher. That is sold to Marshall Bassett. Thank you on that one. I thought I saw something that said against the wind. Who said that one? Somebody said it. Who said against the wind? Who said it? There it is. Charles Berry, $20. Against the Wind. That's $20 and that's sold. And then over here, Eric Clapton did a soundtrack work. Chad, that Allman Brothers reminds me, you need to watch the movie Rush, made 1991. Greg Allman's in it. He's about an undercover cuz going over to Busted during Ring. It was filmed in Houston, 1991. Eric Clapton did the soundtrack work. It's Judy Garland and OG. This is a Gatefold 2 LP, Capitol Records. That would be the correct label. Yes, $19.99. This cassette lot is sold for $15. And this cassette lot is sold to David Pokey for $15. Thank you, David. That's sold to you. Genesis in shrink wrap. No reply at all. Hop sticker Abacab. Beautiful condition. Genesis, $19.99. Peter Gabriel. Security album, $34.99. And The Best of Bread, Volume 2. Guitar Man's on here, $12.99. Jorge Dalto is how much? $100 buy it now if anybody wants that. 1976 OG sealed. Let's put that right over there. Thank you, Jorge. That's available if anybody wants it. Johnny Paycheck, $26.99. Armed and Crazy, Where the Lilies Bloom, the Earl Scruggs Review, $19.99 on that. And Banana Bawana A, More Exotic Sounds of Arthur Lyman, $9. Joshua Huffman on Judy Garland, and that is sold to him for $19. Clark Griswold, signed Chevy Chase jersey, $155 on that. Let's move that right over here. Boom, there's that. And let's do another cassette lot. And that's going to be these right here, the last of this box. And then let me pull 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do Tom Petty, and let's see here, Tom Petty and Gold and Platinum. Okay, so here's 8 for a $15 start. We got Jethro Tull Rock Island, Jethro Tull Crest of a Knave, Jethro Tull Freeze Frame, Out on Over Twitch, Out on Over Subject, Out on Over Blood on the Bricks, Tom Petty Live, Pack of the Plantation, Gold and Platinum 3 comp, and that is going to go up for a $15 start. Abacab, so the Rob CD, beautiful copy there, $15, and that's going over here in the sold crate. There's got to be some misunderstanding. Woo-hoo. Let's see if we can find another one of those radio broadcasts. Let me see if there's any over here in the bonus crate, which I still have across the room, unless they've moved some stuff. This crate says Kiss. This crate says Below VG Good Records. This says Beatle Stash. This says Boots Unofficial and Radio Transcriptions. That's might be what we're looking for. Let me see if there's any more West 1-1. I don't see any more West 1-1. There's a bunch of Bruce in here we'll put out at some point. But no, I don't see any more. Well, here's a Bob Seger. It's sort of an official. I think it's pretty pricey for the most part. And let's see what Patrick's got over here. He says cleaned, and priced. Okay, cleaned and priced. He's working on, he's already getting a head start for when he's back in here on Tuesday. All right, so here's one I just pulled out of the, I think some of the last leftovers of Dale's Pittsburgh collection. And so this is a 2 LP. It's called NBC Radio Entertainment Profile 86 Bob Seger, which was a live show, an official release through NBC. It's a 2 disc. It's near mint minus. It's a $35 start. This cassette lot's a $15 start. And then the Johnny Paycheck here. Johnny Paycheck was $26.99, armed and crazy. Orange Epic label, beautiful vinyl. Now, that crate was gone through once. We're not going to spend very much time with it again. I'm just going to blast through the titles, and if you need anything, let me know. And then we're going to go, the next crate's probably going to be half off, okay? We're probably going to do a half off crate. I've just got vintage buy it now best offer, aka pre-owned records for the rest of the night. As much as I can show, plus I'm grabbing posters and 45s and cassettes. Whatever I can get my hands on to sell for this last $8 of limited shipping, okay, before we close it out. Next thing over here is the Larksman. We have the Blonde Bombshell, Joanne Campbell, Elton John, Sleep in the Past, Wham! Make It Big, Still I Span, Bobby Sherman, The Dregs, The Spinners, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Genesis, Country Joe and the Fish, Genesis, Peter Gabriel, The Who, It's Hard, Crossteels, Nash and Young, Country Joe and the Fish, Steve Miller Band, Bob Seger, Jefferson Airplane, Status Quo, Kayak, Interview, Everybody's Favorite Blues, Swedish Schnapps, Charlie Parker, Pete Townsend, Elton John, Spankin' Our Gang, Duke Ellington, The Who, Hot Tuna, Peter Gabriel, Bread, Earl Scruggs, Arthur Lyman, and then Johnny Paycheck, okay? First, the Griswold jersey is a buy it now for $155 if anybody wants that. The signed Clark Griswold jersey, signed by, of course, Chevy Chase, Clark Griswold himself, signed by Chevy Chase, Clark Griswold himself, signed by Clark Griswold, Chevy Chase himself. That is a $155 buy it now if anybody wants that, okay? It's right here behind me. That's right here. And then the Seeger radio broadcast has a bid for $35. Final chance on these cassettes. Anybody else? All right. Then this cassette is empty. I'm going to have to do some digging for some more. I know I've got them around here somewhere. Size on the jersey, extra large. It's a big, like, football type jersey, extra large. Yep, extra large. Signed, like I said, you could, that'd be a good thing to slip on holidays when you're about to open Christmas presents, right? And show it off. Be like, hey, man, look what I got. Everybody's like, man, where did you get that at? And you're gonna be like, I got a little secret place I have on Facebook and YouTube. I can't tell you the name. They're called Collecco, but I'm not going to tell you the name. They're called Collecco. Hot Tuna, Soda Cyclone Doug for $8. All right, time for a new crate. Let's see if I can do this one. I mean, I know I can. I guess I call the shots here, but let me see if I'm eligible to put this one at half off, okay? All right, I want to make sure I can do this one at half off. And everybody's like, Chad, we know you can, buddy. So you better do it. You better make that a half off crate, okay? You better make that a half off crate, buddy. Better make that a half off crate. And if I do this, I expect to sell everything. And then a bundle. Man, I know it's going to be a good crate when I start seeing a bunch of Genesis. I know it's going to be a good crate when I start seeing a bunch of Genesis. I'd swim in it. Open to offers. I'll take an offer. We just sold a signed Funko for $125. I think the jersey's slightly better. Brent's offered $125. I'm asking $155. Y'all are getting close. This cassette lot, $15 buy it now. Two Jethro Tulls, Jay Giles, 3 Aldo Novas, Tom Petty, and Gold and Platinum. 15 on that one, okay? Over here, we have Hot Tuna 8, Johnny Paycheck, Cyclone Doug, $18. $18, Johnny Paycheck. You got it. You got it. Let's tag that. Put that right over here. And we have 151. We got 125 and 130. I'll do it for 135. I'll do it for 135. 135, okay? 135. And that beats the Funko out a little, and I'll feel happy about it. If not, then I'll feel sad about it. And Chris, if you pass, then it'll go to Brent, and then he can sell or pass. Bob Seger sold for $35, Intergroove Distortion. Chad, buddy, I need to put back everything I bought tonight. Gosh. Matt Nichols is a funny guy, huh? Matt Nichols is a funny guy. Funny guy. Let's put this right over here. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is John Lennon. It's a vintage bootleg. It's actually on red vinyl, and this one's called You should have been there, the rock and roll sessions. And this is red vinyl. It's a 2 LP vintage bootleg, John Lennon. And this is a $40 start. $40 start. John Lennon, you should have been there. John Lennon Rock and Roll Sessions, $40 start. Okay. When will you guys do another discount day at the storefront like you did today? Well, all that, the $2 stuff is going to be in our store every day. Every day. We'll do another big drop in about, we'll keep actually adding to it for a week or two, and then we'll reduce everything to $1. So all that stuff's going to be out, and we'll keep adding to it daily for a couple weeks, and then we reduce everything to $1, and then we stockpile and get rid of everything, and then we do another big drop probably sometime in the summer. So you can come in and dig through those at any time, and we'll keep adding to them. We'll do another big huge drop in the summer, but if you visit our store once a week, you'll probably see new stuff. Okay. All right, so there's the John Lennon boot. You should have been there, the rock and roll sessions. The Jorge Dalton is, or the Jorge Dalto is called Chevrolet, and it's a sealed 76 OG, $100. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. And Chris Mezer and Brent Robley have both made offers on Chevy Chase. I countered at $135, $20 less than my asking price. Brent says he'll take it if Chris Mezer does it. Okay, there we have it. It's going to be sold to somebody. All right, let me open this up here. John Lennon is VG Plus. John Lennon is VG Plus. To my knowledge, the Black Crows is delayed. Yes. Those have not come in. Okay. Haley said she's coming today to Gut 40. Thank you for visiting us. Yeah. But yeah, we'll be back open on Wednesday. We're open Wednesday through Saturday, and yeah, $2 records. Basically, the front part of our store now is our discount center. That's where we put all of our spillover and stuff. And so, yeah, you can come shop any day, and then there for a while we'll keep adding. Then we kind of stop because we reduce everything to $1, and we let everybody know when we do that. And then I basically have somebody, come in and buy everything wholesale. They take everything, and then we restart just from the level of volume we do. Okay. All right, there's that. All right, John Durden, I don't know where you must be somewhere really loud. You need to turn up your volume. Yeah, he has a hard time hearing me. He's asked 3 or 4 times, what is this crate? How about you turn up your volume? You got a volume problem? Test 1, 2, can you hear me? Let me make sure John Durden can hear me before I begin. Hello, let me make sure he can say yes. I don't want to start till Mega Blast 9, aka John Durden says, yes, I can hear you. And then when he says, yes, I can hear you, we'll start. Okay? As soon as he says, yes, I can hear you, we'll get started. Okay? As soon as he says that, yes, I can hear. Otherwise, he asks all the time about the pricing and stuff. I can hear you talking. Okay, we're good to go now. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Eric Burden is here. Eric Burden and the Animals, $10. No condition notes. Eric Burden and the Animals, $10. This is half off, no more, no less. Henry Gross, this is $5. Henry Gross, $5. Iron Man, the musical by Pete Townsend, $7.50. Mega Blast gets Eric Burden. Matt Bushy was second. As usual, Mega Blast is trying to catch a plane. Every night he's got somewhere to be and he's on a timer. He's like, dude, if you don't get through this crate, I'm going to miss my bus, my plane, my taxi, my Uber's outside waiting for me. I'm in the biggest hurry of my life right now. Robert Warner on Pete Townsend. Henry Gross is still available. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. The Best of Spirit, $10. No condition notes, The Best of Spirit. And then Thunderclap Newman, Hollywood Dream. $10 on Thunderclap Newman. Gary Wright, this is called The Right Place. I really want to know you. I really want to show you the way $7.50. The Best of Joe Walsh, $10, no condition notes. And Jonathan Edwards is also $10. Sunshine, go away today. My crate is really full. I'm having to swap out crates because my crate is really full. And now I'm putting up another empty crate. I hope John Durden has calmed down. We have Mega Blast over here. This is sold to John Durden, Joe Walsh for $10. Next thing is Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon, $7.50. And then Wildlife, Mott the Hoople, $10 on Wildlife, Mott the Hoople. Jim B offered $65 for Jorge Dalto, and I countered at $75 in my head. $75. All you got to do is say sold. I know you want to, and I know it'll make you feel good inside. Sing It Again, Rod. This is $12.50. This is Sing It Again, Rod. Rod Stewart. Great compilation. All you did was wreck my bed, and in the morning kick me in the head. Oh, Maggie, I wish I'd never. Mott the Hoople, Soda Blaine Zapnick. That's Soda Blaine Zapnick. Jim B. Can't close a deal over $10. Unbelievable, folks. Can you believe it? I think, therefore I am. Indiana Wants Me, R. Dean Taylor, $7.50. The Best of Naz, $12.50. And When Radio Was King, $5. Let's all take a moment to give Jim B a big Moving on. Jean-Luc Ponty, Imaginary Voyage. Jean-Luc Ponty is $5. Gino Vanelli, Dreamers Never Sleep. This is $5 for Gino Vanelli. And 15 hits of Jimmy Rogers. That is $5. Okay, let's all do it together. Jim B declines my offer. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now. And you may ask yourself, Chad, I know over there you've got one of these, and I really, really want to buy it, okay? I'm looking for a copy of Led Zeppelin II in VG minus condition, a U.S. Club reissue specialty press. Somebody said that earlier. They said, Chad, I'm looking for a VG minus, a U.S. Club reissue specialty press of Led Zeppelin II. That's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on Led Zeppelin II. First thing we have is Robbie Woods on Spirit. Spirit is sold to Robbie Woods. Thank you on that one. That is sold to Robbie Woods. Next was Sieg. You were second on Joe Walsh. Jason Dobb was third. David Doyle on J.E. And J.E. was for who? Jonathan Edwards, maybe. David, who was J.E.? And then next thing over here, saw Rod Stewart last year, great production. John Lennon sold to George Sheriff for $32. Is Sara Nevito on Naz. And then over here, Paula wants Gino Vanelli. All right, and that's a VG minus copy, Led Zeppelin II, $10 start on that. Matt Nichols says, Chad, man, I'm about to have a panic attack. Do you have anything else over there, Kiss, you can put up for sale? I mean anything. I'm looking for anything Kiss you can put up for sale. If it's Kiss and they have makeup on, I'll bid on it. I don't care the cost. I don't care the time, just as long as you can put it up. How about this 2002 Gene Simmons solo album here? Or I should say Gene Simmons picture t-shirt. Size large, a sewn-in tag. Size large, Tennessee River brand, 100% cotton. Cotton's a natural fiber. It breathes. That's what George Costanza says. By the way, I'm George Costanza. Cotton's a natural fiber. It breathes. This is a $10 start, $20 start. $20 start on Gene Simmons. Zeppelin was a $10 start. And David Doyle on Jonathan Edwards. David Doyle on Jonathan Edwards. That is so too small. If you're a real Kiss fan, you'll buy every t-shirt, every made, and every size. Otherwise, I'm questioning your legitimacy on being a real Kiss fan. We have Splinter, The Place I Love. Splinter was produced by Beatle George Harrison. $10 on that. Zeppelin 10. Gene Simmons has a bid for $20. Crosby and Nash is $20. Folks, that's David Crosby and Graham Nash. That's whistling down the wire. If I don't say anything about the comment, the grade, then guess what? It's EX Plus near mint minus. Next is going to go up right now. This is Harmony, Houston Person. Harmony is $10. And we have Oscar Peterson, the original score from the Silent Partner. $10 on that. Also, just for you, Bobby Sherman, $7.50. Louis Prima and Keely Smith, $5 on Louis Prima and Keely Smith. Jean-Luc Ponty, A Taste for Passion, sealed for $7.50. Gene Simmons shirt, $27. Zeppelin's at $15, and that means that Line Stink, you're out on Zeppelin, and you're out on the Gene Simmons shirt, and we're about to do something else over here. I've had some pretty good luck selling, Queensryche. Anybody interested in signed Queensryche? What about Beatles? What about signed this? What about signed that? What about signed this? How about I sign you up as a first-time buyer if you're watching for the first time? Thank you and welcome to Collectco. All of a sudden, we've been selling Chevy Chase autographs over here. Yeah, Karen wants me to do a track listing check on Naz. Hold on, let me catch my breath. Hold on, let me catch my breath. This is the best of Naz, and we need a track listing. We're looking for a song called Nesta Castito. I do not see that on here. No, not on here. Not, nada, not, nope, not. Negative. $12.50. Also, we have Jim B offered 6.7 for Jorge Dalto. Good gosh. All right, let's go ahead and sell that to him. Of course, he would ask for a 67% off discount. Sell this to Jim B for $67. Thank you, Jim B. This is so to you, and I hope you can do something useful for this. Hope you play it and enjoy it, okay? Zeppelin's at 16. Robin Glenn on Bobby Sherman. This is sold over here. Bobby Sherman sold to Robin Glenn. Gene Simmons at 30. Led Zeppelin has a bid for 12. Led Zeppelin's already at 15. Led Zeppelin at 17. And then Tony McDaniel said Gene Simmons 30. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. American Boy and Girl, Garland Jeffries, $5 on that. And the best of the James gang, that's now $9. We're going through a half-off crate, no more, no less. I got to go ahead and take some stuff in here that has sold. I keep bumping into it. I'm a big bumper. I bump into stuff. I'm a big guy. I bump into stuff. I knock stuff off tables. It's what I do. I'm a big bumper. I bump stuff. I bump this. I bump that. I'm going to put these 45s here before I bump them off the table. I'm going to put this Steely Dan CD box set over here right next to the sign, Chevy Chase. Let's go ahead and do that. And here we go. Let's find something else. What about CD box sets? Let's do this. What about this over here? Good Lord, I forgot about all this stuff in this crate. What about all this stuff right in there? Gosh, look at all this. Holy cow, what is this CD box set? This looks very interesting. It is The Sopranos. Most people will say, I'm not going to say it. What exactly is this? What exactly is this? An episode guide? Oh, it's the complete series. Anybody ever seen this? Somebody told me not to waste my time. It's not that good. Okay, here we go. I know I was watching a movie the other day, and that guy was in another movie as the CIA director. Of course, Mark Fallon bet Cara Buono from The Sopranos today. I have no idea. That looks like a $10 start. $10 start on The Sopranos, the complete series. Okay? All right? And that's a $10 start. All right, next is this. Let's figure out what's happening. Zeppelin's at 18. Blaine Zapnick got Splinter. Blaine Zapnick got Splinter. Okay, over here we have Sopranos 10 and now 50. And then we have Dan Fogelberg Phoenix for $5. So this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Led Zeppelin, the last bid that came in was $80 with Barry Stramatos. The last bid on the Gene Simmons shirt was $30 to Tony McDaniel. That's a final call. And now the Sopranos is at is at $50 with Mike Pierce, okay? We have Amy Grant at $5. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Randy Travis is sealed. Wow, $17.50. Storms of Life, sealed Randy Travis. We have Kayak, Periscope Life. Kayak is $10. And Naz is $10. Naz is $10. The Sopranos is DVD. These are DVDs, I'm assuming. Yeah. Pretty sure. I had the Blu-ray set the other night. We auctioned it. Yeah, these are DVDs. Yeah. Okay. Now, Led Zeppelin is at 18 with Barry Stramatos. You have the high bid on Led Zeppelin at 18. Yes. Let me try to regain my composure, okay? Let me try to regain my composure. There are questions coming in on the Sopranos left and right. The Sopranos. Lion Stink gets the Randy Travis here. That's sold to him. And then how much is Naz? This Naz has no condition notes. It is the Rhino reissue, and there's a saw mark on the jacket. This is the Rhino reissue, $10 on that one. Paula on Amy, that's sold to Paula. And then pricing edition on the James Gang. The best of James Gang, the vinyl has no condition notes. It's $9. The jacket is chipped at the top. We'll have to call it a VG minus jacket. We'll have to call it a VG minus jacket. Over here, we have the Mothers of Invention, just another band from LA. And we have... This is $15. Mothers of Invention, just another band from LA. $15 on that. Johnny Paycheck, slide off your satin sheets. This is EX for $14. Mitch T said sold on James Gang. That's sold to Mitch T. And we have Meet the Searchers, needles and pens. VG Condition, $5. $5. Meet the Searchers, needles and pens. And James Gang, Sings Out of Sight. VG plus 15. Gene Simmons sold for $30 to Tony McDaniel. Barry Stramatos gets the Led Zeppelin for $18. And the Sopranos here is sold for $50 to Mike Pierce. All right, we're done. Let's put all that right over here on the miscellaneous table I'm filling up. Miscellaneous table. Let's do it right there. Done. Okay. All right. So let's do this. I have Mitch T said sold on the James Gang. Let's go ahead and tag that. Did I already pull that? I did. Sometimes I'm going so fast I don't remember stuff. All right. And then Ron Fuller on Z for 15. Z for 15. Naz. Zaz. What is Z15? Moving on. Next auction. Let's see what's left in the advertised crate over here. Let's see what's going on. 66 German Club Edition. Interesting. And then the Beatles. Let's see what's going on with this Beatles boot. The Beatles, a 1977 unofficial. A 1977 unofficial. VG minus. The Beatles. Twickenham Jams. Let's see. Don't have track listing. It's more like VG minus. $30 start on that vintage Beatles boot. $30 start over there. Okay. And then first thing is this. We have Lion Stink gets Mothers of Invention. Joe Castillo gets Naz. And over here we have Ray's Moods, Ray Charles and his orchestra. That's VG5. Mother's Zappa. That's what Ron Fuller was trying to buy. Okay, so this is sold, instead of Lion Stink, this is sold to Ron Fuller. Z was for Zappa, Mothers of Invention. That's sold to Ron Fuller for 15. Lion Stink, you're second. Joe Castillo got Naz. Beatles is now up for bid. We have Paul Simon, Still Crazy After All These Years. VG plus 750. And The Who, Mitty Bitty Big and Bouncy, a VG copy for $5. Gatefold, Decca, $5 on that. All right, let's see what's this other stack where all this other media has been coming from tonight. I don't know what that is, or this looks like a very interesting U2 item. Frank Sinatra, The Capitol Years, sealed 4-disc CD. Sinatra, The Complete Capitol Singles Collection, 4-disc CD sealed. It's got a cutout barcode, probably because it came from this promotional deal, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Line Stink on The Who sold. Line Stink on Paul Simon sold. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Jay Ferguson, and yes, this one does have Thunder Island. It's called Thunder Island. VG Plus $7.50. Ario Speedwagon, High Infidelity. Keep On Loving You. VG Plus $7.50 for Ario Speedwagon. Also over here we have Return to Forever, Romantic Warrior. That's EX for $9. And Don't Go to Strangers, Etta Jones. Etta Jones is a VG copy for $12.50. Blaine Sinatra is a $10 start. Line Stink on Ario Speedwagon. Does Paycheck take this job and shove it on it? Also, somebody said, what was James Brown? Did I answer that? Matt Bushy, James Brown was VG Plus, $15. Sorry, he just asked again. I just remembered. And then Leinstein got Ario. Matt Nichols second. Todd Rocks on Jay Ferguson. And then over here, Sinatra has a bid for 10. Now another bid for 10. Now Blaine, technically, you're out. Return to Forever, so to Robbie Woods. Joseph McCormick second. And then Matt Bushy does want the James Brown. How much for the Jean-Luc Pontes? Johnny Paycheck does not have Take This Job and Shove It. No, it does not. And then the two Jean-Luc Pontes that's in here, Taste for Passion was sealed, unopened, $7.50. And the other one was Imaginary Voyage, $5 on that one. The Doobie Brothers, Living on the Fault Line, VG Plus 5. And the Young Rascals, Groovin'. That's a VG copy, $7.50. The Young Rascals, Groovin', VG $7.50. Clint Eastwood, Honky Tonk Man soundtrack, VG Plus $7.50. Now Sinatra's at 12. Final call to get a bid in on the Beatles for 20. Our next auction is Onion Hard Life, and this is some kind of picture disc. The label recalled all variants shortly after the release date due to lyrics in the track, proximity effects, streaming digital version of the song, or instrumental only. Hard Life Onion 2024 picture disc, $30 start on that. That's now up for bid. All right, next thing is Line Stink on Doobies. Line Stink on Doobies. Blaine Zapnick was second. There Goes Mark wants Pontes and Prima. Pontes, he wants both of the Jean-Luc Pontes. And he wants the Louis Prima Keely Smith, which was right back here. Those are sold to There Goes Mark, There Goes Mark. Yes, you're tuned in right now to a half-off crate, no more, no less. We have Outlaws, Hurry Sundown, VG Plus $5. Who Came First? That's oh my gosh, Pete Townsend, EX $6.50, Sugarloaf, Jerry Corbetta, I Got a Song, EX $5, and Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water. When you're weary, feeling small, when tears are in your eyes. Simon & Garfunkel. We have Mondre. This is sealed for $10. Sinatra, 13, 16. Price on Blue Naz. The other Naz that's in here, the Best of Naz, no condition notes, another Rhino comp, $12.50 on that. Nobody bid on the Beatles. That's a $30 buy now. Twickenham Jams is what that one's called. 30 on the Beatles boot, 1977 Brazil. The Sinatra sealed CD box sets at 16. Onion looks like something Jim B's going to buy. 35 on that. And we have Rufus featuring Shaka Khan with insert poster, $12.50. Eagles, The Long Run, EX $12.50. In the City, ha ha, $12.50 on the Eagles. And we have Jack DeJohnette, New Directions, $20. I think it's about time we bring out something K-I-S-S. It's about that time. K-I-S-S. What's all laying over here on the shelf? We're not done with this crate. No, 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 we're not. There was a bunch of other signed posters we went through last night. Hey, here's another Kiss poster. Here you go. Here we go. What do we got? Top Can. Kiss Symphony Alive 4. $35 start. Kiss Symphony Alive 4. Hear them like you've never heard them before. $35 start. That's now up for bid. Okay. Next was this. Sinatra 20. Lionstein got the Eagles. In the city. Ha. Rob CD on Rufus. That's sold to Rob for $12.50. These are half off, no more, no less. If you don't want it, just say pass. I'm going to go ahead and tag it for you. $12.50. Next is Jazz, both bundle. One Naz already sold. There's no bundle price here. These are half off, no more, no less. Rafe gets Madre. That's sold to Rafe. Charles Berry gets the Clint Eastwood soundtrack, which was right back here. That is sold to Honky Tonk Man. And then Joshua Huffman wants ICK. Not for sure what that was, ICK. And then how much was Simon & Garfunkel? Simon & Garfunkel is EX $10. And then we got Lionstein on Sugarloaf. That is sold, and Eric Squindode on Jack G. Nonette. Jack D. Jeanette. So to Eric Squindo. I don't know what I just said the first time. The Sinatra box is a final call to Tom Moran for $20. Blaine Zapnick says he'll take Naz. Nobody bid on Onion. It's a $35 start. The Kiss poster back there is whatever I said, $35, $45, $55 start. Roy Orbison, Rare Orbison, $7.50. And Rufus, Party Till You're Broke. Another Rufus. This one's $7.50. Also, we have Brian Setzer. Setzer goes instrumental. Brian Setzer's a 2011, $17.50 on that. Paula said sold, and that was on Simon & Garfunkel. And then over here, we have Little Feat, Time Loves the Hero, $7.50. Jim B, $20 on Onion. We have Silverhead. This is $17.50. Sticks 2. Sticks is $12.50. And Elvis Presley, now $10 on Elvis. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. You may ask yourself, Chad, there's one more I've been waiting on. I hadn't seen it. This is Jimmy Webster. Jimmy Webster is a 1959 US OG Stereo EX edition. Living stereo, Jimmy Webster. Actually, I've never seen it before. $40 start. That's now up for bid. Good luck to all that's involved. First thing is this. We sold Naz. We sold Simon & Garfunkel. Jim B offered $20 for Onion. Y'all saw my response. And then over here we have Tom Moran on Roy. And Roy was Roy Orbison sold. What was the Setzer again? This is the Brian Setzer. This is just tagged as Brian Setzer. Setzer goes instrumental. A 2011 OG, $17.50 on that one. Mike Locke got Sticks. And then Sinatra over here is sold for $20, and that is sold to Tom Moran for $20, okay? Next thing is Blaine Zapnick on Little Feat. That is sold to Blaine Zapnick. This was a half-off crate, no more, no less. Let's run through that one again. And then over here, we got Cynthia Herdron wants Brian Setzer. Paula was next, and then Cynthia Herdron. So this is either Chris Riddings. This is either Chris Riddings, it's either Paula's, or it's Cynthia Herdron's. We're about to find out. Chad has officially entered jerk mode. Only to Jim B. Only to Jim B. Hey, that guy's a real jerk. That guy's a real jerk. That's probably what some people's thinking right now. Gosh, he's a real jerk. This guy's being a real jerk right now. That's actually from Happy Gilmore. One of those Happy Al's out there golfing, and they're like, hey, why don't you come hang out with us? Or something, and Adam Sandler, aka Happy Gilmore, he goes, yeah, man, that sounds really fun. Those guys go, that's a Happy Gilmore thing. Some of y'all may know what I'm talking about. Okay, over here, Onion 21, Onion 25. Uh-oh, Jim B's got some competition. So Brian Setzer is going to be sold to somebody, and it's sold to Chris Riddings. Let's run through these again. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Oh, man, Happy Gilmore. Name a better movie than that. Okay, here we go. We got Henry Gross, $5 on Henry Gross. Also, Thunderclap Newman, Hollywood Dream. Thunderclap Newman is $10. Gary Wright, The Right Place. I really want to know you. I really want to show you the way I feel. $7.50 on Gary Wright. Bruner Shipley, Shake Off the Demon, $7.50. And Sing It Again, Rob. That is $12.50, okay? Over here, Jimmy Webster is a $40 start. And then onion is at 29. Onion 25. GMB has dibs. We're going to sell onion for 25 to GMB, and now everybody can remain calm. Blaine Zapnick wants Silverhead. Plan 9 from outer space. From Seinfeld? Ever seen Chunnel? Rochelle. Prognosis negative. Silverhead is sold to Blaine Zapnick. Also over here, we got R. Dean Taylor, $7.50. When Radio Was King, $5 on that. And Jimmy Rogers, 15 hits of Jimmy Rogers, $5. And Crosby and Nash, $10, whistling down the wire, $10. I now have a thing I'm going to do anytime GMB makes an offer. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know what it is. That Kiss poster back there, I don't even know what I said. How about a $55 buy it now? $55 buy it now on that Kiss poster. Just saying, it's available for a buy it now if anybody wants it, okay? You can buy it right now for $55 if you want it. Next thing over here. Somebody said, The Never-Ending Story is the greatest movie ever made. We have Harmony Houston Person. She is naked with a saxophone and the tub is leaking blue water. What kind of metaphor is going on there? $10. We have The Silent Partner. That's $10. American Boy and Girl, Garland Jeffries, $5 on that. Dan Fogelberg is $5. And then we have Kayak for $10. And then we have Meet the Searchers. That's VG for $5. Also, we have Ray's Mood. That's VG for $5. And Don't Go to Strangers, Etta Jones, a VG $12.50. And then over here, we have Best in Show. Is that a claim? And then you were going to sell it for $35 a minute ago. Are you talking about Kiss? Sometimes prices fluctuate here. It's whatever you secure it for is what matters. Over here, Houston Person is sold to Ray Red. Over here, we have Johnny Paycheck. Slide off your satin sheets, babe. EX14, The Young Rascals. Good Lovin', VG $7.50. Also, Outlaws Hurry Sundown, VG +5 for the Outlaws. We got Who Came First, EX $6.50. We got Rufus Party Till You Broke, $7.50. And Elvis Now, $10. Jimmy Webster's a buy it now for $40. Buy it now for $40. Jimmy Webster's unabridged. Okay, so here are the no bids. Okay, here are the no bids. What's the title of Henry Gross? It's called Henry Gross. Henry Gross by Henry Gross. And this is $5, okay? So we have Jimmy Webster, a 1959 U.S. Stereo OG, $40. These are tonight's no bids. The Beatles, Twickenham Jams, VG -77 Brazil unofficial, $30 on the Beatles. Little Willie John Fever, 1958 U.S. First Press, VG plus $200. There is some cover damage. Motorhead is a 2006 German picture disc, near mint minus, $100 on that. The Stooges is a 2010 French unofficial. It's a 77 reissue, nice VG, VG plus. That is $30. That is $30. Next thing over here is timeout. Next thing over here is this. This is Motorhead, a 77 UK, 77 UK, $40, $40, 77 UK, Motorhead, $12 on that. And then Sunlux was a 2013 U.S. limited edition, numbered clear and black, numbered 40 of 500, and Jim B made an offer for $45. So over here we have a 2013, $75, and Jim B made an offer for $45. Pass. Over here, next thing is EJ Condition. And then the next question was over here. What was the title of Henry Gross and Price? Robin, Henry Gross, $5. And then the next thing is EJ Condition. Ray Red on EJ Condition. Etta Jones was in VG Condition. Prestige, $12.50. Prestige, it's on the Prestige yellow and black fireworks label. Thunderclap Newman Condition. Joe Costello, next comment here. Thunderclap Newman. No condition notes on Thunderclap Newman. $10 on that one, if that's the one you're referring to. Was there another one? No, just that one. And then Todd Rocks on Elvis Now for $10. You're lucky. That's the exact price. $10 on that. Paula 2908 on Fogelberg. Paula 298 on Fogelberg sold. Next thing over here is this. And we have Henry Gross, Etta Jones, and Thunderclap Newman, okay? And then the only other no bid, not counting miscellaneous, is Armageddon. And this is a white label promo, $50, VG Plus condition. Blaine Zapnick offered $30 for Jimmy Webster, sold to Blaine Zapnick for $30. $30 on that one, okay? $30 on that one. Joe Castillo says he'll take Thunderclap Newman, sold. All right. Anybody else on anything in here? Chad needs some caffeine out the yin-yang, okay? Armageddon, Sun Lux, Motorhead, Stooges, Little Willie John, and the Beatles. And there's also a no-bid Kiss poster, a no-bid Iron Maiden poster, a no-bid Paul Stanley poster, a no-bid signed Billy Gibbons poster, a no-bid Paul McCartney, listen to what the man said, for $10, and a no-bid Get Your Yayas Out, sealed Rolling Stones 40th Anniversary Deluxe for $40. That is everything that's been put up for auction tonight that has not sold. That's it, okay? Somebody said, Chad, I will do just about anything possible if you put up some more cassettes. I'm here for one thing only, and that's to buy cassette tapes. All right, let's do it. John Durden said, Chad, I'm here for the same thing. I'm only interested in cassettes. All right. Here we go. Let's do them. Ask and you shall receive. Okay. Let me get them a little bit closer over here. Let me find the next best batch if I can. I got to find the next best batch. Red Cave said, Chad, one thing only, my friend. Cassettes, please. All right. Let's try to do a bundle on the rest of these. Okay. Let's try to do a bundle on the rest of these. I'm going to do a bundle on the rest of these. A bundle is coming up, and I only have one thing. I only got one thing to say. If we sell these, I'll do another half off. If we yet again have another bundle hanging in the balance, I don't know, I might just have to go home and watch The Fugitive. You know, it is Saturday night. It is Saturday night. I do have chocolate chip cookie dough sitting in my fridge right now. I haven't had anything sweet in 7 days. Zero, nada, zero sweets. The chocolate chip cookie dough is sitting in my fridge. It's calling my name. We got to get some participation on the bundles, and then we'll do another one, okay? We'll do another one. We have a request for more shirts. We got plenty of stuff to sell, okay? It is only 10:13. It is 10:13. We got 7 more hours of live streaming. That's possible. I'm not saying we are. I'm just saying it's possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay? $75 for these 19 records. 75 divided by 19 is $3.94 a piece. You're talking about less than $4 a piece. You cannot go get a pizza and fill up your car for that. Okay, think about that. And you get this entire stash of incredible, awesome, wicked music. Here's your chance. Let's put up another auction. This is sealed Dave Allen and Phil Alvin. It was originally a record store day. Songs from Common Ground. They play and see the songs of Bill Brunzi. It is going to go up for a $10 start. Dave and Phil Allen, sealed, $10 start on that. Bundle. We got to get one person to participate here. All you got to do is be like, golly, all right, Chad, I'm in. I mean, what the heck is $75? That's a drop in the bucket. That's nothing. Plus, I get all these records, and you're going to ship them to me? What the heck is going on? Our next lot is 3 Kiss magazines. Life Magazine Kiss, 50 Years of Gods of Rock and Roll. The Ultimate Guide to Kiss, 50 Years of Hits. And 50 Years of Rock's Greatest Showman. A lot of 50th Anniversary Kiss stuff here. These 3 magazines are going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that. Michael Butler over here. This is Michael Butler on the Dave Alvin for 10, and Preston also bid 10. What does the Iron Maiden poster look like and how much? Very unusual size here. Very unusual size. It looks like made in Japan, 1988, $55. Very elongated. I don't know if it was a promotional item or what. $55 on Iron Maiden. Very unusual one there. Okay. 55. Lisa, all you got to do is say sold, I'll take it. Who wants this bundle? Okay. That's all you got to do. All you got to do on this bundle is say sold. We're waiting for that to happen. Can I show the mags again? 50 Years of Rock's Greatest Showman. Kiss, Life, Kiss. Ultimate Guide to Kiss. 50 Years of Rock's Greatest Showman, Kiss. Life Magazine, Kiss. 50 Years of Gods of Rock and Roll. Ultimate Guide to Kiss. $15 start. Dave Alvin's at $22. Is Tool Sealed Fury Inoculum for $100 still available? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Cassettes. I got some over here, but they're a little bit too country for you. They're a little bit too country. That was my next stash. They're a little bit too country for you. You know what? We may be at the end of the line for them tonight. Unless there's some more right over here. Oh, here we go. Aha. Chess Blues. Aha. Aha, aha. Found some stuff. Let's see. What is that? Cash. Elvis. Here we go. I think this is stuff Fred Goodwin had, of course. Not surprised. My cousin that... my cousin... I sold him a bunch of the Fred Goodwin books. He said, that dude was obsessed with cowboys. I was like, oh my gosh, yeah. His funeral, that's all they played and talked about was cowboy stuff. Probably one of the last people in that run of generation that was really, really into that stuff. Dave Alvin, $22. Cassettes, or Kiss 15, Kiss 15. And run through the bundle one more time. Pat Smith sold on Tool Fury Inoculum. Sold Tool Fury Inoculum. Sold to Pat Smith. Here in the shipping box, $99.99. Thank you. Let me go ahead and lay that in here on the table. A lot of different stuff we can sell for the rest of the night. Let me go ahead and get that on the table over here without me knocking anything else over. There we go. All right, there's that. All right, and then Kiss is at 25. What's left on the crate? I'd like to see the country. All right, so the cassettes that's still left here, this was a $15 buy it now. Jethro Tull Rock Island, Jethro Tull Crest of an Eighth, J. Giles Freeze Frame, Aldo Nova Twitch, Subject Aldo Nova Blood on the Bricks, Tom Petty Pack of the Plantation Live, and Golden Platinum 3. Those are $15. Did the other person go out on Dave Alvin? Preston Rose did. This is sold to Michael Butler for $22. Okay, next CD box set is Chess Blues. This is how many CDs? 4. And it's sealed. Chess Blues 4 CD sealed box set. $20 start on that. And then Elvis, the complete 50s Masters, 50s Masters, 5 CD Elvis with book, $20 start on that one. So 20 and 20, and the Kiss magazines are at 25, final call. All right. And yeah, that's the only cassette lot that didn't sell. I know where some more are up front if you give me a second, okay? I don't know how much more of them's rock and metal. Probably not many. All right. The bundle was Henry Gross, Etta Jones, Rufus, Pete Townsend, Outlaws, The Young Rascals, Johnny Paycheck, Ray Charles, The Searchers, Kayak, Garland Jeffries, Oscar Peterson, Crosby Nash, Jimmy Rogers, When Radio Was King, R. Dean Taylor, Rod Stewart, Bruin Shipley, and Gary Wright. That was 19 records, $75. I'm about to take it off the table, though. The Chess Blues CD box is a $20 start sealed. The Elvis CD box is a $20 start. And Kathy Hodges gets these Kiss magazines for $25. Okay? Put these right over here. All right. Moving on. Cleaning up. Moving on. Cleaning up. Moving on. Cleaning up. All right, here are 5 Kiss comics, 4 different ones. Kiss 4K, Legends Never Die. Kiss the End. Kiss, You Want the Best, You Got the Best. World Without Heroes Part 1. This is Kiss Dynamite. It's signed by, I think, one of the artists. And then there's an extra copy of that. These are 5 Kiss comics, $15 start on that. Okay. Chess is at 20, 22, 25, 27. Elvis has one bid for 20. Those Kiss comics for 20. Nobody on the bundle. And I wanted to do another half off crate. That's very unfortunate. Gosh. Man, we're so close. There's like 5, 7 people who buy every bundle and they're not watching. They're just not watching right now. Isn't that strange? Isn't that sad? That's very sad, isn't it? We're so close to going through another half off crate. I mean, so close. So close. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Da 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 dee 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 dee. Oh da 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 da. Done. All right, let's put those over there. As soon as I can touch my toes. Let's grab the last auction that was advertised. We can go through the no bids and start reducing those from previous shows. Let's grab another crate. One second. Sorry, I'm taking care of some administrative stuff on the back end. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right, here we go. So this next thing I'm going to do and da 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 da. Jimmy Buffett, George Strait. All right. Dixie Dregs. Cool crate here. Let's go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. This was stacked where I couldn't even really get to it for the last probably week or two. The last time these went up was March 3rd. Okay, here we go. So the Chess Blues box, Michael Butler, $33. Mega Blast went out. That's a sealed 40 CD set. We're about to sell that. The Elvis box, the last bid that came in on this was 20 and then 21. I never did hear back from Regina. So this is a final call for $21 to Todd Rocks. The Kiss comics are at $35 of Kathy Hodges, and we are about to sell those, all right? This is a crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Here we go. We have Olivia Newton-John making a good thing better. Olivia Newton-John is $9.99. We have McDaniel's Lounge, Snatch, and the Pootangs, not for airplay, 1986 UK sealed, $39.99. This is all buy it now, best offer. And then we have Carl Wilson, Youngblood. Carl Wilson is $19.99. Stephen Forbert, Jackrabbit Slim. Stephen Forbert is $9.99. Fresh Air 4, $14.99. Boss Gags, down to then left. Boss Gags is $14.99. Cats is a 2LP, $34.99. Original London cast recording. And Vern Gotson, Time Stood Still. The Voice, Vern Gotson, $14.99. The Chess Blues box is sold to Michael Butler for $33. The Kiss comics are sold to Kathy Hodges for $35. The Elvis over here is at $22 with Regina Tabor. All right, so the next thing I have over here, man, most of this stuff's kind of high-end that's in this no-bid pile. It's either high-end or autographs. Is there anything in here? There's some Beatles boots I could reduce. Dylan, JJ Ka. Okay, here's a couple Japanese. This is John Anderson. Yes, John Anderson of Yes. Animation, that's a solo album of his. That's near mint minus and pristine. $15 start on John Anderson. And then we have Wham! Wham! Fantastic. Wham! Fantastic is near mint minus. It's in shrink. It has the Obi, it has the book, and it is also a $15 start. Wham! Fantastic, that's also a $15 start, okay? That is also now up for bid. Just saying. Okay, also we have Midnight Oil, Red Sails in the Sunset. This is an 85 Holland, $24.99. And we have Godly and Cream, Goodbye Blue Sky. Goodbye Blue Sky. Goodbye That's Pink Floyd. $19.99. Also, Gypsy Tramps and Thieves, The Way of Love, $24.99. Todd Rocks has Elvis for $25. You know what that means? Regina, you've been outbid. John Anderson, a $15 start. Wham has two $15 bids. We have Olivia Newton-John, If You Love Me, Let Me Know, $9.99. Did you say some more Bruce boots? Not tonight, no. Doobie Brothers taking it to the streets. Doobie Brothers is $14.99. And we have Commodore's Midnight Magic. Commodore's is $14.99. How much was Midnight Oil? Midnight Oil over here. This is an 85 Holland. 85 Holland, that is $24.99. Midnight Oil. Next thing is going to go up right now. This is some kind of Jerry Garcia print. It looks like. What do we have here? Joe Perry Illustrator. I'm not for sure what this is. I don't know if this went in with something. Let me wait on that because I really don't know what I got here. Let me go through this table. This is a Skull Candy earphone. We can throw that away. These are all trash, right? That's trash. We can throw this away. What else is over here? There's this. There's that. A mossy oak machete. A mossy oak machete. That's inner sleeves. That's a World War II Bonds poster. Pink. Blu-ray. Pablo Cruz. Coins. Knives. There's all kinds of stuff in this little box. Let me see what's down these last few cassettes here. Let me throw all that away. Okay, next over here is this. And first thing is Doobie Brothers. Blaine Zapnick at $12. This is sold to Blaine Zapnick. Paula on WH for $17. Paula on WH for $17. That's a bid on Wham for $17. And then, I know you don't want to say it, but snatching the Poo-Tank's price. This is sealed for $39.99, a 1986 UK. John Anderson has a bid for $16. And then Mega Blast said JG out. And then over here we have Elvis at $27. Okay, so Elvis, Chris Collins gets the Commodores for $10. And Stephen Forbert is sold for $7. Let me regain my composure here. Regina has Elvis for $27. Todd Rocks out. John Anderson just got one bid. Sold for $16 to Joe Delgado. The high bid on Wham at this moment right now is Paula at $17. Will Smithson, you've been outbid. Will Smithson, you've been outbid, okay? We're doing a buy it now best offer crate right now. Deep Purple in rock, $29.99. Elvis is at $32. Regina, you're out. George Benson in flight is $9.99. And the Coal Miner's Daughter soundtrack, Shrink and Hype, $19.99. Coal Miner's Daughter soundtrack, $19.99. Let's see what's going on here. This is, where did this come from? There's no telling, honestly. There is no telling, honestly. Mossy Oak 16-inch machete with sheath. I don't know. Looks... Oh, I know where this came from. I don't think we can sell this right now. I know where that came from. Never mind. We have the Eurythmics right by your side. $9.99 for the Eurythmics. And Cheap Trick, next position, please. Sealed, $29.99. But don't worry, I have plenty of other large weapons over here I can sell. First, next thing I have is this. And this is an original World War II Bonds poster, I'm pretty sure. Let's open this up. Look at that. Let them have it. Buy extra bonds. Look at this. Very cool. Official U.S. Treasury poster. U.S. government printing, 1943. World War II Bonds poster. This over here has a tear. See that tear right there in his helmet? And official U.S. Treasury poster. We bought extra war bonds. 4th war loan. Buy extra war bonds. Let them have it. This is an original 1943 war bonds poster. There's the back. You can see the tear. It's been minor tape repaired back there, so it does have a tear. It will come ship folded as you see it. This is going to go up for $150 start. Let them have it. Buy extra war bonds, 1943. There's a U.S. GI throwing a grenade at the Nazis. That's a $150 start. That's now up for bid. World War II era 1943 war bonds poster. That is now up for bid. Getting this thing refolded back will be an absolute challenge. Maybe not. Look. Maybe one fold there. Pretty close. Pretty dang close. That's a $150 start. Pretty cool that's existed. Next thing over here is Elvis 27, Elvis 32. This is sold to Todd Rocks for $32. I lost Will Smithson on Wham. Let me make sure I did lose them. Paula bid 17, and then I lost Will Smithson. That's sold for $17. That's done. So that's sold for $17 to Paula. Coal Miners is also sold to Paula for $15. War Bonds posters, $150 start. Let's move that right down here. The Human League Fascination, $19.99. Keep feeling fascination, fashion, future past. I'm not for sure what that is. Not for sure what that is. What do we have over here? Signed photos. Golly. Layers of stuff, man. Just layers and layers around here. Let me get all this stuff together. The Streak, Mr. Businessman. Bird of Flack. All right. Nothing pretty much there. All right. So this is sold to Will Smithson for $15. Neil Sedaka stepping out, $9.99. Tom Waits, The Heart of Saturday Night, a 1984 pressing, $29.99. And David Coverdale, North Winds, a 78 UK David Coverdale from Whitesnake, $39.99. $39.99 on that one. Okay, and then also in here, forgot what that was. I got some stuff tagged for auction that honestly just needs to be bought nows. So 15, 5, and 5. All right, we'll do those in just a second. Give me 1 second. I got some more CDs over here. Waylon Jennings Live. This is $24.99. Paula on Neil Sedaka. That's sold to Paula. And we got Jimmy Buffett, Changes in Latitudes, Changes in Attitudes. VG Plus, $14.99. Down in Margaritaville. I got to walk over here to grab the other CD box sets. I got Johnny Cash, George Strait, and there's a large Johnny Cash thing over here, but let's also grab Robert Johnson. So let's go across the board here, and all these are going to go up for bid when? Right now. So there's Jimmy Buffett, VG Plus, $14.99. So what do we have here? Johnny Cash from the Vaults, 4 CD box. Looks like they're sealed. Johnny Cash, a $15 start. And then we got George Strait, straight out of the box, 4 discs sealed, $15 start. And then Robert Johnson, the complete recordings. This is 2 CDs. Robert Johnson with book, $15 start. So Johnny, George, and Robert, all $15 start CD box sets. Good luck to everybody involved. We have George Strait right here, Greatest Hits, $49.99, Volume 1, and MCA Original, beautiful condition, $49.99. We have Merle Haggard, Hag, $14.99 on Merle Haggard, and King Biscuit Boy. King Biscuit Boy was a VG copy, $9.99. The Blackbirds, Unfinished Business, VG Plus, $14.99. If anybody wants the War Bonds poster, $150 on the War Bonds poster. Let's put that right over there. The Rolling Stone Some Girls, censored cover, VG Plus, $24.99. So Johnny Cash, 15, 16, Robert Johnson, 15, George Strait, 15, Robert Johnson, 15, George Strait, 15, Johnny Cash, 17, Johnny Cash, 20, Robert Johnson, 20, Johnny Cash, 15, George Strait, 15, George Strait, 30, and Ernest Nunez put MY. and MY was for something. I'm not for sure what, though. Linda Ronstadt, self-titled, VG plus $14.99. He said disregard. I have disregarded it. Johnny Cash, I don't know. I'll let it settle for a little while. There's a lot of bids coming in. We have Tales from Topographic Oceans, a VG Plus record, a VG cover. Yes, it's $34.99. And Billy Squire, Don't Say No, The Stroke. Everybody, have you heard? VG $9.99. Lonely is the night. Wow, great stuff on there. VG $9.99. And then Brownsville Station School Punks, VG $14.99. So I'm showing Kevin R. first on Billy Squire. I'm showing Johnny Cash at 25. I'm showing George Strait at 30. And I'm showing Robert Johnson at 20. And Johnny Cash is at 25 with Blaine. George Strait's at 30 with Stephen Parton. And Robert Johnson's at 20 with Michael Butler. That's who I'm showing high bids on all those CD box sets right now. Next is the Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue, a VG copy, $14.99. Now Robert Johnson's at 21. The Beatles 62 to 66. The cover's damaged. VG $24.99. And this is a John Lennon unofficial. VG Plus, it's $39.99. Jesus l'amour mieux. Something in French here. The Last Reunion, VG Plus, $39.99. All right, so now George is moving to a final call. Stephen Parton has it for 30. Sealed, straight out of the box, unopened, hop stickers, final call. And it has a promo sticker. Has a promo sticker as well. Robert Johnson, 23, and nobody else has been on cash. I'm assuming everybody's done. Blaine has it for 25. Final call on that one. Next is Santana Inner Secrets, VG Plus, $14.99. James Gang Thirds, that's a VG copy for $14.99. And Barry Maguire, it was The Eve of Destruction, VG $9.99 for Barry Maguire. Brownsville Station, A Night on the Town, VG Plus, $14.99. And Bobby Branca, Volume 1. Bobby Branca is a sealed copy, $9.99. And then the Allman Brothers Band, Reach for the Sky, $14.99. Let me make sure Facebook hadn't got hung up. I hadn't seen any Facebook activity in 2 minutes, and a lot of those other bidders was on Facebook. So let me open up Facebook. And let me open up Facebook. And no, nobody else is bid. Todd Rock said cash out. That's it. All right, so we're done. We make sure, right? Nothing else came through. George Strait sold for $30 to Stephen Parton. Johnny Cash is sold to Blaine Zapnick for $25. And Robert Johnson is sold to Mega Blast for $23. And Todd just bid $40 on George Strait. Todd, that came in about 4 minutes too late. We have Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, Near Mint, $44.99. This version looks a little bit different than most. I don't know what's up with it. It's a gatefold, of course. $44.99 on that one. Actually, your bid came in about 10 seconds too late, but he had it for a long time at 30. And then price on Jimmy Buffett. Jimmy Buffett was VG Plus, $14.99. And then over here, how much was George Strait in the bin? George Strait in the bin was $49.99. Ron Fuller got the almonds for $10. All right, let me go take all these box sets over here and let's go grab some more. I don't know where they find this stuff, but every once in a while you'll open a tub in this building and it will just be absolutely full of stuff like this. So we like stuff like that on nights that we don't have a lot of auctions ready. It's stuff we can easily move and put up for auction. All right, so let's do another one. There's some kind of other Johnny Cash over here. There's also Gene Autry, and then there's some Laserdisc looking something and others. So let me grab all these and see what's going on. And then we got this AC/DC box set that looks like the guitar amp still. And I think there's something missing, and we really just need to reduce the price. Over here we have the OK Rhythm and Blues Story. The OK Rhythm and Blues Story, really cool comp here. Rhythm and Blues 1940, 1957. Chuck Willis, the Ravens. We have Jumpin' Joe Williams, Screamin' Jay Hawkins, Big Maybelle, This is an artist that would have been on the OK label from 40 to 57. $10 start on that. And then here's Gene Autry, Sing Cowboy Sing, Rhino 3 CD set, Gene Autry, $10. And boy, I'm going to have to check on this cash. First of all, it's got a layer of dust on it. Good gosh, look at my finger. Let me get this dust off of it, and let me figure out exactly what I have. I don't know about this one. I mean, I'm okay putting it up for a low start. Is this a book? What is this? I don't know, but let me get this dust off of it. Holy cow. And let me figure out, once in a lifetime celebration of the Man in Back. 104 tracks on 4 CDs. Wow, this is an incredible set. Limited edition, 1 of 20,000. Let me see what's going on here. Let me scan. Let's see if it's on Discogs. And then I'll check eBay. Not on Discogs. All right, let's see if it's on eBay. $110, $189, $99. All right, let's put this up for a $55 start. This is pretty cool. Cash, the Legend, once in a lifetime celebration. It's sealed, unopened. 104 tracks on 4 CDs. A 12 by 16, 128 page coffee table book about coffee tables. Bonus CD, bonus DVD, and numbered. Does that actually mean it's number 1 of 20,000? Is this really number 1? Number 1 dad. I doubt it. I think it's just saying 1 of 20,000. Sealed. Really cool. So essentially you got 104 tracks on 4 CDs, a bonus CD of Johnny Cash live on radio. So that's 5 CDs, right? A DVD, a lithograph is in here. A lithograph's in here, and a 12 by 16, 128 page hardback book, okay? So $55 start on cash. It's very heavy. Man, that's a big item. $55 start on that. That kind of hurt my wrist the way I was holding that. That's dangerous, okay? Dangerous on that. Very dangerous. Okay, so first thing we have is this. Give me 1 second. First thing I have is Almonds 10. I sold that. Now I got to get caught up. That took a long time. Hopefully it sells after all that. Creek Smallmouth got Jimmy Buffett for 10. That was down in Margaritaville. What happened to it? Did I already sell that? Changes in latitudes? I have not. It's got to be in here. There it is. This is sold for $10 to Creek Small. Will Smithson gets the War Bonds poster for $125. He gets the World War II Bonds poster for $125. Tom Sullivan wants to know what Tom Waits was that. The Tom Waits is still in here is The Heart of Saturday Night. Whoops. The Heart of Saturday Night, a 1984 pressing. No condition notes on the vinyl. $29.99. Todd Rocks offered $20 on the Beatles Red. So did Todd Rocks. Gene Autry 10. Gene Autry 10. OK 10. Gene Autry 10. Gene Autry 12. Gene Autry 13. Gene Autry 15. Gene Autry 18. Gene Autry 20, Johnny Cash 55, 55, 57, Gene Autry 22. All right, so the OK label box set has 1 bid with Brent for 10. The Gene Autry's at 20 with Brent Robley, now 22 with Mega Blast, and Johnny Cash is at 57, now 60. Brian Studdard wants this cassette lot for $15. This is sold to Brian Studdard for $15, and Will Smithson gets the Bonds poster for $125. All right, now with that being said, let me see if it will fit inside of this right here. Nice Mylar sleeve to protect it. I think I've got another one of those around here somewhere. I got that from my customer. Same guy I got all the really cool signed Clint Eastwood photos from we sold. He has really cool stuff, and every once in a while, he'll be ready to sell some of it, and he'll give me a call. And I'm like, yeah, I'm ready, man. What do you got? All right, so let's lay that there. Let's start a new tower of cassettes and sold items. I've almost filled up an entire 6-foot folding table of miscellaneous stuff tonight, plus all the vinyl we sold, and we still got more stuff to get to, okay? And I've thrown away a lot of trash. Okay, the OK box has a new bid for 13, so Brent, you're out on that. And let's keep going through Buy It Now Best Offer. Pete Townsend, who came first? This does have a poster. Now, to my knowledge, I've never seen a poster with this. So let's see what the poster looks like. I have seen that, yeah. Kind of a bizarro deal, but I guess that did come with it. Yeah, I mean, it has nothing. What's the bizarre poster? That did go with it originally. $9.99 for Pete Townsend Solo, an original Deca press with poster. No condition notes on the vinyl. This is all Buy It Now Best Offer. This large Johnny Cash item here, sealed, is at $75. Gene Autry's at $28. The OK box is at $15 with Brent Robley. Steve Biddlecombe, you're out. Steve Biddlecome's back in at $18. Cat Scratch Fever. This is EX $24.99. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Orange Epic label on Cat Scratch Fever. We got the best of the Dixie Dregs, $24.99 on Dixie Dregs. And Smokey Robinson and the Miracles Anthology, $24.99. Cash has jumped all the way up to $90. A Nautilus Half-Speed Master, the Doobie Brothers, the Captain and Me, $39.99. $39.99, and Deface the Music Utopia, $9.99 for Deface the Music Utopia, $9.99. Dire Straits Making Movies. Dire Straits is $24.99. The Osbournes, TL Jr. and Eileen Spread the News, $9.99. That has nothing to do with Ozzy. And Leslie West, Leslie Jack and Joe theme, $14.99. Okay? So over here, we have Johnny Cash, $90 with Travis. The OK box is at $20, and the Gene Autry here is at $28 with Mega Blast. And the last bidder before that was Brent Robley. Also, we have the Beach Boys in concert. That's EX $19.99. No one's really set out yet, except right now on the OK box. Earth Opera, $14.99 on Earth Opera. And the Police, Ghost in the Machine, $24.99. Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic. Clean copy. The Police, $24.99. We have George Thorogood, Better Than the Rest, $24.99 for George Thorogood. And Wes Bruce and Lang, Why Don't Ya? This is the original under sleeve, EX, $14.99. So Gene Autry has a new bid for $30. Tom Sullivan on Leslie West for $10. And that's sold to Tom Sullivan for $10. Thank you on that. Are we done on the cash? It's really up to Mega Blast and maybe Michael Butler. Michael's already set out. So, John's up to you on this. It is at $90. Chris Collins gets the Pete Townsend for $7. And Todd Saw gets the Police for $20. Tom Sullivan, you were second. We can go ahead and sell the OK box to Brent Robley for $20. All right. Let's stack that one over here. And then out and out, final call on Gene Autry for $30. Josh Brown gets Ted Nugent for $18. I don't remember what I said, but I'm selling it for $18. Sounds about right. All right, a lot of activity. All of a sudden, let's get Gene up here so he's not getting crushed. And let's walk over here where I got all this other stuff. Some kind of odd U2 thing over here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to work on that. I just seen some stuff in there. Hey, there's another one. I forgot about that. What's in here? Okay. All right. Any more over here? What is these? All right, sorry, I'm trying to flip through stuff. All right, what exactly is... I know what Fantasia is, but what exactly is this? Fantasia what? Is it some kind of huge box set? What's on this shelf? Funkos, books. I think I've gone through most of the CD sets. There's like 2 more over here. And then I've got to reevaluate. I got to get to a different cart. All right. Okay, so Gene Autry is sold for $30 to Brent Robley. David Doman says, did you see my buy on... David Doman, did you see my buy on... David Doman said, did you see my buy on George Strait vinyl? Are you claiming the George Strait greatest hits? Somebody just asked about it, but I think David Doman earlier said George Strait vinyl. He was trying to let me know he was buying this and not bidding on the CD box set earlier. Okay, that's sold to David Doman. And then this Johnny Cash is sold to Travis Woods for $90. All right, I got to go ahead and set all this in there. Those are so large and in charge. Let's set all this in here. All right, so there's that. Okay. Bob Wills and his Texas Playboys, the Tiffany transcriptions. Which is this Bear family? No, Collector's Choice. Looks like a lot of music. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those might be booklets. No, that's more CDs. 9, 10, 11. How many? There's a lot of music in here. Bob Wills. $10 start. That's now up for bid. And then the Peggy Lee story. 4 CDs. $10 start. And then let's figure out exactly what this Fantasia thing is. I don't know exactly. Hologram to compact disc. Luckily, it's got a barcode. Give me 1 second. That way we can go to the old eBay, which archives about everything ever made. Final release. VHS and CD. This is Walt Disney's Fantasia, 1991 VHS and CD. And in 1991, it cost $100. $100 in 1991. That's like $500. More like $300 probably. 2 compact CDs, the VHS, 16-page book, sealed, a $25 start. $25 start, okay? Unopened. It's a little dusty, just saying. I think some of this stuff was stored out in Fred Goodwin's garage for probably since 1991, okay? So it's like a time capsule when we bought all this stuff. This was a buy it now best offer crate. I think it's worthy of me reading the titles one more time. We got some auctions going. Now, Gene Autry just sold for $30 to Brent Robley. I just found another one sealed for $35 if anybody wants it. And at one time, Fred Goodwin was selling it at a cowboy show for $50, probably in 1997. So there's one right there, old price tag. There's one for $35. Or maybe Brent wants to swap out and let John Durden have the open one for $30. We'll find out, but that's a buy it now. Sealed Gene Autry, $35, unopened. Mega Blast says he'll take that one, okay? Let's set that over here, and let's start reading out titles one more time. So Bob Wills, 1515, and then Peggy Lee. Peggy Lee is a $10 start. No bid on poor Peggy. And then Fantasia's at $40 right now. Here we go. We have Olivia Newton-John, Making a Good Thing Better. Carl Wilson, Youngblood. Fresh Air 4. Boz Scaggs, Down to Then Left. Cats, original London Cats recording. Vern Gotts and Time Stood Still. Godly and Cream, Goodbye Blue Sky. Goodbye Blue Sky. I can't say that. Godly and Cream, Goodbye Blue Sky. Golly, that's a tongue twister. Bob Wills is at $20 with John Durden. Peggy Lee, $0, $10 minimum start on that one. And Fantasia should be VHS and CD. Yes, it's VHS and CD. Nothing to do with vinyl. No, I don't think Fantasia's really ever been out on vinyl in the modern era. It was out definitely vinyl in the 50s and 60s and 70s maybe even, but I've never seen any kind of modern pressing of that, surprisingly, now that I think about it. But no, it's just a VHS and CD from 1991. There's a share. Do we have two of those in here? No. All right, Olivia Newton-John, if you love me, let me know. $9.99 on Olivia Newton-John. We got Midnight Oil, and if you need a price or anything, let me know. Snatch and the Poontangs, McDaniel's Lounge. That was sealed $39.99. Fantasia 42, Deep Purple and Rock. We also had George Benson in Flight. The Eurythmics, Right by Your Side. Cheap Trick, Next Position, Please. David Coverdale, North Winds. Waylon Jennings Live, Merle Haggard, Hag. King Biscuit Boy, The Blackbirds. The Rolling Stones, Some Girls. Linda Ronstadt. Yes, Tales from Topographic Oceans. Brownsville Station, School Punks. Rolling Stones, Emotional Rescue. John Lennon. Santana, Inner Secrets. James Gang Thirds. Barry Guire, Eve of Destruction. And Brownsville Station, Out of Town. So Peggy Lee's a no bid. She's $10 if anybody wants that. Bob Wheels is at $20 with Mega Blast. Brent, you're out. Fantasia's at $47. And then Merle Haggard Hag is $14.99. Now, I know Brent's on. He probably didn't see the Rolling Stones box set earlier, did you, Brent? The Rolling Stones Get Your Yayas Out, the 40th Anniversary Deluxe box set in concert. That was sealed for $45. You may have missed that earlier. Sealed. Get Your Yayas Out, $45 on that one. Over here, next thing was how much was Coverdale? $39.99 for North Winds, a 78 UK original. $39.99 on that. Fantasia 51, Fantasia 52, $15 on Midnight Oil. Let's go ahead and roll that one. $15 on Midnight Oil. That is sold to Matthew Hendon for $15. Fantasia 42 or Fantasia 52.55. Bobby Bronca Volume 1. This is just a recap. If you need a price, let me know. Dark Side of the Moon. Tom Waits. The Best of Dixie Dregs. Anthology, Smokey Robinson and the Miracles. Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me. Utopia, To Face the Music. Dire Straits, Making Movies. The Osbourne, Spread the News. Beach Boys Live in Concert. Earth Opera. George Thorogood and Wes Bruce and Lang. So quick updates. Bob Wheels is at $25. John Durden, you're out. Fantasia is at $55. Mortgage Guy Rob, you're out. And Coverdale is sold for $32 to Scott Dwallow. You got it. Time to stretch. Oh, down I go. Did y'all see my avatar disappear? Okay, now I'm going to stand back up. You ready? You ready? Okay. Next. Fantasia 56. Price on Utopia and James Gang. Okay. Price on Dire Straits Making Movies. No condition notes, near mint, $24.99. Man, those must have been the first. Where did you see those at? Utopia. No condition notes, $9.99, VG cover. And what was the other one? James Gang. I feel like I've read that about 100 times tonight, so let me figure out which one's in here. James Gang Thirds, VG $14.99. Turn your pretty head and walk away. All right, so we sold Coverdale. Brent says, have yeah-yeahs. He's already got it. Charlie says, any Funkos? Kind of. Fantasia 56. All right, I showed Utopia James Gang. Bob Wills 30. First Olivia Newton-John $7. This one right here, Making a Good Thing Better, sold for $7 to Patrick Smith. Nick Serenjenko said he will take the Peggy Lee for $10. That's sold to Nick Serenjenko for $10. Price on Tom Waits. The Heart of Saturday Night was an 84 pressing, $29.99. How much? What was the Carl Wilson? It was called Carl Wilson Youngblood. Carl Wilson, $19.99. What was the Merle Haggard LP? Merle Haggard was called Hag. No condition notes, $14.99. Is this crate buy it now best offer? Yes. Brent offered $18 for Smoky Anthology. Sold. Did I see a Nautilus in there? You did. That was the Doobie Brothers, the Captain and Me, Half-Speed Master, near mint minus, $39.99. How much was Tom Waits? What was Tom Waits? Tom Waits, The Heart of Saturday Night, 1984, $29.99. Can I see Tom Waits again? Tom Waits, The Heart of Saturday Night, 1984, $29.99. Mega Blast gets Dire Straits for $18. Scott Dwallow offered $20. I already shot myself in the foot over $2. Fantasia 61. Bob Wills out. Bob Wills is sold to Mega Blast for $30. Chris Collins gets Utopia. Chris Collins gets Utopia for $7. Scott Dwallow gets Tom Waits for $25. We have a final call on Fantasia to Mortgage Guy Rob for $61. What was the Rolling Stones? Can I see Tom Waits again? It's already sold. Charlie DeFrank gets Carl Wilson for $12. Jim B's offered $35 for the Rolling Stones. Sold to Jim B for $35. If anybody wants it, it will be on his Discogs for $99.99 OBO. Thank you, Jim B. Hopefully you can feed your kids now. And then Todd Rocks asked what it was. I've already sold it to Jim B for 1/3 of the cost. Mega Blast got Merle Haggard for $10. Fantasia over here is sold to Mortgage Guy Rob for $61. All this is going over here to the operations room, where it will be tagged, watched, sorted, invoiced, etc., 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 shipped and then sent to your doorstep. Then Jim B can maybe afford to buy his kids some Happy Meals tomorrow. Father, can we get a Happy Meal? Get back in there and put stuff on Discogs. I've already told you once to not come out of there. Get back in there and put stuff on Discogs. All right, I don't know what we have here. An evening with Daryl Hall and John Oates. I have no idea. Instant Live? What do we got here? Jim B is drooling right now. He's like, oh gosh, this looks like something very expensive. Chad's about to underprice. I have no idea. They don't have barcodes. I don't know what's going on. I barely even know who these people are. I'm joking. I definitely know who Hall & Oates is. An evening with Hall & Oates. Instant Live. I don't know if something's missing. Heck, I don't even know who I am. So I don't know who y'all are. I don't know who I am. I don't know what that is. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what this is. I don't know what day it is. I don't know anything, all right? I don't know anything. $10 start. $10 start on that. And Scott Dwallow wants to see the Tom Waits again. Tom Waits has left the building, okay? He is finished. Tom Waits is gone. He will be no more. Here's an auction, and I'm going to go ahead and make it a buy it now. A 68 U.S. repress in G+ condition of Jimi Hendrix, $10. $10. Jimi Hendrix, are you experienced? G+ condition, $10. G+ condition, $10. Led Zeppelin in the 82 OG Coda, G+ condition, $10. $10, $10. Bob Dylan, a 74 US OG Shrink, Planet Waves with the band. VG Plus, $15. Amenities has Hall & Oates for $10. John Mayall's Blues Breakers with Eric Clapton, a 67 OG Monarch, VG, $20. Okay, those were supposed to be low start auctions, but we're just going to make them buy it nows. A Hall & Oates 10, Hall & Oates 13. Todd Rocks gets Hendrix for 10. Hall & Oates has another bid for 10. Hall & Oates has a bid for 14. Todd Rocks gets Led Zeppelin Coda for 10. That leaves Dylan, and that leaves John Mayall. Let's put up some other auctions. My crate is also full. I got to swap out crates right quick, okay? I got to swap out crates. Let me swap them out right quick, all right? Here we go. I got to swap out crates. Here we go. I got to swap out crates. Give me 1 second. I'm about to swap out crates. All right, here we go. I'm swapping out crates. Let's grab this thing right here. Hope y'all ready for this. Here comes some more cassettes. Now, there was a guy earlier that said, Chad, I just got a tax refund check depositive of over $67,000. And I have one thing to do, and that's buy cassettes with that money. He's going to buy $67,000 worth of cassettes. And I said, buddy, just make one thing sure. Most of that comes my way. Your tax return is my money. Okay? Here we go. These are going to go up for bid. And the first thing I have here is Accept, Midnight Highway, Steelheart, Tangled and Reigns, Aerosmith Classic Live 2, Arcade, self-titled, Firehouse, Hold Your Fire, Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, and Dokken Under Lock and Key. Wow, what a lot there. $15 start on those. Dokken, GNR, Firehouse, Arcade, Aerosmith, Steelheart, and Accept. Good gracious. Next thing over here is Todd Saw got Dylan for $15. Here we go. That sold to Todd Saw for $15. Hall & Oates 15, 16, 18, 19. They're having some fun bidding on that. Let's grab another something another, okay? Hold on 1 second. I got to grab another something another over here. Folks, we got more vinyl to sell. We got more CDs to sell. We got more cassette lots to sell. We got more KISS magazines to sell. We got more KISS lots to sell. We got more KISS posters to sell. We got more T-shirts to sell. We got more books to sell. We got more magazines to sell. We got more trading cards to sell. Hall & Oates is at $20. I don't know what they are. They have very little information on them. Instant Live, here we go. Here's something. Glasgow Clyde Auditorium. Track listing. Here we go. Brigham Hall, yeah, they're different. Manchester. They're all double disc. Hammersmith Apollo. It is what it is. Hall & Oates is at 22. We got Jim B and Amenities, and I don't know, Amenities might take this personal. Jim B said, I don't care what it takes. I'm not saying out on this lot. So we'll see what happens. Wolverine wants to know, is there any unsold auctions? About 35. If you give me a second, I'll run through all of them. Let's go ahead and make sure everybody's got everything out of here they wanted, right? Everybody made offers. Everybody got everything they wanted. Okay? Right now, this is at 22, 23, now 25. This incredible, rare, and highly desirable cassette lot is at 15, and as of this moment, it doesn't have a bid. So now y'all are making me question how rare, highly desirable, and sought after those really are. Now, if y'all keep buying the cassettes, I'll keep bringing them out. When the cassette train stops, so does Chad. And I go, that's too bad. We was on a roll. Some of y'all all of a sudden clammed up on the bidding. A $67,000 tax refund. Good gosh. And he said, all I'm doing is buying cassettes with it. I've been waiting all year for this. And I said, yeah, it sounds like you're also waiting for an audit. That's a big audit coming. $67,000 return. Good gosh. Holy cow. IRS is on standby. Good gracious, $67,000 over cassettes. He's gonna have a heyday. Good gracious. All right, you wanted the best, you got it. It's a super deluxe Walt Disney The Lion King VHS set. And look, this cost $72 back in the day. That was like going and buying a new car. This is sealed. It's got some wear and tear. Once again, something from Fred Goodwin's collection. He had stashed away for years. The Lion King, a Walt Disney masterpiece, and boy, is it. This is a masterpiece. It is sealed, and it's going to go up for, this is gigantic, unfortunately. It's going to be a beast to ship this. $25 start. The cassettes have bids for $15, $15, and $15. $25 start for the gigantic Lion King. I hate that movie. Gosh, it's so emotional. Hall & Oates is at $31 with amenities. This is a $25 start. And the cassettes, 4 people now have bid $15. Y'all are getting closer. Y'all are getting closer, okay? Chad's about to go get caffeined up so we can have round 3 here. Whew. Who's ready for a half-off crate? We've done buy it now, best offer this. We've done buy it now, best offer that. I think it's time for a half-off crate. When you're weary, feeling small, and the should we go through this? Should we go through this? When you're weary, feeling small, also. All in favor of a half-off crate? Wolverine says, show the unsold. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Somebody's got to start bidding up these cassettes. Y'all got like a 4-way tie. Chad needs a bottle of water. Hold on, Wolverine. Where are you watching from tonight? Cairo? Madagascar? Casablanca? Kabul? Tora Bora? Tora Bora? Kabul? Where are you watching from? You're weary, feeling small when you're. Mogadishu, Black Hawk Down, Somalia. San Francisco, New York Strip. Golly. What kind of lifestyle is that? New York Strip out in San Francisco. Gosh, that's a $300 ticket. Holy cow. That's not cheap. New York Strip in San Francisco at a jazz club. Good gosh. Let me guess, you're drinking a glass of wine. $175 glass of wine. Sounds like I better show them these auctions. Good gosh, here we go. Whew. Holy moly. All right. Steak. All right, let's see who's got the high bids on all these. I'm mixing up some old-fashioned caffeine here for the last couple hours. Whew. He's going to get all margaritaed up and watch Collecco. A lot of people do that. They's like, Chad, I've had a lot of margaritas tonight, buddy. Some people say that. They're like, man, I'm watching and I've had a lot of margaritas. And I'm like, all right, what do you want to bid on? All right. Good old Dasani and Great Value. All kinds of good chemicals here. Whew. Here we go. Let's take a good swig of this. Jason Boxell says, bring out those 45s, my friend. I'm all liquored up out here in San Francisco. All right, so the first thing I have, we left off David Polkey, cassettes 15. Paula, cassettes 15. Sig, cassettes 15. And nobody ever bid again. It was a three-way tie. Nobody ever bid. These are sold for $15 to David Polkey. Lion King is a VHS Deluxe. VHS Deluxe Lion King. And the last bid on this that came in was Terry Gearhart at $25. He's been the only bidder for $25 on the Lion King, a Walt Disney masterpiece. He's the only bidder. That's it. He's the only bidder on this. That's what we're showing right now. And we're about to sell it to him. It's an exclusive video, Walt Disney masterpiece, etc., etc., da-da-da, yada, yada, yada. Hall & Oates is at 35 with amenities. Okay, now before we go any further, here are tonight's no bids. We got no bid number 1. John Mayall, Blues Breakers with Eric Clapton. A 1967 USOG Monarch with the original London inner sleeve VG for $20. $20 on John Mayall, Eric Clapton. Armageddon was $50. It's a white label promo. The cover is split. They stamped it WQAX. It's a white label radio station copy. The vinyl is actually pretty solid. EX or better. We'll call it EX conservatively. Armageddon, $50. These are also best offer. Sun Lux lanterns. Now, Jim B wants this, but he is still not rising to the occasion. A 2013 U.S. limited edition, numbered 40 of 500, near mint. Sun Lux is $75 with Jim B. Or best offer. Motorhead is a 77 UK 12-inch 45 RPM limited edition. Near mint, Motorhead is $40. The Stooges, Funhouse, a nice VG. It's an unofficial that looks like a 77 reissue. $30 on the Stooges. Motorhead. Motorhead is near mint, a 2006 German, $100. Fever is Little Willie John, a 1958 first press VG Plus on the vinyl. The cover is damaged though, $200 on that. And then the Beatles Twickenham Jams, a 1977 Brazil unofficial VG minus $30. And we have a few posters, but I won't show those right now. Amenities, you get the Hall & Oates for $35, and then the Lion King is sold to Terry Gearhart for $25. We're done. All right, time for a half-off crate. Sorry, I have got to the point in the miscellaneous stuff. Every time we sell something, I got to walk it over here to the. Table and stack it up. Okay, but well, that means we could do even more. And I did find a fresh box of cassettes. And that was the first lot we just sold. Here comes the other lot, all right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. $15 start. This is Bullet Boys, Autograph, Bon Jovi, Poison, Vandenberg, and Beverly Hills Cop. Beverly Hills Cop, Vandenberg, Poison, Bon Jovi, Autograph, and Bullet Boys. $15 start. Jim B gets Sunlux for $45. So did Jim B for $45. Moving on. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. We have Robert Gordon, Too Fast to Live, Too Young to Die. Robert Gordon is $10. Robert Gordon is $10. Cassettes, a $15 start. Robert Gordon, Rockabilly Boogie on white vinyl, $12.50. $12.50. The cassettes do have a bid for $15. I got Gilberto with Turrentine, a 1971 press, $25. And Sweet Dreams, original motion picture soundtrack, that is sealed for $12.50. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. All right, let's walk over here where I've been getting all these CD box sets and see what else I can meander up. Ooh, Aladdin. That's the next one over here. Let's grab this one. Oh, let's grab that over here too. Ooh, let's go ahead and do some of this. Let's do some of that. Let's do some of this. Let me grab this right here. What is in here? Okay. All right, so let's do Aladdin for a $25 start. Here's another one of those super deluxe Aladdin top deals. VHS book, CD, $25 start. Okay. $25 start. Back to where we began. We have cassettes 15, cassettes 20. Biddlecombe coming in. Don't forget about Biddlecombe. This is sold Robert Gordon, thank you. And then over here, cassettes is at $21.16, now $25. The Secret Policeman's Other Ball, Sting, Jeff Beck Clapton, that is $10. There is the other Walt Disney Super Deluxe deal. Reactor, Neil Young Crazy Horse, $10 on that. And Buffalo Springfield, There's Something Happening Here. What it is, this is actually a reissue because they added that track, that iconic track for what it's worth. It wasn't on the first pressings, believe it or not. $20 on that. $20 on that. And then Ball for $7. Where was we at here? Stephen, we are in a half-off crate. $10 on that one. $10 on that one. Little Willie John, 100. Little Willie John, 125. 125, Brent. Come on, you know it's going to feel good to say sold. We have Rockabilly Classics Volume 1, $10 on that. Dale Hawkins is on there. Also, we have the best of Louie Louie, covered from everything from the hit version to the King's Men, all the way to Black Flag doing it. That is Louie Louie, $10. $10 sold on that one. The cassette lot right now is at $27. Everybody else is out. And then over here, we got Rockabilly Originals. And this one's $10. Charlie Bop Trio, Furlan Husky, Farmer Boys. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Robert Warner on Rockabilly, so to Robert Warner. And Greatest Rockabillys of the 50s. Wow, another one. Two more Rockabillys, $10 on that one. And then we have Always Rockin'. And this is, looks like more, well, this is, yeah, a little bit of both there. $10 on that one. Robert wants Rockabilly Originals. That's also sold to Robert Warner. Mike Locke out here. Final chance to bid on this Aladdin thing for $25. That's going to once. That's going to twice. That's going to once. That's going to twice. How about a pocket knife over here? How about a Boker pocket knife? Just random out of nowhere. We're talking about, hey, perfect, 1976. This right here, we're talking, look at this. The Spirit of 76, a Boker USA, German, excuse me, solid in Germany. It does have some pitting though. 1976, 1776, 1976, bicentennial. These shields, I've had a lot of these before. They always have this problem. They're not flush with the knife, just saying. The handle, so that's kind of what you call shrinkage, okay? See that shrinkage there? George Costanza knows all about shrinkage. This is a $25 start. Boker Tree Brand, Heritage of Freedom, 25. That's actually a Solage in Germany there. Always Rockin'. That one is sold to Robert Warner. So he got 3 of the Rockabillys. The only one left is Greatest Rockabillies of the 50s, which was $10. And then we have Iron Butterfly, Scorching Beauty, $10 on that. And Dueling Banjos, the soundtrack from Deliverance, and Dueling Banjos is 10. Do I have a Rolling Stones t-shirt to throw in? I do not have a Rolling Stones t-shirt to throw in. I hesitated because I thought I might have a Stones item over here, but I actually do not. Let me think here. Let me think. Let me thinking. Hold on. Let me think. Please let me think. Thinking. I'm thinking. No, I don't have any extra Stone stuff. Unfortunately not. I did claim Greatest. Okay, so Robert Warner got all 4 Rockabilly comps. Awesome. Thank you on that. Those are done. And then over here we have David Bowie. Let's dance. Put on the red shoes and dance the blues. Let's dance. 1750. Over here we have this cassette lot. And this cassette lot is sold to David Polkey for $27. All right, there's over there. And then let's go ahead and put up another cassette lot. Let's do this right here. Let's do that one. Let's do this one. Let's do these right here. Here we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have Dawkin, Back for the Attack, Dawkin, Breaking the Chains, Dawkin, Beats for these, Dawkin, Tooth and Nail, Bullet Boys, and Ingve Marching Out. Those are going to be a $15 start. Aladdin is a $25 buy it now, Jim B. A $25 buy it now. No more, no less. It's going to cost $35,000 to ship that. $25 on that. The knife is at $25. Now the knife is at $26. And Mike Locke got David Bowie. Let's dance. Put on the red shoes. And Vandenberg is $13.50. Vandenberg's $13.50. Van Morrison, Into the Music. No condition notes. It's in shrink. It's nice. It honestly couldn't get any better. $17.50 on Van Morrison. And Bee Gees 1. We don't get that one as often. 1989, $13.50. Now the cassettes are at $25. 15, 25, 15. Regina, you've been outbid on the knife. It's at $26. What else can I come up with over here? Holy moly. It's a Kiss bubblegum box. This was original store display. Holy moly. I know somebody needs this. Look at this. Look at this here. Look at this. This is a Kiss box. Look at it. This is what Kiss cards would have went in. Kiss cards. That would have been on a counter somewhere. You need to do a little bit of repair, but you can put Kiss packs in there, and it'll look like it's set on the counter back when you used to walk in the old, the 5 and dime and buy one of these. Look at that. Kiss box. Look at that. Kiss box. $15 start. That's now for bid. Over here, we got the knife at $27. Van Morrison is sold to Michael Nath. The cassette lot's at $30. Sieg, you've been outbid. We also have Bruce Springsteen, The Wild, The Innocent, The E Street Shuffle, $7.50. $7.50. Is Blues Breaker still available? It is. It is. So is Little Willie John, Brent Robley. So is Little Willie John, Brent Robley. So is Little Willie John, Brent Robley. And then over here, yes, John Mayall still available. It's a VG copy, $20. It has the London inner sleeve. It's a VG copy for $20. Also, we have the Hollies Russian Roulette. That's $7.50. How much was the Bee Gees 1? Bee Gees 1 is $13.50. The Kiss box is only $15 start. That might be a little too cheap. Al Cox on Bruce Springsteen sold. It's Buffalo Springfield. This is in mono. This is actually in mono for $20. Boy, I don't know if y'all can tell or not, but I need some more caffeine. Holy moly, this stuff is really good. It'll get you all fired up. It'll get you talking so fast you can't even see straight. I'm starting. Now, how unfair would it be if I said no to Jim B's offer for $20 and instead I sold it to Robert Barnett for $20? How brutal would that be? Instead of selling it to Jim B for $20, instead I sell it to Robert Barnett for $20. How absolute brutal would that be? That'd be brutal. That would be brutal. Oh, gosh. All right, so here's what happened. Yes, Buffalo Springfield's in mono. I would grade the cover VG. It does have a little bit of tear down here, Matt. But the vinyl's really clean for what it is. $20 on that. SL Sports has the Kiss box at $15. Let me knock this dust off the top. Now GMB has it for $20. Oh gosh, you better bid on it now or it's going to end up on eBay for a $100 start auction. Matt Bushy gets Buffalo Springfield. Oh gosh, what happened? Chris Redding asked the Bee Gees price. Knife, $28. The cassettes had a bid for $35. Al Cox got Bruce Springsteen. And then cassettes out, Mike Locke out. Who has them then? Sig has them for $35, I think. Sig, you have them for $35, actually. The Kiss has a box for $15, $20. And Matt got that. So the knife over here, Leslie has it for $28. Regina, you're outbid, okay? The Boker Soligen Spirit of 76 knife. Joe DeGato offered $12 for John Mayall. Sold for $12. Okay, so more half off. Here we go. King Crimson Discipline. Oh, man. This is $17.50. King Crimson, $17.50. The Kiss box is at $25. Chris Redding's on BG's. And he got that for $13.50. And Sig got these cassettes. And Sig got these cassettes here for $35, okay? Those are done. And let me go ahead and take these over here so we can start some new lots. And we're doing a half off. We have done miscellaneous heaven tonight. Holy moly, I'm now working on my second table filling up of miscellaneous. Holy cow. They're going to come in tomorrow morning and go like, golly, Chad, you have got to be kidding me, my man. Good Lord, can we not have one break of you not selling stuff like an absolute freak maniac? All right, over here, GMB's also on the knife. GMB's bidding on everything all of a sudden. This is when you know things are way too cheap at Colectco. GMB is literally bidding and bidding on everything. That means this is a closeout clearance night. You better button up your bootstraps, put your kids in front of the TV, and say, little Jimmy, little Billy, little Karen, watch the screen. This is history. Pay close attention. Free entertainment. The Zabrinsky Point soundtrack. Holy cow. $27.50. This is a really cool soundtrack. Grateful Dead. Pink Floyd's on here. It is a clip corner, 1970. $27.50. Meet the Beatles? What in the world is happening? It's a 1971 Apple. $17.50 for Meet the Beatles. It is an early 70s reissue. There is some writing on the back. $17.50. Zabrinsky Point, so did Chris Messer. Some of these in here have no business being half off. The Kiss box right now is at $30 with SL Sports. Who's got the bid on the knife and how much? Regina just bid $28. GMB has this rare, highly desirable Kiss bubblegum, a coin management 1978 box for $31. And then Lorne Lofsky, guitarist, that is $10. How about some more cassettes? Y'all already know what the next item is. How about some more cassettes? And here we go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is going to be 9 and 10. 10 cassettes for just a $10 start. That's Billy Joe, Deep Purple, Dan Fogelberg, Eagles, Deep Purple, Don McLean, Eric Clapton, ELO, Deep Purple, and Bad Company. I'll go through them again in just a second. $10 start for 10. Leslie, Regina already bid 28. So Regina bid 27, Leslie bid 28, and Regina bid 28. Regina, you're out. The Kiss box is at 31. SL Sports, it goes back to you. This crate is half off, no more, no less. Brent is trying to strike a deal on Little Willie John. Bruce Springsteen, the 5 LP vinyl box set with book. What is the price now? $25. Just $25 on Bruce. We also have Simon & Garfunkel. $7.50. The Leaves That Are Green. It was 21 years and all. How does that song go? But I'm 21 now, but I won't be for long. And the leaves that are green Wow, there's some good music on there. $7.50. Jim B has the Kiss box at $36. He's starting to get real nervous. He has money being made on the table. He's starting to get nervous. He knows this is a valuable item. He knows we have another Kiss collector, though, bidding against him. His kids are starting to get worried about breakfast in the morning. They're concerned. They're starting to question his judgment right now. Over here, we have Roger Daughtry, Ride a Rock Horse, $7.50. We have Dennis DeYoung, Desert Moon, $7.50. We have Carla Bonoff, Wild Heart of the Young. Carla Bonoff is $5. That's it, folks. $5 on Carla Bonoff. And you may ask yourself, gosh, that seems a little, what's Chad doing? I mean, is he okay? Somebody scan his brain right quick. What is going on? Oh, gosh, there went my other two knees. That's all four of them have popped now. Whew. Okay, here we go. Next is this, Cat Stevens Back to Earth, $7.50. Chris Reddings needs to put back BGs. Man, you're lucky tonight. Putback fees are only $30,000 and your right thumb. That's all it is tonight, $30,000 and your right thumb. So just mail it to me. Have fun taking that off. Randy Newman, Trouble in Paradise, $7.50 on Randy Newman. And Jack Elliott is $13.50. These cassettes are just a $10 start. Believe it or not, no one has bid on these for $10, okay? The knife is at $33. Now the Kiss box is at $36. Sorry, Jim B bid like a jerk. He bid $35.01. Jim B, you know the rules. Let's try to live by them. We have 10 Graces played on the Vinya, $7.50. LO Sports is probably like, but dude, this guy's bidding like a real jerk. Over here, we have The Herd looking through you. The Herd is $15. And we have what? Tommy the Who. He's a pinball wizard. He's got $17.50. Over here, we have Kiss at $36. The cassettes are at $10. And the knife is at $33. Regina, you've been outbid. It's at $33. SL Sports has the Kiss box for $36. Regina's out on the knife. Jim B's kids are starting to get a little bit concerned. We have Village People. This is $7.50. And With Love, Bobby Sherman, $7.50. The Herd, the vinyl, passed at no condition notes. The cover is VG or less. It's actually a pretty clean Fontana press. And the cover up here has some chipping. And that is $15. I'd say VG minus on the cover probably, yeah. $15 on that. And Silver Connection, Love in a Sleeper, Silver Connection, $5. The Kiss cards have a final, the Kiss cards box, SL Sports, $36. The knife is out. Final call on that to Leslie for $33 and these cassettes for $10. Milt Jackson, Goodbye with Hubert Law, $17.50. The Best of Carly Simon, $5. Unfortunately, from the dreaded Dick Connery collection, $5 on Carly Simon. And Jamento, the Monty Alexander 7, $10 on that. All done? Whew, need some more caffeine. Little Willie John trying to find a Rolling Stones collectible to sweeten this deal with Brent. He likes deal sweeteners. He likes deal sweeteners. Who doesn't? Patrick Smith on Carly Simon. All right. Let's go ahead and sell the cassettes. No, they got a new bid. David Polkey, 11. Sig, you were outbid. That's way up here, too. David Polkey, 11 on the cassettes. Let's sell the knife. Leslie Holt, 33. And the $400 Kiss bubblegum box sold to SL Sports for $36. Father, does that mean we can't get McDonald's in the morning? But Father, it's Sunday morning. You always take us to McDonald's. Get back in there. Chad called me a jerk on live television. No wonder I'm not bidding anymore. He got on there and called me a jerk. I wonder if our Iron Maiden t-shirt buyers are back on. Well, because you wanted the best and you got it. Here it is. Kiss, Alive Worldwide, 96.97. Oh my goodness. Kiss, Alive Worldwide, 96.97. What do we have here? Extra large, sewn in tag. Let's take a look at the back. Holy cow, look at that. Were you there? Were you there? I'm asking you right now, were you there for the end of the world? Kiss's last tour. And then they did another one. And then over here, this is size extra large. Oh, croonies there. $20 start. Did I get Aladdin? You got to tell me your absolute best offer. I never did say yes or no to you or Robert. There's so much going on. SL Sports said mark that as pickup. He will be picking that up. Guess what? I got more Kiss cards coming up. Next thing over here is Sig at 15 on cassettes out. All right, so here we go. Sig got the cassettes for 15. Let's move those right over here. Father, Father. What does that mean? When he says you're out, does that mean, please don't tell me that means you lost the auction. Okay, half off. The best of Spankinger Gang. Unfortunately, from their dreaded Sean Connery collection. Now, what does that mean? That means this guy was psychotic and he wrote his name all over his records, but he took super good care of them. So he wrote his name there, he wrote his name there, he wrote his name on the inner sleeve, he wrote his name on the label, he wrote his name on the other label. He said, listen, you're not taking my records, and I'm going to take really good care of them. That is $7.50. T-Rex, Light of Love. T-Rex is $20. And Def Leppard in the half-off crate, what the heck? $22.50. The Kiss shirt's a $20 start. I am waiting. I am honestly getting nervous that no one's bidding on it. It's a $20 start. Let's grab some more cassettes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And these are going to go up for a $15 start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All good children go to heaven. Down, down, right out, down, 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 down. One sweet. That's the Beatles Abbey Road medley. This is Jimi Hendrix, Nelson, After the Rain, Bang Tango, Dancing on Coals. This one is Fight, Rob Halford's Fight. Bon Jovi, Bon Jovi, Bon Jovi, $15 start. Patrick Smith has the Kiss t-shirt at 20. Tony McDaniel has the Kiss t-shirt at 20. What else do we have in here? Oh my gosh! George Strait's now just $25. Holy cow! $25 on George Strait. Let me go over here. I'll be better off banging my head against the wall. Johnny Cash sings Precious Memories, $7.50. Spider, $10. Ooh, Spider. And then Mick Fleetwood, The Visitor. This is $10. Kiss has two $20 bids. Patrick Smith bid 20, Tony McDaniel bid 20, and then over here, Stephen Parton got George Strait for $25. Which Def Leppard, Pyromania, no condition notes on the vinyl, VG Plus cover, $22.50. Bon Jovi Fight, Bang Tango, Nelson, and Jimi Hendrix cassettes are a $15 start. As of right now, they do not have a bid. Holy cow. Wow. What do we have here? Uh-oh. You never know what I'm going to pull off a shelf. Kiss cards? Ooh. Ah. What do we have here? This is the kind of stuff that makes Jim B go, oh my gosh. Holy cow. 1998 Kiss Series 2 Complete 80 card set. I don't even know this stuff was sitting over here. I've had a month of Kiss nights, and these have been sitting like, if it was a snake, it would have jumped over here and killed me. Wow, look at that. All right, that's an empty box. That's Kiss bottle caps. It's all Kiss. Pretty dusty in here. Never seen that band before. Hey, look. There you go, Jim B. Brent Robley. I'll throw that in to sweeten the deal on the Little Willie John. Come on, it's Liam Neeson. There's the other series cards, and there's those. All right, so what we're going to do, if you want to bet on this stuff, Kiss lot. Kiss card lot, okay? However, Kiss cards, Kiss lot, Kiss me, this is a $15 start. Should sell between 150 and 250,000. Somewhere between those two numbers. That's now up for bid. All right, and then Bradley Smith on Def Leppard. And then Kiss T-shirt 20, now 25. Joe DeGatto second on Def Leppard. These cassettes do not have a bid yet. Final call. All these Kiss, all that stuff you just seen. Series 1, Series 2. There's some 90s cards in here. Let's thumb through these. Look at these. All the vintage ones here. Look, there's Gene. There's the back of some. There's Ace. There's Paul. There's Gene. There's Peter. There's Paul. There's Gene. There's Gene. There's Gene. There's Paul. There's Peter. There's Gene. There's Gene. And, you know, that's what we're dealing with there. Okay, first is in the half-off crate, the Chambers Brothers Unbonded. $15 on the Chambers Brothers. The Jeff Lorber Fusion, that is $7.50. Vicky Sue Robinson, $5. Good gracious. The Organ Grinder Swing, the incredible Jimmy Smith, featuring Kenny Burrell and Grady Tate, $12.50. Also, we have Stephen Steele's Manassas, $17.50. Tony, you're out. Tony's back in on the Kiss shirt at $26. Right now, there's only one bid on these Kiss cards for $15, and all of a sudden, I'm starting to get sick to my stomach because Jim B has this Kiss card. Now there's a bid for $20. I was about to get sick to my stomach and go over here and throw up. Nobody bid on these cassettes. This is a $15 buy it now. Those are a $15 buy it now. Those cassettes, a no bid, a $15 buy it now. Broadside, sung by Pete Seeger. Wow, $7.50. Hello Dolly, Ella Fitzgerald, a German press for $10. We have Body and Soul, Billie Holiday, in shrink, a mono pressing, $25 on this. $25 on this. And then over here we got George Strait, number 7. That was just $25, no condition notes. Oh my, holy cow. Now the Kiss cards are at $30, and now Patrick C. Smith is out on the Kiss shirt. Tony McDaniel has it for $26. Over here, we got Billie Holiday, So to Wolverine. Holy cow. We got the very best of Canned Heat going up the country. Baby, don't you want to go? $12.50. Next thing, Chris Messer, second on Billy. Burrell. That was right here, Jimmy Smith and Burrell, So to Amenities. Also, April Wine, First Glance, $10 on that. And then the shirt is at $30 with Larry Gonzalez. The shirt is at $30 with Larry Gonzalez. Tony McDaniel. Who's bidding on what? Okay, now we have some confusion. Are you bidding on Kiss shirt or Kiss cards, Larry? Kiss shirt or Kiss cards? The Kiss cards are at $20 with Chris Reddings. Jim B hadn't bid again. Larry's going to let me know if he's bidding on the Kiss shirt or the Kiss cards. JCB got the George Strait. Kelly Cook got Canned Heat. If somebody buys those cassettes back there, I'll do another lot. But Bon Jovi, Fight, Bang Tango, Nelson, and Hendrix didn't get a bid for $15. Not much I can do about that until I wait till somebody else to buy them. And then Marty Robbins is a Bear Family comp. The Marty Robbins Files, $10. And we have Country Joe McDonald for $10. Larry's bidding on the cards. That means Chris, you're out. Jim B, you're out. And that means this shirt is sold to Tony McDaniel for $26. Boom. Nail in the coffin. It's over. We can go home now. The war is over. It's questionable by who won't run. It'll be debated in geopolitics for the next 3,000 years. Okay, so pretty solid half-off crate there. I can't believe it's midnight. I'm wired like a like a chimpanzee after, I have no idea. Okay. Get my neck back into place. So, Jim B, I need your absolute, like, top price offer on the Aladdin. I mean, no BS. I'm talking about you're locked in and you're like, I'm putting on my big boy pants. Here's my offer, Chad. Also, you're out on the cards and so is Chris Riddings, and y'all have both went MIA. And if you don't know what that means missing in action. Missing it, that's what that means. So Larry has all that for 30, and he's about to win the auction due to 2 people being MIA. This Aladdin box is sold to Jim B for $21. Thank goodness that's over. The crowd goes wild. Let's go put that over here. When you're weary, feeling small, and you're... Oh, great. I'm glad y'all asked me. Sorry. I've been running around doing this and running around doing that. Okay, this is... Now, bear with me because these usually take some examination. Let me check this one first. So these were like sold at stores, and they were made to like hang up. Really cool U2 item here. It's called 4 U2 Play, exclusive to Ireland, and it's in this silver pack, right? And let me get them out and examine them because I know how this plastic is sometimes on sleeves. The plastic here is dirty, as you can see. It needs a cleaning. But let's get these out. I'm assuming Jim B's done on the cards. He hadn't set out, and he's about to lose his privilege of bidding. I'm about to block all future bids from Jim B. 11 o'clock TikTok and touch. That looked near mint. Okay, and then Out of Control and Stories for Boys, Boy, Girl. That one's just needs cleaning, but it's nice. He said, can you run through the cards again? Oh my gosh. Here we go. Got to make this difficult. New Year's Day, Treasure, Whatever Happened to Pete Chop. And here's the 4th one. I Will Follow. And Boy and Girl. So the plastic here, like I said, it needs a cleaning. It even has some ladybug fragments still in it. But the fact that that's still there, I've had some of these before that are pretty damaged, like the sleeves in there. So those are pretty nice. Right, so we'll say U2 a $25 start. $25 start after a good cleaning, that'll be pretty cool. All right, so this is a whole stack of more like vintage cards here. That's a whole stack of like vintage cards, right? This is another random vintage card. This is a stack of Series 2 cards. These are a few Kiss postcards, 3 to be exact. There's another vintage card. Here's a stack of more modern cards, very dusty. Here's a little pack of modern cards. There's another pack of modern cards. Whoops. This is a 1998 Series 2 that's in this slipcase here. And the sticker right here on top. This is 1998 Kia Series 2 complete 90 card set, $22. And then this is a whole stack of more modern cards. That looks like possibly some kind of set. And then this is an empty box that the packs came in. And then this is the bottle caps. Not for sure what's going on there. All that's being sold together. Larry Gonzalez has the high bid for $30. Everybody else is outbid. The U2 has bids for $25 and $25. Okay? Next cassette lot comes as soon as somebody buys these right here. I've got Bon Jovi, Fight, Bang Tango, Nelson, and Hendrix for $15. I would love to sell to somebody so we can run another one. How much are the KISS cards? The high bid is $30. Jim B has called his lawyer, his accountant, his doctor, his psychiatrist, his mother, and he's trying to figure out if he should bid more than $30. Here is Gilberto with Turrentine. These are half off, no more, no less. One more read through. Gilberto with Turrentine, CTI near mint, $25. Now the KISS cards at $35. Lit Schlitz, you're out on U2. Travis Woods bid first. Now Jim B bid $31 the cards. You're already outbid. And now Larry Gonzalez, you're outbid. The Sweet Dreams soundtrack is sealed. $12.50. Neil Young Reactor. It does have a little bit of cover wear up here. The vinyl's clean. Neil Young, $10. Now the KISS has another bid for $35. Now U2's at $26. Now there's a lot of bidding going on once again from Jim B. This is when you know deals are being handed out. There's probably some people like, golly, I can't believe he's starting all this stuff this low. The Best of Louie Louie, $10. That is all these different artists covering Louie Louie. $10 on that. Iron Butterfly, Scorching Beauty. Iron Butterfly, $10. The soundtrack to the movie Deliverance, Dueling Banjos, $10 on that. U2's at $26. Travis Woods is back in at $28. Now the KISS cards are at $40. Now Jim B's out. Now Patrick Francis out. Now Line Stink is out. Vandenberg, that was $13.50. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. The Hollies, Russian Roulette, $7.50 on the Hollies. King Crimson Discipline is $17.50. And Meet the Beatles, an early 70s, 1971 to be exact, Apple Winchester press. VG cover because of this writing, $17.50. This is a half-off crate Victor, no more, no less. Deliverance would be $10. All you got to do is say, sure, Chad, I'll take it. So, thank you. That's an amazing deal. Lauren Lofsky, guitarist, that's $10. Now the KISS card's $40, and now another bid for $45. We're still bidding. The Bruce Springsteen Live 5LP box with book, $25 on that. Victor Garris said sold on the Deliverance soundtrack for $10. We have Simon & Garfunkel Sounds of Silence, $7.50. Jim B, all eyes are on you on the U2 deal. I mean, Travis is looking at you and like, Jim B, Travis is going, hey man, are you in or out? I've got it at 28, okay? And then over here we have Roger Daltrey, Ride a Rock Horse, $7.50 on that. The KISS stuff is at $50 with Patrick Francis. Line Stink, you're out. Larry Gonzalez, you're out. Jim B's at $29. Travis Woods cracks his knuckles. And he goes, you know what? All right. You think you can beat me, Jim B? We have Dennis DeYoung, Desert Moon. That is $7.50. Also, Carla Bonoff, $5. That's Wild Heart of the Young. Cat Stevens Back to Earth is $7.50. Bee Gees 1 is $13.50. Randy Newman was $7.50. And Jack Elliott was $13.50. Now U2's at $30. Jim B's out. Now out on the cards. Now out on the cards. So it's between two people. It's between almost nobody. It's between virtually nobody. The high bid on the KISS cards are at $50. And that's a final call to Patrick Francis. U2 30, U2 32. 10 Graces played on the Vinya. And this is music of Southern India. I bet there's some sitar in there somewhere. $7.50 on that. Big read-through. There's a lot of records in here. I shouldn't have went through these twice, but here we are. Tommy the Who, $17.50 on this. Also had the Village People for $7.50. And With Love, Bobby Sherman, $7.50. We got The Herd, Looking Through You. That is $15. There's somebody I keep wanting to say was in the band The Herd. I was looking at the songwriter credits to see if I would jog my memory. Peter Frampton? Peter Frampton? The Herd? P. Frampton? It might be. I mean, some of these songs say P. Frampton. There's not many people that could be P. Frampton other than Peter. That kind of looks like him, too. I think that's who that is. Yeah, $15 on that. U2 32, 35, 36. And Robert Warner on Vinya. Robert Warner on Vinya. Thank you on that, Robert. And then Thank you, Wolverine. Yeah, Peter Frampton. Michael Rutman says he'll take it. Yeah, this one right here. That's young Peter Frampton there. So to Michael Rutman, U238. Larry Gonzalez says he'll take the Beatles. Thank you, Larry Gonzalez. And all this KISS stuff is sold to Patrick Francis for $50. Let me get that tub that I had it in. That way we can put up some more auctions, okay? All right. I don't know how long all this has been sitting over here next to me. It's amazing nights like tonight when I'm going full pace and yada yada and yada da da and all the stuff that I can find over here. All right. Put all that in there. Put that on top and put that in there. And Jim B begins to sob quietly. All right, there's that. Let's put those in there. One sweet dream came true. Today came true. Today. Time for a KISS shirt. Time for a KISS shirt. KISS. You wanted the hottest band in the land. You got it. The hottest band in the land. Ooh, KISS Alive 2 t-shirt. Let's take a look at this. This is a size extra large. Going to go up for a $20 start. 2000s KISS Alive 2 vintage t-shirt. If you consider 25-year-old vintage. It's actually dated 2005, I think. So it looks like it back there. Size extra large. It is a tagged Hanes heavyweight adult extra large. And this is going to go up for a $20 start. Just on the front. KISS, a $20 start. We got a bidding war going on for U2. Jim B and Travis Woods are basically in steel cage death match. Hell in a Cell. Blood will be drawn for U2. Here we go. Finishing up this half-off crate. Silver Connection, Love and a Sleeper. $5 on that. KISS t-shirt, $20 start. Milton Jackson, Goodbye, $17.50. We got Jamento, the Monty Alexander 7, $10. The Best of Spanking Our Gang, $7.50. We have Light of Love, T-Rex, $20. Johnny Cash Sings Precious Memory, $7.50. Spider was $10. Mick Fleetwood was $10. The Chambers Brothers was $15. Jeff Lorber Fusion was $7.50. Jim B's at $49. Vicky Sue Robinson, $5. Stephen Stills Manassas, $17.50. Broadside, Pete Seeger, $7.50. Hello Dolly, Ella Fitzgerald, $10. We have April Wine for $10. We got Marty Robbins Bear Family Comp for $10. And Country Joe McDonald for $10. Michael Butler wants T-Rex. Thank you. Light of Love. U2, pretty interesting piece here. So it's actually this plastic display item for U2 play exclusive to Ireland. Okay, now these singles would have been inserted inside of this like this. And I pulled them out so they would ship better and to show that they were in really good condition. So it's 4 kind of U2 EPs, and it goes in this plastic display thing here, and it is a high bid right now of $50. All the discs are nice. They need, a couple of them just need a light cleaning, and this will clean up very well. It's pretty dusty right now, but there's not really any damage. This KISS t-shirt, surprisingly no bid yet, $20 start on that. And Jim B's out, so Travis has that for $50. All right, was there another question on a record in here? If not, we'll try to find some more stuff. I've got an idea to do something crazy because they've been sitting over here a while. We've gone through them a couple times. I've got a crazy idea because I've got to the point probably this is going to be what's left is probably my profit into some of these. And that's how I do deals on stuff like this. So I've been willing to do some Japanese CDs half off to blow them out and to get them sold. I've got brand new sealed Japanese CDs because I think we're about to start getting some new ones in. And with that being said, I think I'm about ready to kind of liquidate these. They've been sitting over here on my shelf. Some of these got stickered a long time ago. So sealed Japanese CDs for half off. Now that could be pretty intense. So hope you're all ready. I'll start trying to show them here and there. Some of them are priced and some of them's not. But I'll try my best, okay? Because this is some pretty cool stuff. And now you can get them like below wholesale. But we order stuff, and if it don't turn out, we got to just try to figure out how to get our money back, okay? And sometimes that's the best way to do it. There's quite a bit of just cash sitting right here, right? Just this big stack of money. Just got to turn it in so we can buy some other stuff, okay? The Kiss t-shirt has another bid for 20 and another bid for 20. Line Stink still has it. Travis Woods gets the U2 item for 50. But wait, there's another one over here. So this one sold for $50. Let's lay that one right there. Okay. Let's lay that one right there. And then let's see what else we got in this other one. Okay. Kiss shirt 2021. Bill Withers, Mike Locke. Sorry, I read your comment. I just didn't acknowledge it. Bill Withers, I will sell that to you for $30 when I can find it, okay? We got to make a note. Mike Locke, Bill Withers, because that's going to take some digging. I can't go look for it right now. So, Mike Locke, okay? 30 for Bill Withers, live. Now, you'll have to wait, and we'll have that on your invoice for Monday. It might be like tomorrow night before I find it when I'm back here cleaning up, okay? All right, how many of these actually have price tags on them? All right, so Steely Dan's were $34.99, so $17.50 for Japanese Steely Dan Can't Buy a Thrill. $17.50. I've got 3 of them. Sealed HM CD, Steely Dan, $17.50. Okay? We'll do that one first. Show the Kiss t-shirt again. Kiss Alive 2, I think it's a 2005. Hanes heavyweight tagged, $17.50 on that. Size adult extra large, just single-sided there. Line Stink has it for $25. That cassette lot is the current no bid. We're trying to sell it so we can put up another one. Bon Jovi Fight, Bang Tango, Nelson, and Hendrix, $15. There's the other Steely Dan Aja, $17.50 on that one. These are $17.50. ZZ Top's Greatest Hits, $17.50, $17.50. Talking Heads is $15, half off of $29. Sealed, and that is the best of the Talking Heads. So $15 on that one. The Beach Boys were $15, 2020, half off of $29.99. One-time offering on these. Hopefully we can sell them all. Just $12.50 on Foreigner, the Definite Foreigner, $12.50 on those. Japanese sealed. Only one Talking Heads and sold to Stephen Parton. Okay, that make sure that goes in. Make sure that goes in for $15. Nightwish is $15. Century's Child, Nightwish $15. Chad Sauls gets a Foreigner for $12.50. Nightwish $15. Sold to Steve Riley $15. Angela wants a Foreigner for $12.50. $15 on Clapton. $15 on Clapton. $29. Okay, these are also $15. Portishead Dummy, $15. The Best of Eagles, $15. The Best of Morrissey, $15. And I've got 2 of those. And how about we keep it simple, because we sold the Foreigners. Those are only ones $12.50. These are all $15. Let's make these other ones $15 as well. That way they're all $15. ZZ Top, Steely Dan, and Steely Dan. That's the best way to do that. Portishead, $15. So to Shakedown. These are brand new sealed Japanese CDs. Morrissey sold a Ray Red for $15. Michael Butler got one for $15. This Kiss t-shirt is sold a Lionstein for $25. And yes, now all of them are $15. Now all of them are $15. Okay. Did I show the other U2 item? I hadn't, have I? There was another U2 plastic thing, a majig over here. All right, TSO Houston on the Eagles. So one more. These are all $15, which are half off on these Japanese CDs. ZZ Top's Greatest Hits, $15. Steely Dan Asia, $15. Steely Dan Can't Buy a Thrill, classic album. Eric Clapton self-titled, Let It Rain. Nightwish, and the Beach Boys. Only had one Talking Heads, and it went to Stephen Parton. Yep, only had one Talking Heads, unfortunately. Joe DeGaldo wants a ZZ Top. Awesome. All right. Cheapest those are going to be. The others are T-Swift, I think. And I guess we can go ahead and probably a good time to clear some of those out. I'm going to go through another crate of records, but I'm in a transition phase right now, okay? I'm transitioning. I am transitioning. And then Mega Blast also got ZZ Top. So $15. Beach Boys, Nightwish, Clapton, ZZ Top. Okay? Most of those were originally. App still weren't working. The app still running, working great. Great. All right. All right. So we'll do a couple Taylors at a time so there's no confusion, okay? And here are the first ones. These are $12.50. 1989. Shake It Off. I've had those since November of 24. $12.50 on Taylor. 1989, $12.50 on those. So we'll just do those album by album so there's no crazy confusion. Okay, here's our next auction. Just got a new stack of 45s here. Here we go. Look at this early Stevie Wonder picture sleeve. At one point, it was a punch hole. Yes, they used to punch out 45s. It's actually really clean. Hey, Harmonica Man and This Little Girl. A young Stevie Wonder there in the picture sleeve. VG or less sleeve, but the vinyl's pretty nice. $10 start on that. Stevie Wonder, $10 start. Taylor Swift sold to Burt Jordan, Stephen Parton, and Victor Guerra. Those are all sold for $12.50 each. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, and then let's see here. Let me figure out what this is. Those are switches, aren't they? Yeah, those are switches for lights. I bet they need those. It's probably ones they hadn't shipped yet. All right. We got a bunch of the Life of the Showgirls, and we'll do them variant by variant. So here's the first. These are just regular US CDs. They're Life of a Showgirl. There's Taylor talking on the payphone. $10 on those. Okay, just $10. Those have been here since November of last year. Not too long, but I've got so many of them. $10 on those, okay? Stevie Wonder, $10 start. What's next? I still got to pick out a crate. $10 on those. Here's a random. No. Never mind. It's not random. Why do I have three? I've ended up with 3 pricing guns over here. Not complaining, because usually, as y'all know, I can't find a single one. Let's get all my coin stuff together. What are these? Presidential golf balls. I think my mom found those and gave them to me. I won't ever play with them, though. I'll put them in my golf ball collection. Confederate money, copper, and... All right, who got these Taylors? These went to Burt Jordan, Victor Guerra, and Stephen Parton. 10, 10, and 10. That was that Life of the Showgirl. Stevie Wonder, yeah, $10 start. Yeah, the other U2. Let's see if this is the same thing. It looks like it's the same thing. It is. Yeah, it's the same thing. This one, though, has some damage to the plastic. This one has some damage to the plastic. Let's get them all out. Oh, this one's cracked. Oh, no. This is why I check stuff. Oh, man. Look at that. Dang. Well, maybe the other ones won't be. Yeah, it looks like something pretty nasty hit that and cracked it. That one's mint. I mean, these are still worth something individually, right? Did I get that last Foreigner CD for $12.50? I don't think so. Amazon, who's that? AMZ? Last Foreigner. Foreigner went to Chad Sauls and Angela Lewis. Peter Haas. I don't think so. Peter, I haven't seen your comments. No. No, those went to Chris Gardner and Angela Lewis. This one has a feelable scratch right there. So this is definitely a lower grade lot than the last one. We definitely sold the best one first. And this one feels like it's, oh my gosh. This one's broken into pieces. I'm just going to discard this so it doesn't break anything else. So that one is playable. That one's okay. And then this one's cracked. So these, a $10 start. $10 start on that. Okay, there's one really nice one in there at least, which is probably worthy of a $10 start. No, the Foreigners went to Chad Sauls and Angela Lewis. Okay, Peter, I think you were pretty far behind. Okay, next, what do I have over here? Let's do another Life of a Showgirl. There's Taylor playing her piano for $10. I may have a All right, now my mic's back on. I left off by showing Taylor Swift Life of a Showgirl and saying these were just $10. We're doing closeout on some CDs over here. And I was saying this is Taylor playing the piano, Life of a Showgirl. And that I admitted that I have a crush on her and that Travis Kelce's a very lucky man. And these are $10. And these are sold to Jim B. and Burt Jordan, and the other one goes to Tony McDaniel. Okay, then my mic died. And then Stevie Wonder the sleeve is in really bad shape. I graded it VG minus, it's detached. The vinyl is VG plus, and it's a $10 start. No bid yet. We're about to make it a buy it now. And then U2 is a $10 start for the scraps and pieces there. Okay. All right. All done. Those last three Taylors are sold. And we were going to pick out another crate. Holly's still available. What's the info? Man, that took a long time to come in. That was a half hour ago. Some of you are watching from yesterday. This is the Holly's Russian Roulette. The half off price is $7.50. Music great, record mint, sound mint, import. The Holly's UK, $7.50. Chris Redding says he's going to take a Night Wish. All these Japanese CDs are $15. I'll go through them one more time. Let's do another one. $10, Life of a Showgirl. There's Taylor with her dark hair wrapped in rope. All these different CD variants. She didn't do variants this time on vinyl, at least not yet. She'll probably drop something here pretty soon and generate another $10 billion in revenue. It's very easy for her to do. Those are the next variant, $10 on those. Kara Waco Nation on Hollies. Bert Jordan says, Taylor are now officially 2 billion R. A-L-O-R-E. He's trying to say something, but it's not coming through correctly. These are sold to Jim B, Lion Stink, and Chad Sauls. Taylors are sold, and sold. I think we're going to do, there was a second LP variant. Did not know that. Weird, wild. All righty. Probably a half-off crate if we're going to fill up this fifth and final crate of the night. What's up with those cassettes on the back wall? You sold one this week. Oh, I did, didn't I? Yeah, I did. That's right. I did. My gosh. I did. I remember that now. All right. You ready? Here's the next one. $10. $10. Life of a Showgirl, Taylor in a white dress. You can see how much inventory I moved through. I have trouble remembering. Stevie Wonder is sold for $10 to Wolverine. And if anybody wants this U2, there's one good EP in there. And then there's one like VG and then one broken and one empty sleeve plus the plastic. $10 on that. These are sold to Jim B and Bert Jordan. Okay? All right. Before I do any more, let me go ahead and take these in there before they fall and break. It's a lot of Taylor. Cleaning out my shelf over here. Just liquidating some stuff. Moving merchandise, folks. Moving merchandise. Probably not making very much money at all, honestly. Well, I know I'm not, other than cash flow. This is just a cash flow deal here. I'm not making anything on these. I'm in the red. Okay, and let's grab that next half-off crate. All right, this cassette. Over here, we have Bon Jovi, Fight, Bang Tango, Nelson, and Jimi Hendrix. All of those for $15. Any more on the phone to complete my set? Nope. And now Jim B's going to have a panic attack because he can't complete his set. Oh, gosh. He did the same thing with NoFX a while back. Folks, you're about to witness a panic attack in the brewing. A panic attack is brewing. Same thing happened about a year ago with a NoFX set. He is about to lose his cool. All right, here's the next one. Japanese for $15. Evermore, $15. Evermore, $15. $15 on Evermore. Japanese. And now we're about to get into some just singles over here. Boy, another pricing gun. Good gosh. Oh, this one says this tag gun sucks. Okay. How many more Taylor Swift CDs do I have? How many more? All right, these are sold. These are sold to Steven and Lion Stink. Okay. Now, the rest I have over here are, we're almost done with these. Then we're going to do this half-off crate. I don't know how much this was supposed to be. I'm assuming this one was 10. I'm going to say this one was $10 too, okay? It's just the standard cover, her and her mermaid outfit. I'll do that one for $10. I'll do that one for $10. Okay, let's get started on this crate. Boy, this last, because we could have sold 30,000 other cassettes. Nobody wants this lot here. I can't believe it. 3 Bon Jovis, a Fight with Rob Halford, Bang Tango, which usually makes people lose their mind. Nelson, and now they're sold to Tom Harris. Thank goodness. I was like, good gosh. I mean, all it takes is one person. I was about to start questioning the reality. I was going to like, hold on a minute. Am I alive? Like, is nobody buying these? I could usually sell those individually for $10 a piece. What is going on? So who got this one here? Oh, man. I guess I lost it. Was this one Jim B? I think Jim B, Line Stink, and Chad Sauls. Jim B got that one. Okay, and then Tom Harris got the cassettes. Thank you, Tom. I was about to go outside and make sure it wasn't like Armageddon or something, okay? I was getting really concerned. I was like, golly, this is $45 worth of cassettes here. Holy cow. All right, so what's left in the Japanese regular CDs? These are $15 each, and that's the half off price. Eric Clapton self-titled, The Beach Boys 2020, Steely Dan Aja, and Steely Dan Can't Buy a Thrill. How much? Japanese CDs, $15 each. Let's finally put up another cassette lot. Let's finally put up another cassette lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for a $15 start. This is now up for auction. Brittany Fox, self-titled, AC/DC, Razor's Edge, The Cult Ceremony, AC/DC, Who Made Who, Danger Danger, self-titled, Black and Blue, and Loud and Proud, Judas Priest, Ozzy, Quiet Riot, and others. $15 start on that. $15 start on that cassette lot. Next is Eric Clapton. That is Soda Shakedown for $15. $15. Our next Taylor Swift is $37.50, okay? $37.50. 2012 Japanese promo symbols over barcode, sealed, none listed in the United States. $37.50. Sealed, none listed in the United States, promo marked. Taylor Swift red. It was $74.99. Sold to Shakedown for $37.50. Sold to Shakedown for $37.50. Is Beach Boys 2020 a best of? No, that was one of their albums. 2020 was one of their albums. That was one of their original studio albums. That cassette lot, a $15 start. Okay, half off LPs. We can't finish unless we get started. The best of Merle Haggard. These are no more, no less. That is $7.50 on Merle Haggard. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. Are you kidding me? In shrink wrap? Huh? $15 on Johnny Cash. We got Ellen Foley, Spirit of St. Louis. $5 on that. And Best of Leon, $7.50. Charlie Dorr, Where To Now, and that is $5, okay? Now, remind me, AZCom, is that Peter Haas? Are you Peter Haas? AZCom on Twitch. You get Johnny Cash, Stephen Douglas gets Merle Haggard, and Mega Blast, it's already sold. Here comes the next half-off Taylor Swift CD. This one has a cracked case. Speak Now. It does have a little bit of a crack there, but it's $15 sealed. Taylor Swift Speak Now. There's not too many times we do half off Taylor Swift. I mean, it's only the most popular artist on earth right now. Taylor Swift is sold to Stephen Parton for $15. Just got way too much of it over here. Next in the half off bin is Exile Mixed Emotions. $5 on Exile Mixed Emotions. Firefall Elon is $5. And Kayak, Phantom of the Night, Kayak is $10. Final call on that cassette lot for $15. Okay, now that Taylor Swift's done. Let's see here. I have, oh boy, big one here, $27.50. This is the Tortured Poets Department Anthology. And I think that comes with guitar picks or a calendar. It comes with something. That is $27.50. $27.50 on that, sold to Stephen Parton. Taylor is sold to Stephen Parton. This half-off crate is no more, no less. Nicolette Larson, self-titled. Lotta Love, $5 there on Nicolette Larson. Nice hotel there. That looks familiar. The Bellagio? I think that's before the Bellagio was built. Orleans, Forever. Orleans is $5. And Linda Ronstadt, Nelson Riddle Orchestra, $5 on What's New. $5 and what's new. More 45s, yeah. Over here, I had not that one, not that one, not that one. Ooh, what is this? The white stripes. And this is the white stripes. What do we have here? Let's shake hands and look me over closely. It's on black vinyl, a $15 start on the white stripes. $15 start on that. So Steven got Taylor. Jim B was next, then Chad Sauls. Armsarilla Tribute gets the cassettes for $15. Thank you. And then we have Tony McDaniel fourth on Taylor Swift. Joe DeGato got Exile. That's so to Joe DeGato. Okay, and then we're down to about 4 over here. One of them I'm going to take an offer on because it is ridiculously kind of expensive and rare. So let me do the math on that. I don't get this price too often. $19. Half off of $38.99. $19. $19.89 deluxe Japanese. $19 on that. Back to the half off stuff. White Stripes, a $15 start. Nice, the Pretty Woman soundtrack. $20 on that. That's a great price on that. $20 on Pretty Woman. Dinah Ross and Supremes and the Temptations on Broadway. $7.50 on that. Jim B gets Taylor Swift for $19. That's sold to Jim B for $19. Here comes some more cassettes. Next cassette lot is 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, let's finish the rest of this tub. Everything left in this tub here. Let's do them all at once here. We had Bad Company, Dangerous Age, Christine McVie, Supertramp, Breakfast in America, Doors, Hollywood Bowl, Doors, Greatest Hits, Dire Straits, Money for Nothing, and then Huey Lewis and New self-titled, Bad Company, Fame and Fortune, Dirty Deeds, AC/DC, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, and Boston self-titled. All of those for a $15 start. JCB on Pretty Woman, that is sold. And then we have Josh White, Archive of Folk Music, $7.50 on that one. Okay, here is another Taylor Swift Speak Now, $15 on that one. $15 on that one as well. That's a Taylor Swift Speak Now. Is that what I just sold a moment ago? I think it was. $15 on Taylor Swift Speak Now. One more, and then I'll show you the other kind of pricier type item over here. Just saying. I'm going to throw all this in the trash. We could reuse them, but what's the chances, you know? You got to stop hanging on to garbage. Got to stop hanging on to garbage. That's done. Clearing all this up over here. I'm going to throw that on the floor. That in the floor. I think all that's coins. It is. Don't want to throw that in the floor. There's a switch. I'm going to put that right there with the other switches. And then, okay. All right, hey, here's 2 more. I lied. I just found 2 more. All right. Have we officially stopped? Oh, man. We've hit a brick. We got to sell that one. Unfortunate. I've got them light over here just waiting on you. So who's going to step up to the plate? Speak Now, $15 sealed. We have The Last Puff, Spooky Tooth, $10 on that one. I'm holding y'all hostage. Joan Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, $15. By the way, no one bid on the White Stripes, and I realized just a second ago that we actually had that marked earlier this year for $19.99. So there it is. White Stripes, $15. Consider that on sale. White Stripes, $15. Line Stink, there we go. Taylor Swift, $15. Soda Line Stink. Spooky Tooth, sold to Stephen Douglas, $10. Sold to Stephen Douglas. Next is this. This is $17.50. Japanese Red. Japanese Red, and that is $17.50. $17.50 on Japanese Red. It was stickered $34.99. Also, we have Caldera, Sky Islands, $10 on Caldera. And then Fresh Air 3, Fresh Air, $7.50. Supertramp, Brother, Where You Bound? Supertramp is $7.50. And Mitch Ryder, Never Kick a Sleeping Dog. Good advice, $7.50. Jim B gets this one for $17.50. Japanese Red, sold. Jim B. This is a half-off vintage crate. Final chance on these cassettes for a $15 start. Should be one of the last lots of the night, and y'all have almost bought me out on cassettes. I mean, sometimes I dig them up, but man, we have gone through them tonight. Wings, a nice copy of London Town with poster, $12.50. Why is this cover so dusty? There we go. That knocked off. That made it, and now it should be $17.50. But I'll tell you what, I'll keep it at $12.50. And one more, and then we have Carla Bonoff at $5. Okay. Self-titled Japanese, $15. Self-titled Japanese, $15 on Taylor Swift. We have London Town, sold to Victor Guerra with poster. Awesome. With a little luck, we can. I like the song London Town. Toot, toot, toot. Round the dot. Stephen Parton got this one. Stephen Parton got that one. And that means Jim B was second. And then we have Hank Williams' Greatest Hits, $12.50. Your Cheating Heart, $12.50 on that one. ST Condition. ST was probably for Supertramp. No condition notes on the vinyl. It does have the inner sleeve. Beautiful. Near mint minus. The cover here does have a notch in it right there. Does has a notch. Patrick Francis bid $16 on the cassettes. Sold to Patrick Francis for $16. Okay? Sold $16. And then we have a standard version of red, $12.50. $12.50 for red. He meant to say 15. Okay, sold to you for 17. Thank you. All right. Let's put these right up here. Lion Stink gets Taylor Swift for $12.50. And the last one I will entertain offers on, okay? The last one I will entertain offers on. Or somebody might go ahead and grab it. Let me go ahead and stack these over here. I've sold a lot of stuff tonight, and I'm trying my best to keep it in order for them. Because with this much being sold, we got to make sure we keep it in order for them, because it's a lot. It is a whole lot. And then Supertramp is sold to JCB. All right, and this last one is unique. It's called Taylor Swift Reputation Karaoke. Last time I had it as a $95 start, and it didn't get a bid. It's a 2018 US CD DVD sealed. The last one sold in April of last year, near mint for $54, but there's only one listed for sale for $150, and this one is sealed. So they don't come up for sale too often. Only one sold last year near mint for $55, only one active for $150. So we've kind of averaged that, and we've got ours at $95 or best offer. If not, it sounds like I need to list mine on there. I could have listed a lot of those other ones, but we just don't have time. Do you have to see much stuff I got laying around here? Sometimes I have to take losses on stuff just to get it sold. Otherwise, it'll sit down here for 30 years. It does sound like a Jim B moneymaker, doesn't it? Patrick, thank you on the cassettes, $15. I'm going to go ahead and take those in here. The one with Huey Lewis on top was his next lot. Awesome. Let's get that right there. And right there. Toot, toot, toot. Run da 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 da. Well, right on dump. Now I got London Town stuck in my head. Taylor Swift is sealed. Yeah, it's unopened. Never been opened. Yep, it's got the original thing on it there. Yeah, and there's only one listed. When we looked this up, now, these stats may have changed. This was back in probably like November. So, Bart Knoxville said sold. Awesome. Sold. 95. He's like, I better get all over this before Jim B does. All right. Okay, that shelf is complete. What else have we got over here? So that's coins. I shifted all that down. What is this? SD and micro card reader. An empty box. We can throw that away, right, Jake? And here's a Walmart receipt where he bought it. We can throw that away. All right, we don't need any receipts. I was told I can't write anything off, so there's that. There's this. Let me see. Let me toss that back there. All right. Let me toss those back there. That's one of my extension cables. Okay. There's my air horn and headphones. Don't need that right now. More coins. I'm about to toss those in there. Keep all the coins together. Fraggle Rock. I still got to check on that. There's that. And then, let's see here. Sticky notes, sticky notes. All right, measuring tape. Empty cup. Megadeth. We can toss these. And these. Is one of these supposed to be mine? I bet it is. That's supposed to go up here. 45s. All right, let me clean up. Okay, so this was from a Hatchet Ed crate probably a while back. So let's take an offer. It sold for $21. Japanese Van Halen Jump or best offer. Okay? Van Halen Jump, $21 is what it last sold for. I'm entertaining offers. I'm entertaining offers. Let's not prop that up. I don't want to mess it up. 21 OBO. Let's finish this half off crate. Carly Simon Spy for $5. John Paul Young for $5. Al Stewart Year of the Cat, $7.50. Andrew Gold Whirlwind, $5 on Andrew Gold. Genesis, and then there were three. $10 on Genesis, clean looking copy. Another Carly Simon for $5. Lana Lovitch Flex, $10 on that. And Rod Stewart A Night on the Town, VG plus $5. Still got some half off stuff in there. Somebody throw out an offer for Van Halen. Here's a few more 45s. We got You May Be Right, Billy Joel. Picture sleeve, $6.99 on Billy Joel. Let's figure out what we got here. The Beatles, Rock and Roll Music, and Every Little Thing She Does. She does for me, yeah, $15, Japanese. Okay, I'll go ahead and reduce Van Halen for you. $15 on Van Halen. $15 on Van Halen. Beatles, $15. Billy Squire, Rock Me Tonight. These are all Japanese, $15. I need this for a son record of mine. John brought that to me. That goes to my Elvis record. And then G.I. Joe, that's supposed to go on eBay, but it's $19.99 if anybody wants it. And I think these are Beatles reissues. Yeah, I think what somebody's done here, these are reissue sleeves, and somebody's put OG records with them. And that's why I never did put them up for sale. The night I was selling all these, I was like, wait a minute, this just doesn't look right. There's no way. And I'm still torn. I mean, if these are legit, look at them. I'm like, there's no way. Now, I have seen real Beatles picture sleeves, but I got to look it up and see what, maybe they're some way to tell. There's no markings, but man, if that's actually, if that's real, that's why I hadn't sold them. I'm still kind of torn about them because the disc, one of them has a mint disc too, but those are actual 64. So I've kind of just had those laying over here. I'm torn on those. I'm like, I can't tell. Billy Squire, Rock Me Tonight, and Can't Get Next to You. Elvis' Son came in brown ones, really? All of them? All of them came in brown ones? Really? Shakedown on Genesis. I did not know that. Shakedown on Genesis. That is sold to Shakedown. The Beatles Rock and Roll Music, EX1650. EX1650. Van Halen and Billy, $20. Who just asked? Somebody's already asked about Chris Squire. We'll see what they say. And then is Lana Lovitch colored? No. Lana Lovitch is not colored, $10. The price on the Beatles, $45. Are you talking about those or this? The Japanese one was $15. John Anderson, Wild and Blue, VG plus 10. and Steve Miller Book of Dreams, $750. All right, so let's sell Van Halen and Billy Squier. That was like buy one, get one, but let's do it. These are sold for $20 to Patrick Francis. Okay, and yeah, I've got two pretty significant items up here. I am really torn on if I want to sell them or not, and I'll go ahead and show them for the first time here. I've had them for about 6 months. Stand by. I need to go ahead and get this stuff home before I end up selling it. my personal collection ends up getting shown, and then everybody's like, "Uh-oh, if Chad's taking this crap home, if Chad's taking this stuff home, then we better pay close attention." Give me 1 second. Let's finish this crate up first. Mitch Ryder, My Love. What Now, My Love? Mitch Ryder, VG plus 5. We have The Worst That Could Happen, The Fifth Dimension, EX650. And we have Wishbone Ash, VG plus 750. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits, VG plus 10. That's an OG, well, it's definitely an earlier RCA label. Should be pretty close to 1961. Henry Mancini, Breakfast at Tiffany's, VG plus 750. Pink Floyd Works, nice. Just $12.50, and it's EX. That's not bad. Badfinger, nice. Just $7.50. Nice jacket. The vinyl's VG. And the White Album, VG plus $17.50. And it's a Orange Capital reissue, embossed, not serial numbered. Wow, that was 3 good records there at the end. Maybe 4. These, what would I take for them? I'm 90% sure there's some kind of reissue sleeve with the disc, though. One of these, like, that's a beautiful Scranton. I mean, it's really hard to find these, like, EX or better. And the other two maybe are VG plus. I'll take $50 for all 3 of them. I'll take $50 for all 3 of them. Alice Cooper sold to Todd Rocks for 10. Chris Messer on Works. That was a great late night grab. And Todd Rocks on Badfinger. So here's 2 gems here. This is Sun 210. Good Rockin' Tonight. It has the push mark. See those circles right there? Has the push marks. And Sun 210, I Don't Care If the Sun Don't Shine. That is been on my checklist for a long time. But, you know, it's hard being a record dealer and a record collector. So, and then this is Milk Cow Boogie Blues. See the push marks on it right there? Oh, man. So tough to get these. And you're a heartbreaker. These are nice. And I guess I have an extra Sun sleeve. Yeah, I already had one, John. But John brings these to me. I told him to bring all these to me. Are those $6.99? No, more like $199.99. Hey, I got a customer that has a book on Amazon. Y'all need to buy one and then say that Chad sent you there. Y'all know Michael Ling? Michael Ling, he's got a book. It's actually on the bestsellers, Medieval Tales of Blood, Lust, and Sorcery. And if you go to his website, he'll send you an autograph copy with a parchment hidden page. He's been a long-time customer. I saw he was selling a book, and I was like, man, if one of my customers are selling something, I'm all over it, especially ones that's been buying from me for years. So I bought that, and I went to his website so I could get this kind of bonus thing. Maybe one day I'll have time to enjoy it. And then here's some other stuff I'm taking home. James Bond theme, Billy Strange, Lyndon Johnson, Dogs Have Always Been My Friend, Rocky Top, Pride of the Southland Band, Hard Day's Night. I might sell this Zeppelin because it's not in the best condition, but not tonight. The Crystals, Then He Kissed Me. Ohio, I love that. Crosby, and Nash Young, Ohio. Time of the Season, The Zombies. The Animals, House of the Rising Sun. Help Me, Joni Mitchell. I Still Believe in Father Christmas, and Hurdy-Gurdy Man promo. That is some stuff I'm taking home. That's my most recent 45s. That's my most recent 45s on those. Not anything too valuable in there, really, as y'all know. The Elvis are what's expensive. The Elvis are, that's the ones I'm debating. Everything else in here is not really that expensive, so it doesn't hurt me to take it home. These collectively are not too valuable, but I still would rather sell stuff sometimes. So this is, actually, you know what? This is the record, Dale. This is the picture sleeve. It's big old orange. UR148. And this is pretty similar, but it's a different release. It's the Big Orange Sound University of Pride of the Southland Band. Vol Medley, Down the Field, and then Tennessee Waltz, Spirit of the Hill, and Alma Mater. Alma Mater. Pretty cool. There it is. That's when they used to run through the T on the side. And now, goosebumps. College football. Push marks are from the pressing plant, part of the pressing process. The last one, Mystery Train, yeah. So, yeah, over here, these Elvis, these are, of course, heavily counterfeited, Chris, and heavily bootlegged. So a lot of people have tried to fake these because these have always been valuable, but back in what, the 90s probably, when these were real, I mean, these were at the top of collectors' list. You got to think right now, what's hot in vinyl collecting? 90s, metal. You go back 20 years ago with the people who were still collecting records, if there were any, people were really into Buddy Holly, Elvis. There's still a lot of collector market for it today, but these things were really hot, and a lot of people were counterfeiting them and bootlegging them. So one of the ways a lot of people couldn't replicate it was these push marks, which was that little, it looks like a little circle right there on the side. It's part of the manufacturing process. These are still really sought after. I need to check eBay completed listings. I hadn't looked in a while. It's more so an eBay item for value rather than checking Discogs. They don't really show up on Discogs too often. Every once in a while, and it's kind of confusing. I've had 4 That's All Right Mama since I've been doing this. And I think that's the most common one. I think it is. I mean, I've had 4 of them, so odds would say that it is. But we do have some pretty serious, we do still have some pretty serious 50s collectors. But yeah, it's just a long time ago, a lot of that was being bootlegged, et cetera, et cetera. So the most expensive Elvis stuff on eBay is autographs. This is right up Biddlecomb's alley. We're right up Biddlecomb's alley right now. Where is Boxell still watching? We're talking their forte here. So the most expensive Elvis record that's sold recently on eBay is the 78. There's the 78 of That's All Right Mama. Those are even more tougher to get. So the 78 RPM sold for $2,200. And there we go. So there's some minty copies, probably. $2,050, $2,036. And that was Good Rockin' Tonight, and there's Mystery Train. So that's 2 of the ones. Now, these are probably, I were to bet, really nice. They said mint minus. I don't know. Let's see what they actually put. They graded these, whatever did they grade them? VG. VG slot storage warp. So wow. VG slot storage warp, and it sold for $2,050. And this one is did they grade this one? It's they graded that one VG plus. Good rocking tonight. So yeah, I mean, if I was gonna sell these, I would need I don't know. Somebody would have to get right. I might sell them at some point, but we're talking 4 digits. Yeah, I think mine's the misprint. Probably a couple thousand a piece to take them off my hands. So I'd kind of like to know realistically what I could get for them so I can buy them from the store. I do buy stuff for myself, okay? I do buy stuff for myself, so I got to charge myself a fair price. Probably realistically about a Chad discount, probably $3,000 for the pair. That is a rock and roll artifact there. Those are, he did how many? 5 or 4? I think he did 5 singles at Sun Studios. I think he did 5 singles at Sun Studios, maybe 4. 4 or 5. Okay, then Chad Saul's, he did 5. 5 Suns records for Elvis. Okay, Chad Saul's over here made 15. I'd rather sell all of them together, Chad, because I'm not really for sure on these to begin with, but I would do them for 50. Billy Joel, $6.99. We sold Van Halen while John Durden was dozed off, and the Beatles is $15. Okay. All right, and all this has come off this shelf over here next to me. Let's see what else I have. There's more stuff over here. We got Cyndi Lauper, Japanese. Girls Just Want to Have Fun. $15 on that. David Bowie Tonight with the poster sleeve. $15 on that. And this was from Hatchet Ed. Logic System picture disc. Logic System, Domino Dance and Be Yourself. That is $10. Superstar Concert Series. You missed 3 of them tonight, Jeff. You was out running around Los Angeles like a hoodlum. You was out running around Los Angeles like a hoodlum, and you missed out. I kept on saying your name and saying your name. I was like, this dude asked for these for 3 hours last night, and now he's not tuned in, and they were in the hot picture. He was out running around Los Angeles like a hoodlum. Hey, another half off Taylor Swift, $17. $17. Taylor Swift Folklore, Japanese, $17. Hey, another Japanese Taylor Swift. Sonjin Yonkanchankanj, Songen no Kanyakiyaki. I have no idea, $10. Taylor Swift sold to Stephen Parton for $17. A collection of Beatles oldies, $15. Your Wildest Dream, The Moody Blues, $6.99. Pass. Juice Newton, $10. Tyler Childers, $18.99 or best offer. $18.99 or best offer. How much? $18.99 or best offer. Patrick Francis wants Logic System for $10. So to Patrick Francis for $10. 7, 8, 10. How about 10 since somebody offered 7? Shirley. Foreigner. Did I have a Foreigner? I had a Foreigner 45. I did. Beatles, Billy Joe Beatles, G.I. Joe, Cyndi Lauper, Bowie, Tyler Childers. Oh, the 4 and 45, this. I thought you were talking about like Feels Like the Very First Time. Sold to Steve Riley for $6. And then Beatles, Moody Blues, Juice Newton. Okay. Tyler Childers. Chad Sauls gets Cyndi Lauper for $10. Girls Just want to have fun. Whoa, girls. All right, what else do we got? I got some pass. Rare Beetle stuff is a pass right now, okay? Loretta Lynn autographed, $125. Signed twice, Loretta Lynn, early single there, $125 on that. Beatles 7-inch, what is the song? Oldies. That was a 4-track EP. I Feel Fine, She's a Woman, Tell Me What You See, and I'm Down. I think it's Mexico. It is Mexico, yeah. It's really nice on the vinyl. 4-track Mexico, 15. What's Bowie and Juice? Bowie is Tonight, Japanese with poster sleeve, $15. And Juice Newton is Queen of Hearts and River of Love, also Japanese, $15. Patrick Francis does get the Logic picture disc for 10. G.I. Joe, this went with the Space Capsule G.I. Joe playset. VG condition, 1999. Introduction to Man Mercury Spaceflight. That went with a G.I. Joe playset from back in the 60s. All right, I've got, these are new cassettes, 1999. This is Testament, Souls of Black, new cassette on red cartridge for 1999. And Stranger Things Season 5, also on a red cartridge. That's my last one, 1999. Okay, and then Leslie got Juice Newton for 15 and David Bowie for 15. All right. Those are sold. And then there's my Stranger Things cassette. And then there's a tag I don't need anymore. Here's the rare Randy Rhoads slides and all the Randy Rhoads autographs. Kind of got those stashed away over here. Toss that over there. Don't need that anymore. There's my toothbrush. Don't worry, it's zipped up in the travel case. Boy, you can get some silver right now for bargain. We're buying and selling at market price. If we've bought it recently, I'm buying and selling at these crazy market prices right now. So let's see what I got over here to sell you. Take advantage of the dip. I'm buying like a maniac. Dumping a fortune into it. Card, 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 card. Card, 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 card. Card, 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 cards, more cards, cards, more cards. Cards, 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 more cards. $10 start. $10 start. Now up for bid. $10 start. Next thing over here, Coin Show. Still waiting for my Randy Rhoads. I still want you to do a Sunday show with a live stream. I know. We're going to get them where we can show them on a projector or something. LO, you said it was going to take 150. What year, LO, or risk you take? I heard rounds. 900 trillion, card plural. Yeah, all these for a $10 start. Let's see what I have over here. I have one. Let's see. Let's make sure there's a 64. Okay, 62, 56, 62, 62. 52. That's a 40%. That's a Walker. Okay, there's two 40% here. So we got this. Card market's insane. My cousin texted me. He said, my brother, who he does flea markets with now, he says he wants to know will you sell him every sports card you have. And I was like, well, it'll take me a while to get them together, but because I just sold him about every comic book I have. I'm trying to get my focus down to music and memorabilia for the rest of the year. And because we got so much other stuff laying around here, cards and comics and toys, and I'm trying to get it just really down to music stuff for the rest of the year and then think about expansion next year. And he said the card market, even up at the flea market he's at, is just insane. It's just, and I was like, tell me something I don't know. Kind of like vinyl right now. It's just insane. All right. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. I'll sell these for, what will I sell these for? I don't know. I don't know what they're going for anymore. Hold on a second. Let me check over here. Usually when it dips, the prices don't change too crazy. Let's see what I go over here. That one sold. Those are 40%. Okay, there's those sold today. Those sold, yeah, today essentially. 128. Let's see, 128. Yeah, so they're still selling $25 a piece. 29. One sold today, $29. So yeah, they're not selling anywhere near melt. I can tell you that. Well, hold on a second. 20. Okay, so all right, 24, 25. All right, so 20, 29. I'll do them for melt is $24.57. I'll do them for $26 a piece. $26 a piece. I got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 times 26. I think you know that number. $260. These are 10 90% silver halves, $260. How much is that? That's just $26 a piece. You got to buy all 10 of them. Jim B gets these cards for $10. Those are sold to Jim B for $10. Thank you, Jim B. And those are $260. Buy the dip. $260. That's about $1.50 over melt, and that's about 26. It's about $8 cheaper than I was selling them about, what, 30 days ago? So $80 cheaper for those 10 than they were about 30 days ago. Just saying. Take advantage. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a predictor of world economics, but typically when gas goes up, silver's supposed to go up. And when stocks go down, silver goes up. Right now, you got stocks going down. You got silver going down. You got gas going up. Nothing's making sense right now on the global economic stage. So everybody's like, I don't know. And then you see like sports cards and comic books still selling for, and guitars selling for $15 million. So what's up with that? Who needs some air fresheners? I've got air fresheners galore. I don't know if this is the right time for an air freshener. So I just don't understand, right? So you got gas up, stocks down, silver metals down, commodities down, and then the same day there's guitars selling for $14 million. So, I mean, you know, how do you measure? I just say keep buying it. If you got the disposable cash. Have you ever seen the up-down speech? Al Gore, a Tennessean. Al Gore's up-down speech. Hope down, cost up, fear up, morale down. Everything that's up is down. Everything that's good is down. Sorry, I'm still selling off my shelf over here. 260. What time? Oh, is Facebook ended? What time did I start? Facebook's about to end, by the way. Who's still watching on Facebook? I know the show's coming to an end because Facebook. Wait a minute. How much? When does Facebook end? How much? Oh, Jake told me it's down here. I've got 26 minutes left on Facebook. 26 minutes left on Facebook. Okay. What I was about to show with these air fresheners, these are $7.99. They smell delicious. I've got an Aussie one hanging in my Tahoe right now. I got Slayer, Motorhead. There's the Aussies. $7.99 on these. Aussie. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. AC/DC. I got Grateful Dead. I need to show these next week. There's more Aussies. Motorhead, Aussie, and Ghost. Okay? $7.99 on those. No Silver Eagles. The only thing I have close to bullion are these halves, $1 silver dollar, and that's about it. That's about it there. I'm pretty much done going through vinyl crates. I'm just trying to select stuff here and there. I'm not saying that you won't see another record tonight. I'm saying because I'm about to go through my no bid crate and show you some other random stuff. But I'm pretty much like done plowing through a crate for the night. Here's a Tracy Chapman CD for $6.99. We've Got a Fast Car. $6.99 on that. Throw a Slayer in my box, Chad Mann. Slayer air freshener sold to Jay Nutria for $7.99. I hope you mean throw it in for $7.99. Thank you. All right, let's go through some no bids from this week and previous weeks. And let's do that right now. Da 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 dun dun da 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 dun dun da 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 dun dun da 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 dun da 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 dun 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 boom da 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 dun. Name that tune. Da 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 dun dun da 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 dun dun da 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 dun dun da 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 dun da 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 dun 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 boom da da. We have throw it in means free. Oh. Free. All right. Pink Floyd and Ozzy, Nella Sniffers. Pink Floyd sold to Stephen Parton, and Ozzy sold to Stephen Parton. Good job, Parasite. Peter Criss hits that tambourine, or whatever that is. Hi-hat. Boom. That's a good one. That's probably one of my favorites. I've got one more I do have one more silver dollar. How much is this? $55. 1880, $55. $55. Okay, melt on that right now is 52.55. All right. Let's put these over here. Scott Oman gets this for $55. Thank you. Wow. Dang it, I was hoping Jeff Brent was asleep. I was about to bring out all the Randy Rhoads stuff. He is still hanging around. Dang. Just when I thought. Do 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 do. Da da da. Signs, signs everywhere. The signs. I need a tub or something to put all these in. So there's, because here was the very bottom of these boxes. We're officially in the very bottom of these 2 boxes of cassettes. The dang Yankees, Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, no artwork, Red Ryder, Joan Jett, Bill and Ted, White Line, Pink Floyd, Kicks, Grateful Dead, dang Yankees, Billy Squier, Bonham, Beatles, and Bad Company, all for $15. All for $15. Cassette lot, $15. $15. Carla Bonoff album, Melinda Deering. That came in very, 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 very late out of nowhere, but I still got it for Melinda Deering for $5. All right. That's now trash. Another empty box. Awesome. Empty box, empty box. Let's get all these together. Finally can clear up my station over here. Empty box, empty box. Empty box, empty box. All right, so Patrick Francis got those for $15. Let me start a new run of miscellaneous over here. We got about 20 minutes left on Facebook. Let me throw that there. Let me throw that there. I'm going to put that there. There's the new pile. And then these, so to Patrick, clearing out some stuff here. About to finally get into some albums. Purple crate, purple crate. Purple crate, purple crate. Look at this little rubber ducky that looks like the Joker. Now, I know somebody needs this. $14.99. $14.99. The Joker rubber ducky. Now, if you don't have that in your collection, what are you doing? Okay? I mean, what are you doing? All right, let's start right here and go through this box. Here was a Japanese CD from the Hatchet Crate I'm now taking an offer on. It was a Megadeth Rust in Peace with bonus tracks that we auctioned for $40. That we auctioned for $40. Okay? I'm now taking offers, or you can go ahead and buy it. Do you have Peter Chris issue the poster? I honestly don't think I don't. All right. Here was... I don't know what this is. Tazalavalin Presidente, Milky Way Moses. $39.99 with lyric insert. I left that out for some reason. Tazavalalin Presidente, Milky Way Moose on Jonas Records. 1974, $39.99 or best offer. Here's 2 records that were supposed to be auctioned, but I'm just going to make them buy it nows. They're both in very low grade, buyer beware. G plus condition, $5 each. Zeppelin and Crosby, Stills and Nash. I have spent hours of my life listening to both of these. $5 and $5. Did I miss that, Bill and Ted? Yes, all of those were sold together for $15. You were actually third in line. Those were all sold together for $15. Stanley's offer $25 for Megadeth. You're getting closer. You're getting closer. You're getting closer. This has not been shown this week. Steppenwolf, Straight Shooting Woman, Justice Don't Be Slow, White Label Promo, $6.99. $6.99 for the Steppenwolf. $6.99. Larry Gonzalez wants both Zeppelin and Crosby for $5 and $5. So to Larry Gonzalez. Moving merchandise. $75. Diary of a Madman promo picture disc, $75. Demonstration not for sale. Diary of a Madman, $75. Sapo, S-A-P-O. How much I have this for? I'm going to say $40 this time. It's a white label promo, 1974 with the inner sleeve from Bell. S-A-P-O, Sapo, $40 on that. Neil Young, Prairie Wind. Neil Young was a 2005 US OG 200 gram VG-ish vinyl, but weird hazy streaks, maybe heat damage. $75 or best offer. See this? It looks like some kind of gassing happened to the vinyl. Otherwise, it'd be a pretty pricey record, I think. Prairie Wind, 75 OBO. Jeff Brent got Diary for $75. And Sapo is EX or better. It's actually really nice looking. I had this and I forgot to show it during Metal Night again. It's going to have to sit over here again till Thursday unless somebody buys it right now. Amon or Marth, Jones Viking. It looks like a Viking warship. It's a CD DVD box set from Amon or Marth, $99.99. Awesome artwork, $99.99 on that one. Stanley, let's do the Megadeth CD for $30. Stanley Richmond, $30 on the Megadeth CD, and it's yours. $30 on the Megadeth CD, and it's yours. We showed these the other night, didn't we? Yeah, these Marilyn Monroe books. They were $14.99 each. Also trying to get right now $20 for both of them. Marilyn Monroe, The Last Take, and The Last Days of Marilyn Monroe. $20 on both of those. What tapes are left? None. We have set a record tonight for sold cassette tapes. These are brand new ones. Testament and Stranger Things. Those are $19.99. Those are, I don't think I've ever sold this many cassettes in one night. So how many are in a stack here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, about 16. That one's got 20 in it. And I've sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I've sold 15 stacks that probably average 18 to 20 each. That's a lot of cassettes. Well, I got two over here that didn't sell from a couple weeks ago. Sonic Youth, which was $14.99, and Meatloaf, which is, I have no idea. Meatloaf, 2 out of 3, ain't bad. Objects, what exactly? It's a single. Objects in the rearview mirror may be closer than they appear. That's a song, and then 2 out of 3 ain't bad live. I think I priced that originally $6.99. And this is an earlier version of Sonic Goo, but not the really expensive one. $15 on that. And then Adam Bernardi gets Sapo for $30. Okay? All right. Then we did half off Japanese CDs earlier. Here's what's left in the half off Japanese CDs. Eric Clapton for 15, Beach Boys 2020 for 15, Steely Dan Asia for 15, and Steely Dan Can't Buy a Thrill for 15. I still got 10 halves for just $260. 90% Franklin's, Walkers, and Kennedys. There's those looking for an offer. I'm going through my bins over here. Bear with me. There's all my notes from Ed. People that need to pay, people that hadn't paid, people that got to start paying really fast, or they're going to get, y'all know what they're going to get, don't you? That right there. And then all of a sudden you're going to click on Collectco one day to watch, and you're like, man, I can't find Collectco anymore. Oh, they blocked me because I had unpaid invoices that I refused to pay. And then everybody's like, Chad, man, what the heck happened? And then they'll start messaging me. I was like, I tell you, Hatchet Ed does not screw around, buddy. If he knows you're ignoring those requests, he's going to be like, you're gone. You're gone. All right, we have Joe Satriani, always with me, always with you. Coke bottle clear, $15. This never did go up for auction. I'll go ahead and make it a buy it now for $15. Joe Satriani, always with me, always with you. Silver Surfer, huge label, clear vinyl. Satriani, that never did make it to the auction block ever. $15 on that, a buy it now. Joe Satriani. How much, Chad? $15. Good gosh, surely you're joking. There's no way you're only charging $15 for that. I am only charging $15 for that. Here we go. This is sealed, $114.99 or best offer. Looks like something Jim B would buy or make an offer on. This is Morbid Angel. Morbid Angel, Kingdoms Disdained, sealed for $114.99. If you want to test the app, I'm able to do that. I just could run a real auction, just need to fill in the queue from the item. You want to try it, Jake? If so, what do you want to do? 3 albums? Me pick out 3 albums and we can try it? I'll pick out 3 and we can put them up for $5 starts or something. Morbid Angel, Kingdom Disdain. I might need a few people to hang around so we can test some software. Sealed Morbid Angel box, $114.99. And over here, Joe Satriani is sold to Victor Guerra, then Chris Messer, then Jeff Brent, and then Jim B. All right, we're going to try some new software that we're going to test out on, okay? So let's put up Steve Miller Band, John Anderson, and Rod Stewart, okay? We got Steve Miller Band, John Anderson, and Rod Stewart, Jake. Well, if you just want to key that in. I don't know how you're going to do this, but I'll watch and find out. So Steve Miller Band, John Anderson, and Rod Stewart. By the way, Facebook expires in 7 minutes. If that's going to mess anything up. He says he needs a couple minutes. Okay? I was hoping, just so you know, Facebook does expire in 7. But if we need to reboot it just to try this, we can. Morbid 65. Sounds awfully cheap, Jim B. My gosh, what do you think this is? Half off? What do you think this is? Half off? What do you think this is? Half off Central? Come on, Jim B. What do you think this is? Half off Central? Come on, Jim B. What do you think this is? Half off Central? What do you think, Jim B? This is half off Central? What do you think this is? Half off Central? $106.90. 113. I'll take $85 for it. How could you say no? $85 for it. Jake's typing a message. I'm watching. Purple rain. I never called you some kind of friend. Purple rain. $6.99. How much? $6.99. Ace Frehley Space Invader U.S. Tour 2015 Backstage Pass. A couple minutes. It won't mess anything up, but do you have the album names? That's fine. When it's official, there will be photos added. Okay. Oh, yeah, they were. I didn't know if you wanted to go that detailed or not. Sure. Steve Miller Band Book of Dreams. John Anderson was Wild and Blue. And Rod Stewart was A Night on the Town. Chris Reddings gets Ace for $6.99. $6.99. Patrick Francis second. Purple rain. Purple rain. Purple. Oh my gosh, look at all these CDs over here. Morbid Angel 70. Otherwise, I'll pass on that one. Sold to Jim B for $70. We're moving merchandise to close out the week. Sold to Jim B for $70. That's an easy double for him. We don't have time. I don't have time for this. Chad's trying to go to bed. Chad, you do not want to go to bed right now, my friend. We're about to get into a whole box of Kiss stuff over here. You do not want to go to bed right now. People trying to go to bed right now? Big mistake. Hey, Knucklebones, Randy Rhoads, signed. Signed Knucklebones, Randy Rhoads. Wow, look at this Kiss item. Going to bed right now would be a terrible mistake. Terrible mistake. We're about to run a live auction right now, and y'all going to watch. Y'all want to watch to see what happens. Going to bed would be a terrible mistake. Kiss. Prepaid phone card. You know, just when I thought Gene Simmons marketed everything, I have never seen one of these. Let's do it for... I don't know. I'm seeing $14.99. Kiss collectible prepaid phone card. $14.99. Look at that. Just when I thought Gene Simmons had marketed everything. A Kiss collectible prepaid phone card. A phone card. For what? Is it for minutes? Look at that. Gene Simmons right now somewhere is peeling back $100 bills. He's got a wad in his front pocket just going 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. He's just peeling them back. Sold to Patrick Francis for $14.99. A phone card. Boy, I keep finding Kiss stuff I didn't know even existed, and it's here in my building. It just keeps popping out of everywhere. I'll say $14.99. $14.99 for this. I don't know what it is. It looks like stickers, maybe. Kiss stickers, $14.99. Nice. There's the comic. Kiss stickers, $14.99. Facebook expires in 26 seconds. If you're on Facebook, you're about to lose connection, okay? Good to go, ready to go. Just switch to overhead cam, and I'll start them, okay? What do I need to do? Just tell everybody their $5 starts, or how does this work? Jake's about to tell me. People comment exclamation point A price or B or C based on, I'm reading this as he types it. Give me 1 second. So this is sold to Patrick Francis for $14.99, then Chad, then Jim B. All right, so Patrick Francis got these as well, $14.99. Folks, we're getting an early start to Monday Night Kiss Night. Sold to Patrick Francis for $14.99. Let me read this, what Jake said. This is good to go. Just switch to overhead cam, and I'll start comment B or C based on the slot. Okay. All right, let's try this. So next Thursday, when I'm not here, right? Next Thursday when I'm not here, because I'll be at Robert Plant, we're working on a new AI system where some of our staff can be here and we can run auctions and still sell records. We can run auctions and still sell records even if I'm not here. So Jake has been working on something, and we're going to see how it works. Y'all are going to be the first to see it and the first to experiment on it, okay? And so this is what it looks like. And do I need to say anything, Jake? Do I need to give him instructions? I think I'll let Jake take over from here, and he'll tell me what to say, okay? So y'all just sit back and relax, okay? By the way, Stanley Richmond, did you ever say you wanted this Megadeth CD? What was his last offer? I don't know if we ever reached a deal for this. What did he say on
Slot
this
A
Megadeth
is live.
CD?
We have Steve Miller Band Book of Dreams opening at $5.
Okay, so
Slot
I
B
think
is live. We have Rod Stewart Night on the Town opening at $5. Slot C is live. We have John Anderson Wild and Blue opening at $5.
so. I think you have to put exclamation point A and then your price, right? So put exclamation point A and then your price, Jim B. So put, if anybody wants to try this, put exclamation point A or exclamation mark and then a lowercase a and then your price. There we go.
We are open on Slot A Gym 2323 in at $11. You're not just buying music, you're buying a piece of the year it came out. 30 seconds left on Slot A Last Chance.
Interesting.
30 seconds left on Slot B Last Chance.
Does it add
30
more?
seconds left on Slot C Last Chance.
So the exclamation point is kind of the cue for the slot, and then the letter is the slot, A, B, or C, and then your bid. Does there need to be a space there?
Sold. Slot A goes to Steve Riley for $15.
Okay, can we run that again? We will have longer auctions. This is just a test, right? So let's run that again.
Slot A is live. We have Rod Stewart Night on the Town opening at $4. Slot B is live. We have John Anderson Wild and Blue opening at $4. If Otis barks, that means the price goes up.
If Otis is barks. Let me pull this up on YouTube. I'm going to go up front and watch it on YouTube myself. Hold on a second. If Otis is barks. Let me pull this up on YouTube. I'm gonna go.
Suddenly breaking into a tuneless melody, oh, long black SH, veil ridin' through the night. Stops abruptly, sorry, got carried away there, just reminded me of that song, that's gonna cost you folks. 30 seconds left on slot A, last chance. 30 seconds left on slot B, last chance.
So I think the I think the counter.
Why so serious? It's just a few more dollars.
I think it expires after $1 million. Okay.
Sold. Slot A goes to Jim 2,323 for $99,999.
Good gosh, Jim B. Throwing out that cash.
Sold. Slot B goes to Kiss Writings for $1 billion.
Let me see what Jake's left me over here. I'm looking over here. I'm looking over here with live comments. I'm trying to look at the screen. I'm almost confused myself what to look at. Let me look at just my chat here. Then I was going to see how it looks on y'all's end. So let me close. Okay, we don't need to have short auctions. Jake says, okay, we don't need to have short auctions. Yeah, I don't think they need to be. They need to probably be, unless you can add time, it makes it talk too much. Okay. Yeah, I think unless it adds time to the bid, then no, they need to be like 5 minutes probably. That if there's a way, I don't know if that's possible. If there's a function, if there's a function to like add time. No, that's only going to be if I'm not here. That we're trying to find something to do when I'm not here. So they're like, okay, Chad's not here Thursday. They can, instead of somebody being here talking, they can load all that and run it, and we can do it for hours and hours, just loading auctions. So, obviously, this is only for when I'm not here, okay? That way, we're still selling stuff, if that makes sense. So it's going to be, I'm going to be at Robert Plant at the Ryman, and AI Chad's going to be here selling, okay? Or when Chad's at the Sphere watching Metallica, or when Chad's at a Tennessee football game, or when Chad is 200 seconds minimum is what works best for me. Okay. Yeah, I think Jake's working on getting my voice to, that was at 100 seconds, yeah. Did it add time at the end, though, if there was a bid? See, if it adds time to the bid, I mean, what I've done with timed auctions like that I watch is people wait to the end and then they bid, and then they wait and then they bid again. Dun, 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 dun. So, yeah. Jake says, I can have it add time. It was only set at under 10 and add 10. That needs to be increased. Yeah. So, yeah, eBay doesn't add time anymore, or I don't think they ever have. I don't remember them. It's always like if you don't get it in, there was like there's a secret. So there's different ways. You got secret maximum bid. You can do secret maximum bid, which I don't think would work well here. It needs to be like, I watch Heritage quite often, and I think we've tried to model some of it. Yeah, I'm watching what Jake's doing. So basically at the end, if there's a bid, it'll add. Jake, we need to figure that out. I think because theirs is like perfect. It's like, I don't think there is a timer, is there? It says fair warning. Jake, I'll text you about this. I think there's a way they do put a time. I can't remember. Oh man, that was a great neck adjustment. Whew. Okay, well, we're officially done pretty much selling stuff. That was an interesting experiment. And I'll leave these 3 records out, Jake, because I'm pretty sure Jim B bought this for $99,000. I think Steve Riley bought this for $1.2 million. And I'm pretty sure Rod Stewart sold for like $38,000. So, heck, we can take a month off. Also, it will auto add the track list, and people can say, comment, exclamation to pull it up on screen if available. Awesome. But, yeah, don't worry. I'm going to be here every night. I know that's everybody's phobia. Chad, only you can do this. Only you can do this. And I'm like, yeah, but if I don't take a day off every 6 months, then I'm going to have a heart attack. My 12 hours off on Sunday starts here in about 7 minutes. No bids for tonight. 1977 UK Motorhead. Limited edition 12-inch, $40. Fever, sold to Brent Robley for $100. Tag that for Brent Robley for $100. The Beatles, 1977 Brazil, unofficial, VG minus, $30 on the Beatles. Motorhead, a 2006 German picture disc, near mint, $100. The Stooges Funhouse, a nice VG, an unofficial, it looks like a 77 reissue, $30 on that. And Armageddon for $50. And Armageddon was a white label promo. But as y'all know, I mean, it used to be, you know, if I wasn't here, Paul would do the sale, or Laura. They no longer work here, and so we immediately thought, what are we going to do when we're not here? We got a new guy, Patrick. I don't know if he's interested. He might try it one night, one random night, just to see if he wants to. But he's in job as pricing and researching auctions now. I know nobody else really here wants to do it. So we really don't have a backup for me missing, you know, and I've got a concert coming up, the Masters coming up. I've got football season in the fall. And that's really the only time I really take off is football season, concerts, and the Masters. So there's 365 days of the year. 52 of those are Sundays. Probably half of those Sundays I stream too. So I probably do 340 streams a year. and I'm probably only going to take 20 days off. So, you know, I work 300 and what does that equal to? Probably 320 days of the year, maybe 340. I'm here doing streams. That's a lot, especially for the brain toll it takes on me. So I do have to miss, and for those that don't realize it, when I'm not here, it costs us thousands of dollars for not to have a sale, right? If we're not live, then CollectCo is missing out on potentially tens of thousands of dollars. So it's like we got to figure out a way to generate some revenue. Otherwise, it's just burning up cash. I feel really bad taking off knowing how much money it's costing. It's like, holy crap, a day off costs me how much money? So it's like, okay, do I really want to go to this blowout Tennessee football game and miss out on how much money? So we're trying to do something where, in case we don't have, somebody to do this, we can still generate some cash. Okay, you know, it's just business. You know, it makes our company more valuable. This company's much more valuable when we can. All right, Jake said Steve Miller is going. We're going to run Steve Miller again.
Everyone. Now let's get back to what matters, our amazing records. We'll be auctioning off Steve Miller Band Book of Dreams in slot A right after this quick break.
There you go. Comment.
There's only one way to make sure you win. Bid as soon as I lay it down.
Man, Jake, this guy keeps cutting me off, okay? I can't get a word in. AI Chad keeps cutting me off. AI Chad keeps cutting me off. Every time I go to say something, he starts interrupting me. AI Chad, you're fired. Paul and Laura no longer work here. No. Paul and Laura no longer work here. Some people were released. Some people chose to leave. We had a shakeup in staff here. We've hired a couple people, and
30 seconds left on
go.
slot A last chance.
Some people were let go. Some people left on their own volition. Some people were terminated. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. Business is business.
That's an original pressing. You don't just walk past that.
Boy, y'all really jump up these bids. I need to put one up where it's like, okay, y'all are really going to have to pay for this, right? We need to run a serious one, don't we, Jake? Where I say, okay, we're going to say, all right, this is it. And then we'll see how the bidding really works. Golly, look at these jumps.
30 seconds left on slot A last chance.
I like this a lot. You know why? At these prices, I'll be able to retire.
Oh yeah, this one's gonna rock. Rocked me, gotta let it go. Can I get a bid on this pressing?
Jake says we need to run one for real. That way these crazy bids aren't coming in. All right, let's reset it. Let's put Steve Miller Band up for real. Okay? We're going to run a real auction, all right? You let me know when it's live, Jake. The added time is working well. We're about to sell this record for real, okay? Here, I'm holding it. I don't know if y'all can see it underneath
30
here.
seconds left on slot A last chance.
No condition notes. What is this? This is a EX or better. Okay. Okay, now.
First pressings have a sound that reissues just can't touch.
Okay, now this is real. It's a
Slot A
VG
is
jacket
live. We have
EX or
Steve
better
Miller
vinyl.
Band Book of Dreams opening at $5.
Now you're really bidding on it, okay? This is real. This is real, folks. That's from a Jason Bourne movie. So it's a VG sleeve, and the vinyl's EX or better.
We're open on slot A Stephen Parton in at $6.
I'm going to let it talk, Okay, I'm going to be quiet for a few seconds. Yeah, I'm not used to somebody interrupting me, you know. I'm not usually in that position to have people interrupt me. This thing is it's about to get fired.
Got it. Track list is up on screen now.
Wow, look at that. Track listing. Craig Sweden's out of a job. Mega Blast is sleeping. Yeah, can you imagine if he was here right now? He would be wearing us out over this.
What we have here is a failure to bid.
Got to win the first automated Colecco auction. This is a big moment. It is. And I'll go ahead and give y'all a hint. No, I won't. I was going to tell you what it was priced for, but I'm not telling you. Probably some of y'all remember. So if you want to bid, Rob and Glenn, you got to put a exclamation point and then slot A.
Well, Barknicksville, I think you might be talking about me. Looks like someone's ready to fire Seth and needs some good conversation instead. Let's get back to the auction, shall we?
What? Something about somebody starting a fight? What did he say? Somebody's going to shoot Seth. Oh, my gosh. This is a real bid, by the way. $14 with Stephen Parton. Yeah. He just came at Bark Knoxville. Oh, really? He just interacted with a chat there. He is just so pompous. Oh, he thinks he's talking about you, Bark Knox. That was a reply to Dale. That was the AI talking to you.
I cannot sanction this buffoonery.
What? Sanction this buffoonery? That does sound like something I would say. Yeah, so this has been trained with our current chat box. So Steve Raleigh has it right now for 15. Now 17. Stephen Parton. This actually may speed up auctions. Oh, it could. If there was a way we could have this going in the background while I was flipping crates and it wasn't so over the top, which maybe one day we can figure
30
out.
seconds left on slot A, last chance.
Slot A. Can we get Michael Richards' voice and it sound like
Abbey
Kramer?
Road on vinyl sounds like nothing else. Nothing.
That's true. Dang. Ooh, so what happened on that tie? Okay, so it tied and it showed Steve Raleigh. That was pretty cool. So it works out the ties pretty good. Steve Raleigh came in first. It's still
30
showing
seconds left on slot A, last chance.
Robin, you don't have to put the word slot. Just put, Robin Glenn, just put exclamation point A and then a space and then your bid. If you can see over here, like how Steve and Steven is doing it, don't put the word slot, just exclamation point A and then, do they even have to put a space, Jake? Now it's at 22. Boy, yeah, if this could be running like at the top, I don't know if we could just have other stuff going, but then I would have to be still, that'd be a lot of auctions.
30 seconds left on slot A, last chance.
I could be auctioning stuff and running these auctions in the background.
A great record in great condition is a great record in great condition. Nothing to overthink.
Wow, okay. We could just meet the AI during a real sale at the top of the slot box, and yes, a space is needed. Okay. Yeah, you got to have a space. Steven's got it, and sold to Stephen Parton. Sold to Stephen Parton.
Sold. Slot A goes to Stephen Parton for $22.
Boom. Stephen, it's yours. Hey, jet airliner. Da 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 da. I met you on somebody's island. Da, da, da. That's a great album. That's a classic. All right. Congratulations. Could have just called out new bids. Yeah, that'd be great. I think if it just... Yeah, I think if it just called out bids and gave time warnings, maybe. I think the one on Heritage, it doesn't call out bids, though. It just says fair warning. I'm not for sure. I can't remember. That was the first ever Collecco AI purchase, even though me and Jake was here moderating it. Yeah, that is true. 3 auctions. AI flag. Yeah, it could be work in progress. Thanks for the test. Okay, Jake's got to get back to tweaking. So that was it for tonight. Plus, I need to sign off and go eat my Mexican food and watch a movie. Okay, I told you I get 12 hours off every week, and that starts now. And then I've got to go to Topgolf for my nephew's birthday tomorrow, okay? And that's in 12 hours. So my time off starts now until then. And I don't really consider that time off because I could be sleeping. So I've got to go to Topgolf. Even though I'm going to have fun, they're probably going to be like, what are you talking about, Chad? You don't think this is time off? Why don't you just get out of here and go back to bed? Because usually at 2 p.m., I'm usually asleep. So I got to go to Topgolf tomorrow, and I think I've got to be in Nashville in 12 hours. So that's not much of a break, right? And then I'll probably be in there all evening, and then I'll come back here tomorrow night and get to work. So that was a $24 record before half off, right? That was Steve Miller Band was marked $14.99, but I'll say Patrick marked this one. That's a lot cheaper than we normally mark these, okay? I will say this. How old is my nephew? Caden is like 19. Caden's 19. Nashville? Oh, I can be in Nashville in about 20 minutes. You got that at a pretty fair price. You got that at a pretty fair price. The vinyl's nice on it. All right. Anybody else? Yeah, Nashville is like 20 minutes from here. 25. No, it's, well, how far is Nashville from here? Well, in this traffic right now, not very far. Rush hour would take you like 45 minutes. But right now, it's not too far. Yeah, he's 19. And I don't get much family time, so I won't be getting much sleep either, because I can tell you right now, I won't be going to sleep till like 8 or 9 in the morning. And then that puts me needing to get in Nashville at 2, I think. And then that's in 12 hours, so. And then I need to I don't know about eating. Sorry, I'm planning my personal life right now. I guess we'll eat there. They got pretty good food there, wings and stuff. I'm probably going to eat there and then probably come back and get to work because we got to get ready for Monday Night Kiss Night. All right, thanks everybody for watching. I'm signing off. Y'all are the greatest customers in the world. Crazy night. I have never sold this much miscellaneous on a Saturday unannounced. But I kind of didn't have too many auctions prepped for tonight, so that's pretty good. Did I miss anything else? Ticket stub for Jeff Brent, Jeff, I'm on the lookout. I had that poster, Jeff. I had that Aussie poster. I had it. I had that poster from that last show in Knoxville. I sold it about 2 years ago. You probably wasn't around then. Did I miss anything else? Fugitive, maybe. I don't think I missed anybody else. Sorry. I wasn't really paying attention too close here at the end. And thank y'all. And if I missed something, just send me a message. Just send me a message. And I'm done. Can you put first day I sell in Sharpie on the album? Yeah. You want me to actually write on the jacket or just write it on a piece of paper and sign it? Hey, that might be the first AI sold record ever. I mean, right? First AI sold record ever. I'll date it. Will the AI belittle me? Oh, yeah, we're going to program it where all it does is talk about how you starve your children. No, it was a real one. I sold it for some pretty big cash. Jeff, if you could only know what I've sold here the last 4 or 5 years that you've missed, right? You just told me the other night you're amazed at what I've sold here. Imagine what you hadn't seen over the last 4 or 5 years. You've just been watching a little while, my friend. You know how much stuff you've missed coming through here? Rare memorabilia. Yeah, does anybody else know of an AI record being sold through an AI chat? I think that was the first time ever, everybody. You've witnessed history. Sleep well on that memento. Thank you, Ann.